Chapter 19 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 19. Friends Again. Emily listened very anxiously on Monday morning, but no sound of axe, no ponderous hammer rang in Lofty John's bush. That evening, on her way home from school, Lofty John himself overtook her in his buggy, and for the first time since the night of the apple stopped and accosted her. "Will ye take a lift, Miss Emily of New Moon?" he said affably. Emily climbed in, feeling a little bit foolish, but Lofty John looked quite friendly as he clucked to his horse. "So, you've clean wiled the heart out of Father Cassidy's body," he said. "The sweetest scrap of a girl I've iver seen," says he to me. "Sure you might lave the poor praisties alone." Emily looked at Lofty John out of the corner of her eye. He did not seem angry. "You've put me in a nice tight fix of it," he went on. "I'm as proud as any New Moon Murray, have ye all? And your Aunt Elisabeth said a number of things that got under my skin. I'm many an old score to settle with her, so I thought I'd get square by cutting of the bush down. And you had to go and quare me wid me priest because of it. And now I make no doubt I'll not be after daring to cut a stick of kindlin' to warm me shiverin' carcass without asking lave of the Pope." "Oh, Mr. Sullivan, are you going to leave the bush alone?" said Emily breathlessly. "It all rests with yourself, Miss Emily of New Moon. Ye can't be after expecting a Lofty John to be too humble. I didn't come by the name because of me makeness." "What do you want me to do?" "First, then, I'm wanting you to let bygones be bygones in that matter of the apple, and be token of the same, come over and talk to me now and then, as ye did last summer. Sure now, and I've missed ye and that spitfire of then Ilse, who's never come either, because she thinks I mistreated you." "I'll come, of course," said Emily doubtfully, "if only Aunt Elisabeth will let me." "Tell her if she don't the bush'll be cut down, every last stick of it. That'll fetch her. And there's one more thing. Ye must ask me rael make and polite to do ye the favour of not cutting down the bush. If ye do it pretty enough, sure niver a tree will I touch. But if ye don't, they go, priest or no priest," concluded Lofty John. Emily summoned all her wiles to her aid. She clasped her hands. She looked up through her lashes at Lofty John. She smiled, as slowly and seductively as she knew how, and Emily had considerable native knowledge of that sort. "Please, Mr. Lofty John," she coaxed, "won't you leave me the dear bush I love?" Lofty John swept off his crumpled old felt hat. "To be sure, and I will. A proper Irishman always does what a lady asks him. Sure, and it's been the ruin of us. We're at the mercy of the petticoats. If ye'd come and said that to me afore, ye'd ha' had no need of your walk to Whitecross. But mind ye, keep the rest of ye bargain. The reds are ripe, and the scabs soon will be, and all the rats have gone to glory." Emily flew into the New Moon kitchen like a slim whirlwind. "Aunt Elisabeth, Lofty John isn't going to cut down the bush. He told me he wouldn't, but I have to go and see him sometimes, if you don't object." "I suppose it wouldn't make much difference to you if I did," said Aunt Elisabeth, but her voice was not so sharp as usual. She would not confess how much Emily's announcement relieved her, but it mellowed her attitude considerably. There's a letter here for you. I want to know what it means." Emily took the letter. It was the first time she had ever received a real letter through the mail, and she tingled with the delight of it. It was addressed in a heavy black hand to Miss Emily Starr, New Moon, Blair Water. "But you opened it!" she cried indignantly. "Of course I did. You're not going to receive letters I am not to see, miss. What I want to know is, how comes Father Cassidy to be writing to you, and writing such nonsense?" "I went to see him Saturday," confessed Emily, realizing that the cat was out of the bag, "and I asked him if he couldn't prevent Lofty John from cutting down the bush." Emily Bird Starr. "I told him I was a Protestant," cried Emily. "He understands all about it, and he was just like anybody else. I like him better than Mr. Dare." Aunt Elizabeth did not say much more. There did not seem to be much she could say. Besides, the bush wasn't going to be cut down. The bringer of good news is forgiven much. She contented herself with glaring at Emily, who was too happy and excited to mind glares. She carried her letter off to the garret dormer and gloated over the stamp and the superscription a bit before she took out the enclosure. "Dear Pearl of Emily's," wrote Father Cassidy, "I've seen our lofty friend, and I feel sure your green outpost of fairyland will be saved for your moonlit revels. I know you do dance there by light of moon when mortals are snoring. I think you'll have to go through the form of asking Mr. Sullivan to spare those trees. But you'll find him quite reasonable. It's all in the knowing how and the time of the moon. How goes the epic and the language? I hope you'll have no trouble in freeing the child of the sea from her vows. Continue to be the friend of all good elves, and of your admiring friend, James Cassidy. P.S. The Bye sends respects. What word have you for cat in your language? Sure, and you can't get anything cattier than cat, can you now? Lofty John spread the story of Emily's appeal to Father Cassidy far and wide, enjoying it as a good joke on himself. Rhoda Stewart said she always knew Emily Starr was a bold thing, and Miss Brownell said she would be surprised at nothing Emily Starr would do, and Dr. Burnley called her a little devil more admiringly than ever, and Perry said she had pluck, and Teddy took credit for suggesting it, and Aunt Elisabeth endured, and Aunt Laura thought it might have been worse, but Cousin Jimmy made Emily feel very happy. "It would have spoiled the garden and broken my heart, Emily," he told her. "You're a little darling girl to have prevented it." One day, a month later, when Aunt Elisabeth had taken Emily to Shrewsbury to fit her out with a winter coat, they met Father Cassidy in a store. Aunt Elisabeth bowed with great stateliness, but Emily put out a slender paw. "What about the dispensation from Rome?" whispered Father Cassidy. One Emily was quite horrified lest Aunt Elisabeth should overhear and think she was having sly dealings with the Pope, such as no good Presbyterian half-Murray of New Moon should have. The other Emily thrilled to her toes with the dramatic delight of a secret understanding of mystery and intrigue. She nodded gravely, her eyes eloquent with satisfaction. "I got it without any trouble," she whispered back. "Fine," said Father Cassidy. "I wish you good luck, and I wish it hard. Goodbye." "Farewell," said Emily, thinking it a word more in keeping with dark secrets than goodbye. She tasted the flavor of that half-stolen interview all the way home, and felt quite as if she were living in an epic herself. She did not see Father Cassidy again for years. He was soon afterwards removed to another parish, but she always thought of him as a very agreeable and understanding person. End of chapter 19. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 20 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heather McLennan. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 20 by Ariel Post. Dearest Father, my heart is very sore tonight. Mike died this morning. Cousin Jimmy says he must have been poisoned. Oh, Father dear, I felt so bad. He was such a lovely cat. I cried and cried and cried. Aunt Elisabeth was disgusted. She said, "You did not make half so much fuss when your father died." What a cruel speech. Aunt Laura was nicer, but when she said, "Don't cry, dear, I will get you another kitten," I saw she didn't understand either. I don't want another kitten. If I had millions of kittens, they wouldn't make up for Mike. Ilse and I buried him in Lofty John's bush. I am so thankful the ground wasn't frozen yet. Aunt Laura gave me a shoebox for a coffin and some pink tissue paper to wrap his poor little body in. And we put a stone over the grave, and I said, "Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord." When I told Aunt Laura about it, she was horrified and said, "Oh, Emily, that was a dreadful thing. You should not have said that over a cat." And Cousin Jimmy said, "Don't you think, Laura, that an innocent little dumb creature has a share in God? Emily loved him, and all love is part of God." And Aunt Laura said, "Maybe you are right, Jimmy, but I am thankful Elisabeth did not hear her. Cousin Jimmy may not be all there, but what is there is very nice." But, oh, Father, I am so lonesome for Mike tonight. Last night he was here playing with me, so cunning and pretty and smee. And now he is cold and dead in Lofty John's bush. December 18th. Dear Father, I am here in the garret. The Wind Woman is very sorry about something tonight. She is sighing so sadly around the window. And yet the first time I heard her tonight, the flash came. I felt as if I had just seen something that had happened long, long ago, something so lovely that it hurt me. Cousin Jimmy says there will be a snowstorm tonight. I am glad. I like to hear a storm at night. It's so cozy to snuggle down among the blankets and feel it can't get at you. Only when I snuggle Aunt Elisabeth says I squirm. The idea of anyone not knowing the difference between snuggling and squirming. I am glad we will have snow for Christmas. The Murray dinner is to be at New Moon this year. It is our turn. Last year it was at Uncle Oliver's, but Cousin Jimmy had grip and couldn't go, so I stayed home with him. I will be right in the thick of it this year, and it excites me. I will write you all about it after it is over, dearest. I want to tell you something, Father. I am ashamed of it, but I think I'll feel better if I tell you all about it. Last Saturday, Ella Lee had a birthday party, and I was invited. Aunt Elisabeth let me put on my new blue cashmere dress. It is a very pretty dress. Aunt Elisabeth wanted to get a dark brown, but Aunt Laura insisted on blue. I looked at myself in the glass, and I remembered that Ilse had told me her father told her I would be handsome if I had more color. So I pinched my cheeks to make them red. I looked ever so much nicer, but it didn't last. Then I took an old red velvet flower that had once been in Aunt Laura's bonnet and wet it and then rubbed the red on my cheeks. I went to the party and the girls all looked at me, but nobody said anything, only Rhoda Stewart giggled and giggled. I meant to come home and wash the red off before Aunt Elisabeth saw me, but she took a notion to call for me on her way home from the store. She did not say anything there, but when we got home she said, "What have you been doing to your face, Emily?" I told her, and I expected an awful scolding, but all she said was, "Don't you know that you have made yourself cheap?" I did know it, too. I had felt that all along, although I couldn't think of the right word for it before. "I will never do such a thing again, Aunt Elisabeth," I said. "You'd better not," she said. "Go and wash your face this instant." I did, and I was not half so pretty, but I felt ever so much better. Strange to relate, dear Father, I heard Aunt Elisabeth laughing about it in the pantry to Aunt Laura afterwards. You can never tell what will make Aunt Elisabeth laugh. I am sure it was ever so much funnier when Saucy Sal followed me to prayer meeting last Wednesday night, but Aunt Elisabeth never laughed a bit then. I don't often go to prayer meeting, but Aunt Laura couldn't go that night, so Aunt Elisabeth took me because she doesn't like to go alone. I didn't know Sal was following us till just as we got to the church I saw her. I shooed her away, but after we went in, I suppose Sal sneaked in when someone opened the door and got upstairs into the gallery. And just as soon as Mr. Dare began to pray, Sal began to yowl. It sounded awful up in that big empty gallery. I felt so guilty and miserable. I did not need to paint my face. It was just burning red, and Aunt Elisabeth's eyes glittered fiendishly. Mr. Dare prayed a long time. He is deaf, so he did not hear Sal any more than when he sat on her, but everyone else did, and the boys giggled. After the prayer, Mr. Morris went up to the gallery and chased Sal out. We could hear her scrambling over the seats and Mr. Morris after her. I was wild for fear he'd hurt her. I meant to spank her myself with a shingle next day, but I did not want her to be kicked. After a long time, he got her out of the gallery and she tore down the stairs and into the church, up one aisle and down the other, 2 or 3 times as fast as she could go, and Mr. Morris after her with a broom. It is awfully funny to think of it now, but I did not think it so funny at the time. I was so ashamed and so afraid Sal would be hurt. Mr. Morris chased her out at last. When he sat down, I made a face at him behind my hymn book. Coming home, Aunt Elisabeth said, "I hope you have disgraced us enough tonight, Emily Starr. I shall never take you to prayer meeting again." I am sorry I disgraced the Murrays, but I don't see how I was to blame. And anyway, I don't like prayer meeting because it's dull. But it wasn't dull that night, dear father. Do you notice how my spelling is improved? I have thought of such a good plan. I write my letter first, and then I look up all the words I'm not sure of and correct them. Sometimes, though, I think a word is all right when it isn't. Ilse and I have given up our language. We fought over the verbs. Ilse didn't want to have any tenses for the verbs. She just wanted to have a different word altogether for every tense. I said if I was going to make a language, it was going to be a proper one, and Ilse got mad and said she had enough bother with grammar in English, and I could go and make my old language by myself. But that is no fun, so I let it go too. I was sorry because it was very interesting, and it was such fun to puzzle the other girls in school. We weren't able to get square with the French boys after all, for Ilse had sore throat all through potato picking time and couldn't come over. It seems to me that life is full of disappointments. We had examinations in school this week. I did pretty well in all except arithmetic. Miss Brunel explained something about the questions, but I was busy composing a story in my mind and did not hear her, so I got poor marks. The story is called Madge Macpherson's Secret. I am going to buy 4 sheets of foolscap with my egg money and sew them into a book and write the story in it. I can do what I like with my egg money. I think maybe I'll write novels when I grow up, as well as poetry. But Aunt Elisabeth won't let me read any novels, so how can I find out how to write them? Another thing that worries me, if I do grow up and write a wonderful poem, perhaps people won't see how wonderful it is. Cousin Jimmy says that a man in Priest Pond says the end of the world is coming soon. I hope it won't come till I've seen everything in it. Poor Elder McKay has the mumps. I was oversleeping with Ilse the other night because her father was away. Ilse says her prayers now, and she said she'd bet me anything she could pray longer than me. I said she couldn't, and I prayed ever so long about everything I could think of. And when I couldn't think of anything more, I thought at first I'd begin over again. Then I thought, no, that would not be honorable. A star must be honorable. So I got up and said, "You win." And Ilse never answered. I went around the bed, and there she was asleep on her knees. When I woke her up, she said we'd have to call the bed off because she could have gone on praying for ever so long if she hadn't fell asleep. After we got into bed, I told her a lot of things I wished afterwards I hadn't. Secrets. The other day in history class, Miss Burnell read that Sir Walter Raleigh had to lie in the Tower for 14 years. Perry said, wouldn't they let him get up sometimes? Then Miss Burnell punished him for impertinence, but Perry was in earnest. Ilse was mad at Miss Burnell for whipping Perry, and mad at Perry for asking such a fool question as if he didn't know anything. But Perry said he is going to write a history book someday that won't have such puzzling things in it. I am finishing the disappointed house in my mind. I'm furnishing the rooms like flowers. I'll have a rose room all pink and a lily room all white and silver and a pansy room blue and gold. I wish the disappointed house could have a Christmas. It never has any Christmases. Oh, Father, I've just thought of something nice. When I grow up and write a great novel and make lots of money, I will buy the disappointed house and finish it. Then it won't be disappointed any more. Ilse's Sunday school teacher, Miss Willison, gave her a Bible for learning 200 verses. But when she took it home, her father laid it on the floor and kicked it out in the yard. Mrs. Sims says a judgment will come on him, but nothing has happened yet. The poor man is warped. That is why he did such a wicked thing. Aunt Laura took me to Mrs. Mason's funeral last Wednesday. I like funerals. They are so dramatic. My pig died last week. It was a great financial loss to me. Aunt Elisabeth said Cousin Jimmy fed it too well. I suppose I should not have called it after Lofty John. We have maps to draw in school now. Rhoda Stewart always gets the most marks. Miss Burnell doesn't know that Rhoda just puts the map up against a window pane and the paper over it and copies it off. I like drawing maps. Norway and Sweden look like a tiger with mountains for stripes, and Ireland looks like a little dog with its back turned on England and its paws held up against its breast, and Africa looks like a big pork ham. Australia is a lovely map to draw. Ilse is getting on real well in school now. She says she isn't going to have me beating her. She can learn like the Dickens, as Perry says, when she tries, and she has won the silver medal for Queens County. The WCTU in Charlottetown gave it for the best reciter. They had the contest in Shrewsbury, and Aunt Laura took Ilse because Dr. Burnley wouldn't, and Ilse won it. Aunt Laura told Dr. Burnley when he was here one day that he ought to give Ilse a good education. He said, I'm not going to waste money educating any she-thing. And he looked black as a thundercloud. Oh, I wish Dr. Burnley would love Ilse. I'm so glad you loved me, Father. December 22nd. Dear Father, we had our school examination today. It was a great occasion. Almost everybody was there except Dr. Burnley and Aunt Elisabeth. All the girls wore their best dresses but me. I knew Ilse had nothing to wear but her shabby old last winter's plaid that is too short for her, so to keep her from feeling bad, I put on my old brown dress too. Aunt Elisabeth did not want to let me do it at first because New Moon Murrays should be well dressed, but when I explained about Ilse, she looked at Aunt Laura and then said I might. Rhoda Stewart made fun of Ilse and me, but I heaped coals of fire on her head. That is what's called a figure of speech. She got stuck in her recitation. She had left the book home and nobody else knew the piece but me. At first I looked at her triumphantly, but then a queer feeling came into me and I thought, what would I feel like if I was stuck before a big crowd of people like this? And besides, the honor of the school is at stake. So I whispered it to her because I was quite close. She got through the rest all right. The strange thing is, dear Father, that now I don't feel any more as if I hated her. I feel quite kindly to her, and it is much nicer. It is uncomfortable to hate people. December 28th. Dear Father, Christmas is over. It was pretty nice. I never saw so many good things cooked all at once. Uncle Wallace and Aunt Ava, and Uncle Oliver and Aunt Addie and Aunt Ruth were there. Uncle Oliver didn't bring any of his children, and I was much disappointed. We had Dr. Burnley and Ilse, too. Everyone was dressed up. Aunt Elisabeth wore her black satin dress with a pointed lace collar and cap. She looked quite handsome, and I was proud of her. You like your relations to look well even if you don't like them. Aunt Laura wore her brown silk, and Aunt Ruth had on a gray dress. Aunt Ava was very elegant. Her dress had a train, but it smelled of mothballs. I had on my blue cashmere and wore my hair tied with blue ribbons, and Aunt Laura let me wear Mother's blue silk sash with the pink daisies on it that she had when she was a little girl at New Moon. Aunt Ruth sniffed when she saw me. She said, "You have grown a good deal, Emily. I hope you are a better girl." But she didn't hope it, really. I saw that quite plain. Then she told me my bootlace was untied. "She looks better," said Uncle Oliver. "I wouldn't wonder if she grew up into a strong, healthy girl after all." Aunt Ava sighed and shook her head. Uncle Wallace didn't say anything, but shook hands with me. His hand was as cold as a fish. When we went out to the sitting room for dinner, I stepped on Aunt Ava's train, and I could hear some stitches rip somewhere. Aunt Ava pushed me away, and Aunt Ruth said, "What a very awkward child you are, Emily." I stepped behind Aunt Ruth and stuck out my tongue at her. Uncle Oliver makes a noise eating his soup. We had all the good silver spoons out. Cousin Jimmy carved the turkeys, and he gave me 2 slices of the breast because he knows I like the white meat best. Aunt Ruth said, "When I was a little girl, the wing was good enough for me," and Cousin Jimmy put another white slice on my plate. Aunt Ruth didn't say anything more until the carving was done, and then she said, "I saw your school teacher in Shrewsbury last Saturday, Emily, and she did not give me a very good account of you. If you were my daughter, I would expect a different report." "I am very glad I am not your daughter," I said in my mind. I didn't say it out loud, of course, but Aunt Ruth said, "Please do not look so sulky when I speak to you, Emily." And Uncle Wallace said, "It is a pity she has such an unattractive expression." "You are conceited and domineering and stingy," I said, still in my mind. "I heard Dr. Burnley say you were." "I see there is an ink stain on her finger," said Aunt Ruth. I had been writing a poem before dinner. And then a most surprising thing happened. Relations are always surprising you. Aunt Elisabeth spoke up and said, "I do wish, Ruth, that you and Wallace would leave that child alone." I could hardly believe my ears. Aunt Ruth looked annoyed, but she did leave me alone after that, and only sniffed when Cousin Jimmy slipped a bit more white meat on my plate. After that, the dinner was nice, and when they got as far as the pudding, they all began to talk, and it was splendid to listen to. They told stories and jokes about the Murrays. Even Uncle Wallace laughed, and Aunt Ruth told some things about Great Aunt Nancy. They were sarcastic, but they were interesting. Aunt Elisabeth opened Grandfather Murray's desk and took out an old poem that had been written to Aunt Nancy by a lover when she was young, and Uncle Oliver read it. Great Aunt Nancy must have been very beautiful. I wonder if anyone will ever write a poem to me. If I could have a bang, somebody might. I said, "Was Great Aunt Nancy really as pretty as that?" And Uncle Oliver said, "They say she was 70 years ago." And Uncle Wallace said, "She hangs on well. She'll see the century mark yet." And Uncle Oliver said, "Oh, she's got so in the habit of living she'll never die." Dr. Burnley told a story I didn't understand. Uncle Wallace ha-ha'd right out, and Uncle Oliver put his napkin up to his face. Aunt Addie and Aunt Ava looked at each other sideways and then at their plates and smiled a little bit. Aunt Ruth seemed offended, and Aunt Elisabeth looked coldly at Dr. Burnley and said, "I think you forget that there are children present." Dr. Burnley said, "I beg your pardon, Elisabeth," very politely. "He can speak with a grand air when he likes. He is very handsome when he is dressed up and shaved. Ilse says she is proud of him even if he hates her." After dinner was over, the presents were given. That is a Murray tradition. We never have stockings or trees, but a big bran pie is passed all around with the presents buried in it, and ribbons hanging out with names on them. It was fun. My relations all gave me useful presents, except Aunt Laura. She gave me a bottle of perfume. I love it. I love nice smells. Aunt Elisabeth does not approve of perfumes. She gave me a new apron, but I am thankful to say not a baby one. Aunt Ruth gave me a New Testament and said, "Emily, I hope you will read a portion of that every day until you have read it through." And I said, Why, Aunt Ruth, I've read the whole New Testament a dozen times, and so I have. I love Revelations, and I do. When I read the verse, and the 12 gates were 12 pearls, I just saw them, and the flash came. The Bible is not to be read as a storybook, Aunt Ruth said coldly. Uncle Wallace and Aunt Ava gave me a pair of black mitts, and Uncle Oliver and Aunt Addie gave me a whole $1 in nice new silver dimes, and Cousin Jimmy gave me a hair ribbon. Perry had left a silk bookmark for me. He had to go home to spend Christmas Day with his Aunt Tom at Stovepipe Town, but I saved a lot of nuts and raisins for him. I gave him and Teddy handkerchiefs. Teddy's was a little the nicest. And I gave Ilse a hair ribbon. I bought them myself out of my egg money. I will not have any more egg money for a long time because my hen has stopped laying. Everybody was happy, and once Uncle Wallace smiled right at me. I did not think him so ugly when he smiled. After dinner, Ilse and I played games in the kitchen, and Cousin Jimmy helped us make taffy. We had a big supper, but nobody could eat much because they had had such a dinner. Aunt Ava's head ached, and Aunt Ruth said she didn't see why Elisabeth made the sausages so rich. But the rest were good-humored, and Aunt Laura kept things pleasant. She is good at making things pleasant. And after it was all over, Uncle Wallace said, "This is another Murray tradition. Let us think for a few moments of those who have gone before." I liked the way he said it, very solemnly and kind. It was one of the times when I am glad the blood of the Murrays flows in my veins. And I thought of you, darling father, and mother, and poor little Mike, and great-great-grandmother Murray, and of my old account book that Aunt Elisabeth burned, because it seemed just like a person to me. And then we all joined hands and sung For Auld Lang Syne before they went home. I didn't feel like a stranger among the Murrays any more. Aunt Laura and I stood out on the porch to watch them go. Aunt Laura put her arm around me and said, "Your mother and I used to stand like this long ago, Emily, to watch the Christmas guests go away." The snow creaked, and the bells rang back through the trees, and the frost on the pig-house roof sparkled in the moonlight. And it was all so lovely, the bells and the frost and the big shining white night, that the flash came, and that was the best of all. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Butler, New York City. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 21. Romantic but not comfortable. A certain thing happened at New Moon because Teddy Kent paid Ilse Burnley a compliment one day, and Emily Starr didn't altogether like it. Empires have been overturned for the same reason. Teddy was skating on Blair Water and taking Ilse and Emily out in turns for slides. Neither Ilse nor Emily had skates. Nobody was sufficiently interested in Ilse to buy skates for her, and as for Emily, Aunt Elisabeth did not approve of girls skating. New Moon girls had never skated. Aunt Laura had a revolutionary idea that skating would be good exercise for Emily, and would, moreover, prevent her from wearing out the soles of her boots sliding. But neither of these arguments was sufficient to convince Aunt Elisabeth, in spite of the thrifty streak that came to her from the Burnleys. The latter, however, caused her to issue an edict that Emily was not to slide. Emily took this very hardly. She moped about in a woe-begone fashion, and she wrote to her father, "I hate Aunt Elisabeth. She is so unjust. She never plays fair." But one day Dr. Burnley stuck his head in the door of the New Moon kitchen and said gruffly, "What's this I hear about you not letting Emily slide, Elisabeth?" "She wears out the soles of her boots," said Elisabeth. "Bootsby!" The doctor remembered that ladies were present just in time. "Let the creature slide all she wants to. She ought to be in the open air all the time. She ought—" The doctor stared at Elisabeth ferociously. "She ought to sleep out of doors." Elisabeth trembled lest the doctor should go on to insist on this unheard-of proceeding. She knew he had absurd ideas about the proper treatment of consumptives and those who might become such. She was glad to appease him by letting Emily stay out of doors in daytime and do what seemed good to her, if only he would say no more about staying out all night, too. "He is much more concerned about Emily than he is about his own child," she said bitterly to Laura. "Ilse is too healthy," said Aunt Laura with a smile. "If she were a delicate child, Alan might forgive her for being her mother's daughter." "Shh," said Aunt Elisabeth, but she shh-shed too late. Emily, coming into the kitchen, had heard Aunt Laura and puzzled over what she had said all day in school. Why had Ilse to be forgiven for being her mother's daughter? Everybody was her mother's daughter, wasn't she? Wherein did the crime consist? Emily worried over it so much that she was inattentive to her lessons, and Miss Brownell raked her fore and aft with sarcasm. It is time we got back to Blairwater, where Teddy was just bringing Emily in from a glorious spin clear round the great circle of ice. Ilse was waiting for her turn on the bank. Her golden cloud of hair aureoled her face and fell in a shimmering wave over her forehead under the faded little red tam she wore. Ilse's clothes were always faded. The stinging kiss of the wind had crimsoned her cheeks, and her eyes were glowing like amber pools with fire in their hearts. Teddy's artistic perception saw her beauty and rejoiced in it. "Isn't Ilse handsome?" he said. Emily was not jealous. It never hurt her to hear Ilse praised. But somehow she did not like this. Teddy was looking at Ilse altogether too admiringly. It was all, Emily believed, due to that shimmering fringe on Ilse's white brows. "If I had a bang, Teddy might think me handsome too," she thought resentfully. "Of course, black hair isn't as pretty as gold, but my forehead is too high. Everybody says so. And I did look nice in Teddy's picture because he drew some curls over it." The matter rankled. Emily thought of it as she went home over the sheen of the crusted snowfields slanting to the light of the winter sunset, and she could not eat her supper because she did not have a bang. All her long-hidden yearning for a bang seemed to come to a head at once. She knew there was no use in coaxing Aunt Elisabeth for one, but when she was getting ready for bed that night, she stood on a chair so that she could see little Emily in the glass, then lifted the curling ends of her long braid and laid them over her forehead. The effect, in Emily's eyes at least, was very alluring. She suddenly thought, what if she cut a bang herself? It would take only a minute. And once done, what could Aunt Elisabeth do? She would be very angry, and doubtless inflict some kind of punishment. But the bang would be there, at least until it grew out long. Emily, her lips set, went for the scissors. She unbraided her hair and parted the front tresses. Snip, snip, went the scissors. Glistening locks fell at her feet. In a minute, Emily had her long-desired bang. Straight across her brows fell the lustrous, softly curving fringe. It changed the whole character of her face. It made it arch, provocative, elusive. For one brief moment, Emily gazed at her reflection in triumph. And then, sheer terror seized her. Oh, what had she done? How angry Aunt Elisabeth would be. Conscience suddenly awoke and added its pang also. She had been wicked. It was wicked to cut a bang when Aunt Elisabeth had forbidden it. Aunt Elisabeth had given her a home at New Moon. Hadn't Rhoda Stewart that very day in school twitted her again with living on charity? And she was repaying her by disobedience and ingratitude. A Starr should not have done that. In a panic of fear and remorse, Emily snatched the scissors and cut the bang off, cut it close against the hairline. Worse and worse! Emily beheld the result in dismay. Anyone could see that a bang had been cut, so Aunt Elisabeth's anger was still to face, and she had made a terrible fright of herself. Emily burst into tears, snatched up the fallen locks, and crammed them into the wastebasket, blew out her candle, and sprang into bed, just as Aunt Elisabeth came in. Emily burrowed face downward in the pillows, and pretended to be asleep. She was afraid Aunt Elisabeth would ask her some question and insist on her looking up while she answered it. That was a Murray tradition. You looked people in the face when you spoke to them. But Aunt Elisabeth undressed in silence and came to bed. The room was in darkness, thick darkness. Emily sighed and turned over. There was a hot gin jar in the bed, she knew, and her feet were cold. But she did not think she ought to have the privilege of the gin jar. She was too wicked, too ungrateful. "Do stop squirming," said Aunt Elisabeth. Emily squirmed no more, physically at least. Mentally, she continued to squirm. She could not sleep. Her feet or her conscience, or both, kept her awake. And fear also. She dreaded the morning. Aunt Elisabeth would see then what had happened. If it were only over, if the revelation were only over. Emily forgot and squirmed. "What makes you so restless tonight?" demanded Aunt Elisabeth in high displeasure. "Are you taking a cold?" "No, ma'am." "Then go to sleep. I can't bear such wriggling. One might as well have an eel in bed. Ow!" Aunt Elisabeth, in squirming a bit herself, had put her own foot against Emily's icy ones. "Goodness, child, your feet are like snow. Here, put them on the gin jar." Aunt Elisabeth pushed the gin jar over against Emily's feet. How lovely and warm and comforting it was. Emily worked her toes against it like a cat. But she suddenly knew she could not wait for morning. "Aunt Elisabeth, I've got something to confess." Aunt Elisabeth was tired and sleepy and did not want confessions just then. In no very gracious tone she said, "What have you been doing?" I cut a bang, Aunt Elisabeth." "A bang?" Aunt Elisabeth sat up in bed. "But I cut it off again," cried Emily hurriedly. "Right off, close to my head." Aunt Elisabeth got out of bed, lit a candle, and looked Emily over. "Well, you have made a sight of yourself," she said grimly. "I never saw anyone as ugly as you are this minute, and you have behaved in a most underhanded fashion." This was one of the times Emily felt compelled to agree with Aunt Elisabeth. "I'm sorry," she said, lifting pleading eyes. "You will eat your supper in the pantry for a week," said Aunt Elisabeth. "And you will not go to Uncle Oliver's next week when I go. I had promised to take you, but I shall take no one who looks as you do anywhere with me." This was hard. Emily had looked forward to that visit to Uncle Oliver's, but on the whole she was relieved. The worst was over, and her feet were getting warm. But there was one thing yet. She might as well unburden her heart completely while she was at it. "There's another thing I feel I ought to tell you." Aunt Elisabeth got into bed again with a grunt. Emily took it for permission. "Aunt Elisabeth, you remember that book I found in Dr. Burnley's bookcase and brought home and asked you if I could read it? It was called The History of Henry Esmond. You looked at it and said you had no objections to my reading history, so I read it. But, Aunt Elisabeth, it wasn't history. It was a novel. And I knew it when I brought it home. You know that I have forbidden you to read novels, Emily Starr. They are wicked books and have ruined many souls." "It was very dull," pleaded Emily, as if dullness and wickedness were quite incompatible. "And it made me feel unhappy. Everybody seemed to be in love with the wrong person. I have made up my mind, Aunt Elisabeth, that I will never fall in love. It makes too much trouble." "Don't talk of things you can't understand and that are not fit for children to think about. This is the result of reading novels. I shall tell Dr. Burnley to lock his bookcase up." "Oh, don't do that, Aunt Elisabeth," exclaimed Emily. "There are no more novels in it, but I'm reading such an interesting book over there. It tells about everything that's inside of you. I've got as far along as the liver and its diseases. The pictures are so interesting. Please let me finish it." This was worse than novels. Aunt Elisabeth was truly horrified. Things that were inside of you were not to be read about. "Have you no shame, Emily Starr? If you have not, I am ashamed for you. Little girls do not read books like that." "But, Aunt Elisabeth, why not? I have a liver, haven't I? And heart, and lungs, and stomach, and—" "That will do, Emily. Not another word." Emily went to sleep unhappily. She wished she had never said a word about Esmond, and she knew she would never have a chance to finish that other fascinating book, nor had she. Dr. Burnley's bookcase was locked thereafter, and the doctor gruffly ordered her and Ilse to keep out of his office. He was in a very bad humor about it, for he had words with Elisabeth Murray over the matter. Emily was not allowed to forget her bang. She was twitted and teased in school about it, and Aunt Elisabeth looked at it whenever she looked at Emily, and the contempt in her eyes burned Emily like a flame. Nevertheless, as the mistreated hair grew out and began to curl in soft little ringlets, Emily found consolation. The bang was tacitly permitted, and she felt that her looks were greatly improved thereby. Of course, as soon as it grew long enough, she knew Aunt Elisabeth would make her brush it back, but for the time being she took comfort in her added beauty. The bang was just about at its best when the letter came from Great Aunt Nancy. It was written to Aunt Laura. Great Aunt Nancy and Aunt Elisabeth were not over fond of each other. And in it, Great Aunt Nancy said, "If you have a photograph of that child Emily, send it along. I don't want to see her, she's stupid, I know she's stupid, but I want to see what Juliet's child looks like. Also the child of that fascinating young man, Douglas Starr. He was fascinating. What fools you all were to make such a fuss about Juliet running away with him. If you and Elisabeth had both run away with somebody in your running days, it would have been better for you." This letter was not shown to Emily. Aunt Elisabeth and Aunt Laura had a long secret consultation, and then Emily was told that she was to be taken to Shrewsbury to have her picture taken for Aunt Nancy. Emily was much excited over this. She was dressed in her blue cashmere, and Aunt Laura put a point lace collar on it and hung her Venetian beads over it, and new button boots were got for the occasion. "I'm so glad this has happened while I still have my bang," thought Emily happily. But in the photographer's dressing room, Aunt Elisabeth grimly proceeded to brush back her bang and pin it with hairpins. "Oh, please, Aunt Elisabeth, let me have it down," Emily begged. "Just for the picture. After this I'll brush it back." Aunt Elisabeth was inexorable. The bang was brushed back and the photograph taken. When Aunt Elisabeth saw the finished result, she was satisfied. "She looks sulky, but she is neat, and there is a resemblance to the Murrays I never noticed before," she told Aunt Laura. "That will please Aunt Nancy. She is very clannish under all her oddness." Emily would have liked to throw every one of the photographs in the fire. She hated them. They made her look hideous. Her face seemed to be all forehead. If they sent Aunt Nancy that, Aunt Nancy would think her stupider than ever. When Aunt Elisabeth did the photograph up in cardboard and told Emily to take it to the office, Emily already knew what she meant to do. She went straight to the garret and took out of her box the watercolor Teddy had made of her. It was just the same size as the photograph. Emily removed the latter from its wrappings, spurning it aside with her foot. "That isn't me," she said. "I looked sulky because I felt sulky about the bang. But I hardly ever look sulky, so it isn't fair." She wrapped Teddy's sketch up in the cardboard, and then sat down and wrote a letter. "Dear Great Aunt Nancy, Aunt Elisabeth had my picture taken to send you, but I don't like it because it makes me look too ugly, and I am putting another picture in instead. An artist friend made it for me. It is just like me when I'm smiling and have a bang. I am only lending it to you, not giving it, because I value it very highly. Your obedient grandniece, Emily Bird Starr. P.S. I am not so stupid as you think. E.B.S. P.S. number 2. I am not stupid at all." Emily put her letter in with the picture, thereby unconsciously cheating the post office, and slipped out of the house to mail it. Once it was safely in the post office, she drew a breath of relief. She found the walk home very enjoyable. It was a bland day in early April, and spring was looking at you round the corners. The wind woman was laughing and whistling over the wet, sweet fields. Freebooting crows held conferences in the treetops. Little pools of sunshine lay in the mossy hollows. The sea was a blaze of sapphire beyond the golden dunes. The maples in lofty John's Bush were talking about red buds. Everything Emily had ever read of dream and myth and legend seemed a part of the charm of that bush. She was filled to her fingertips with a rapture of living. "Oh, I smell spring!" she cried as she danced along the brook path. Then she began to compose a poem on it. Everybody who has ever lived in the world and could string 2 rhymes together has written a poem on spring. It is the most be-rhymed subject in the world, and always will be, because it is poetry incarnate itself. You can never be a real poet if you haven't made at least one poem about spring. Emily was wondering whether she would have elves dancing on the brookside by moonlight, or pixies sleeping in a bed of ferns in her poem, when something confronted her at a bend in the path which was neither elf nor pixie, but seemed odd and weird enough to belong to some of the tribes of little people. Was it a witch? Or an elderly fae of evil intentions? The bad fairy of all christening tales? "I'm the boy's Aunt Tom," said the appearance, seeing that Emily was too amazed to do anything but stand and stare. "Oh!" Emily gasped in relief. She was no longer frightened. But what a very peculiar-looking lady Perry's Aunt Tom was. Old, so old that it seemed quite impossible that she could ever have been young. A bright red hood over crone-like, fluttering gray locks, a little face seamed by 1,000 fine criss-cross wrinkles, a long nose with a knob on the end of it, little twinkling, eager gray eyes under bristly brows, a ragged man's coat covering her from neck to feet, a basket in one hand and a black knobby stick in the other. "Staring wasn't thought good breeding in my time," said Aunt Tom. "Oh," said Emily again, "excuse me. How do you do?" she added, with a vague grasp after her manners. "Polite and not too proud," said Aunt Tom, peering curiously at her. "I've been up to the big house with a pair of socks for the boy, but 'twas yourself I wanted to see." "Me?" said Emily blankly. "Yis, the boy has been talking a bit of you, and a plan came into my head. Thinks I to myself, it's no bad notion, but I'll make sure before I waste my bit of money. Emily Bird Starr is your name, and Murray is your nature. If I give the boy an education, will you marry him when you grow up?" "Me?" said Emily again. It seemed to be all she could say. Was she dreaming? She must be. "Yes, you. You're half Murray, and it'll be a great step up for the boy. He's smart, and he'll be a rich man some day and boss the country, but divil a cent will I spend on him unless you promise." "Aunt Elisabeth wouldn't let me," cried Emily, too frightened of this odd old body to refuse on her own account. "If you've got any Murray in you, you'll do your own choosing," said Aunt Tom, thrusting her face so close to Emily's that her bushy eyebrows tickled Emily's nose. "Say you'll marry the boy, and to college he goes." Emily seemed to be rendered speechless. She could think of nothing to say. Oh, if she could only wake up! She could not even run. "Say it!" insisted Aunt Tom, thumping her stick sharply on a stone in the path. Emily was so horrified that she might have said something, anything, to escape. But at this moment Perry bounded out of the spruce copse, his face white with rage, and seized his Aunt Tom most disrespectfully by the shoulder. "You go home," he said furiously. "Now, boy dear," quavered Aunt Tom deprecatingly, "I was only trying to do you a good turn. I was asking her to marry ye after a bit, and I'll do my own asking." Perry was angrier than ever. "You've likely spoiled everything. Go home, I say." Aunt Tom hobbled off, muttering, "Then I'll know better than to waste me bit of money. No Murray, no money, me boy." When she had disappeared down the brook path, Perry turned to Emily. From white he had gone very red. "Don't mind her, she's cracked," he said. "Of course, when I grow up I mean to ask you to marry me, but—" "I couldn't, Aunt Elisabeth." "Oh, she will then. I'm going to be Premier of Canada some day." "But I wouldn't I'm sure I wouldn't—" "You will when you grow up. Ilse is better looking, of course, and I don't know why I like you best, but I do." "Don't you ever talk to me like this again," commanded Emily, beginning to recover her dignity. "Oh, I won't. Not till we grow up. I'm as ashamed of it as you are," said Perry with a sheepish grin. "Only I had to say something after Aunt Tom butted in like that. I ain't to blame for it, so don't you hold it against me. But just you remember that I'm going to ask you some day, and I believe Teddy Kent is too." Emily was walking haughtily away, but she turned at this to say coolly over her shoulder, "If he does, I'll marry him." "If you do, I'll knock his head off," shouted Perry in a prompt rage. But Emily walked steadily on home and went to the garret to think things over. "It has been romantic, but not comfortable," was her conclusion, and that particular poem on spring was never finished. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Butler, New York City. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 22, Wyther Grange. No reply or acknowledgment came from Great Aunt Nancy Priest regarding Emily's picture. Aunt Elisabeth and Aunt Laura, knowing Great Aunt Nancy's ways tolerably well, were not surprised at this, but Emily felt rather worried over it. Perhaps Great Aunt Nancy did not approve of what she had done, or perhaps she still thought her too stupid to bother with. Emily did not like to lie under the imputation of stupidity. She wrote a scathing epistle to Great Aunt Nancy on a letter bill in which she did not mince her opinions as to that ancient lady's knowledge of the rules of epistolary etiquette. The letter was folded up and stowed away on the little shelf under the sofa, but it served its purpose in blowing off steam, and Emily had ceased to think about the matter when a letter came from Great Aunt Nancy in July. Elisabeth and Laura talked the matter over in the cookhouse, forgetful or ignorant of the fact that Emily was sitting on the kitchen doorstep just outside. Emily was imagining herself attending a drawing-room of Queen Victoria, robed in white, with ostrich plumes, veil, and court train. She had just bent to kiss the Queen's hand, when Aunt Elisabeth's voice shattered her dream as a pebble thrown into a pool scatters the fairy reflection. "What is your opinion, Laura," Aunt Elisabeth was saying, "of letting Emily visit Aunt Nancy?" Emily pricked up her ears. What was in the wind now? "From her letter she seems very anxious to have the child," said Laura. Elisabeth sniffed. A whim, a whim. You know what her whims are. Likely by the time Emily got there she'd be quite over it and have no use for her. "Yes, but on the other hand, if we don't let her go, she will be dreadfully offended and never forgive us, or Emily. Emily should have her chance." "I don't know that her chance is worth much. If Aunt Nancy really has any money beyond her annuity, and that's what neither you nor I nor any living soul knows, unless it's Caroline, she'll likely leave it all to some of the priests. Leslie Priest's a favorite of hers, I understand. Aunt Nancy always liked her husband's family better than her own, even though she's always slurring at them. Still, she might take a fancy to Emily. They're both so odd they might suit each other. But you know the way she talks. She and that abominable old Caroline." "Emily is too young to understand," said Aunt Laura. "I understand more than you think," cried Emily indignantly. Aunt Elisabeth jerked open the cookhouse door. "Emily Starr, haven't you learned by this time not to listen?" "I wasn't listening. I thought you knew I was sitting here. I can't help my ears hearing. Why didn't you whisper? When you whisper, I know you're talking secrets, and I don't try to hear them. Am I going to Great Aunt Nancy's for a visit?" "We haven't decided," said Aunt Elisabeth coldly, and that was all the satisfaction Emily got for a week. She hardly knew herself whether she wanted to go or not. Aunt Elisabeth had begun making cheese. New Moon was noted for its cheeses, and Emily found the whole process absorbing, from the time the rennet was put in the warm milk till the white curds were packed away in the hoop and put under the press in the old orchard, with the big, round, gray cheese stone to weigh it down, as it had weighed down New Moon cheeses for 100 years. And then she and Ilse and Teddy and Perry were absorbed heart and soul in playing out the Midsummer Night's Dream in Lofty John's bush, and it was very fascinating. When they entered Lofty John's bush, they went out of the realm of daylight and things known, into the realm of twilight and mystery and enchantment. Teddy had painted wonderful scenery on old boards and pieces of sails, which Perry had got at the harbor. Ilse had fashioned delightful fairy wings from tissue paper and tinsel, and Perry had made an ass's head for bottom out of an old calf skin that was very realistic. Emily had toiled happily for many weeks, copying out the different parts and adapting them to circumstances. She had cut the play after a fashion that would have harrowed Shakespeare's soul, but after all the result was quite pretty and coherent. It did not worry them that 4 small actors had to take 6 times as many parts. Emily was Titania and Hermia, and a job lot of fairies besides. Ilse was Hippolyta and Helena, plus some more fairies, and the boys were anything that the dialogue required. Aunt Elisabeth knew nothing of it all. She would promptly have put a stop to the whole thing, for she thought play acting exceedingly wicked. But Aunt Laura was privy to the plot, and Cousin Jimmy and Lofty John had already attended a moonlight rehearsal. To go away and leave all this, even for a time, would be a hard wrench, but on the other hand, Emily had a burning curiosity to see Great Aunt Nancy and Wyther Grange, her quaint old house at Priest Pond with the famous stone dogs on the gateposts. On the whole, she thought she would like to go, and when she saw Aunt Laura doing up her starched white petticoats and Aunt Elisabeth grimly dusting off a small black nail-studded trunk in the garret, she knew, before she was told, that the visit to Priest Pond was going to come off. So she took out the letter she had written to Aunt Nancy and added an apologetic postscript. Ilse chose to be disgruntled because Emily was going for a visit. In reality, Ilse felt appalled at the lonely prospect of a month or more without her inseparable chum. No more jolly evenings of play-acting in Lofty John's bush, no more pungent quarrels. Besides, Ilse herself had never been anywhere for a visit in her whole life, and she felt sore over this fact. "I wouldn't go to Wyther Grange for anything," said Ilse. "It's haunted." "'Tisn't?" "Yes, it's haunted by a ghost you can feel and hear, but never see. Oh, I wouldn't be you for the world. Your great Aunt Nancy is an awful crank, and the old woman who lives with her is a witch. She'll put a spell on you. You'll pine away and die." "I won't. She isn't." "Is? Why, she makes the stone dogs on the gateposts howl every night if anyone comes near the place. They go, woo or woo woo." Ilse was not a born elocutionist for nothing. Her woo was extremely gruesome. But it was daylight, and Emily was as brave as a lion in daylight. "You're jealous," she said, and walked off. "I'm not, you blithering centipede," Ilse yelled after her. "Putting on airs because your aunt has stone dogs on her gateposts. Why, I know a woman in Shrewsbury who has dogs on her posts that are 10 times stonier than your aunt's." But next morning Ilse was over to bid Emily good-bye and entreat her to write every week. Emily was going to drive to Priest Pond with old Kelly. Aunt Elisabeth was to have driven her, but Aunt Elisabeth was not feeling well that day, and Aunt Laura could not leave her. Cousin Jimmy had to work at the hay. It looked as if she could not go, and this was rather serious, for Aunt Nancy had been told to expect her that day, and Aunt Nancy did not like to be disappointed. If Emily did not turn up at Priest Pond on the day set, Great Aunt Nancy was quite capable of shutting the door in her face when she did appear, and telling her to go back home. Nothing less than this conviction would have induced Aunt Elisabeth to fall in with old Kelly's suggestion that Emily should ride to Priest Pond with him. His home was on the other side of it, and he was going straight there. Emily was quite delighted. She liked old Kelly, and thought that a drive on his fine red wagon would be quite an adventure. Her little black box was hoisted to the roof and tied there, and they went clinking and glittering down the New Moon Lane in fine style. The tins in the bowels of the wagon behind them rumbled like a young earthquake. "Get up, my nag, get up," said old Kelly. "Sure, and I always like to drive the pretty girls. And when is the wedding to be?" "Whose wedding?" "The slyness of her. Your own, of course." I have no intention of being married immediately, said Emily, in a very good imitation of Aunt Elisabeth's tone and manner. Sure, and you're a chip off the old block. Miss Elisabeth herself couldn't have said it better. Get up, my nag, get up. I only meant, said Emily, fearing that she had insulted old Kelly, that I am too young to be married. The younger the better. The less mischief you'll be after working with them come hither eyes. Get up, my nag, get up. The baste is tired, so we'll let him go at his own swate will. Here's a bag of swatties for ye. Old Kelly always treats the ladies. Come now, tell me all about him. About who? But Emily knew quite well. Your beau, of course. I haven't any beau. Mr. Kelly, I wish you wouldn't talk to me about such things. Sure, and I won't if 'tis a sore subject. Don't you be mindin' if you haven't got one. There'll be scads of 'em after a while. And if the right one doesn't know what's good for him, just ye come to old Kelly and get some toad ointment. Toad ointment? It sounded horrible. Emily shivered, but she would rather talk about toad ointment than beaux. What is that for? It's a love charm, said old Kelly mysteriously. Put a little smooch on his eyelids and he's yourn for life, with never a squint at any other girl. It doesn't sound very nice, said Emily. How do you make it? You bile 4 toads alive till they're good and soft, and then mash— Oh, stop, implored Emily, putting her hands to her ears. I don't want to hear any more. You couldn't be so cruel. Cruel, is it? You were after eating lobsters this day that were biled alive. I don't believe it. I don't. If it's true, I'll never eat one again. Oh, Mr. Kelly, I thought you were a nice, kind man. But those poor toads. Girl, dear, it was only me joke. And you won't be nadding toad ointment to win your lad's love. Wait you now. I've something in the till behind me for a present for you. Old Kelly fished out a box, which he put into Emily's lap. She found a dainty little hairbrush in it. Look at the back of it, said old Kelly. You'll see something handsome. Oh, the love charm you'll ever need. Emily turned it over. Her own face looked back at her from a little inset mirror surrounded by a scroll of painted roses. Oh, Mr. Kelly, how pretty! I mean the roses and the glass, she cried. Is it really for me? Oh, thank you. Now I can have Emily in the glass whenever I want her. Why, I can carry her round with me. And you were really only in fun about the toads. Of course. Get up, my nag, get up. And so you're going to visit the old lady over at Praist Pond? Ever been there? No. It's full of praists. You can't throw a stone but you hit one. And hit one, hit all. They're as proud and as lofty as the Murrays themselves. The only one I know is Adam Praist. The others hold too high. He's the black shape and quite sociable. But if you want to see how the world looked on the morning after the flood, go into his barnyard on a rainy day. Look-a-here, girl dear. Old Kelly lowered his voice mysteriously. Don't ye ever marry a priest. Why not? Asked Emily, who had never thought of marrying a priest, but was immediately curious as to why she shouldn't. They're ill to marry, ill to live with. The wives die young. The old lady of the Grange fought her man out and buried him, but she had the Murray luck. I wouldn't trust it too far. The only decent priest among them is the one they call Jarbach Priest, and he's too old for you. Why do they call him Jarback? One of his shoulders is a little bit higher than the other. He's got a bit of money and doesn't be after having to work. A bookworm, I'm believing. Have you got a bit of cold iron about you? No, why? You should have. Old Caroline Priest at the Grange is a witch if ever there was one. Why, that's what Ilse said. But there are no such thing as witches, really, Mr. Kelly. Maybe that's true, but it's better to be on the safe side. Here, put this horseshoe nail in your pocket, and don't cross her if ye can help it. You don't mind if I have a bit of a smoke, do ye? Emily did not mind at all. It left her free to follow her own thoughts, which were more agreeable than old Kelly's talk of toads and witches. The road from Blair Water to Priest Pond was a very lovely one, winding along the Gulf shore, crossing fir-fringed rivers and inlets, and coming ever and anon on one of the ponds for which that part of the North Shore was noted. Blair Water, Dairy Pond, Long Pond, 3 ponds where 3 blue lakelets were strung together like 3 great sapphires held by a silver thread. And then Priest Pond, the largest of all, almost as round as Blair Water. As they drove down towards it, Emily drank the scene in with avid eyes. As soon as possible she must write a description of it. She had packed the Jimmy Blank book in her box for just such purposes. The air seemed to be filled with opal dust over the great pond, and the bowery summer homesteads around it. A western sky of smoky red was arched over the big Malvern Bay beyond. Little gray sails were drifting along by the fir-fringed shores. A sequestered side road, fringed thickly with young maples and birches, led down to Wyther Grange. How damp and cool the air was in the hollows, and how the ferns did smell! Emily was sorry when they reached Wyther Grange and climbed in between the gate-posts, whereon the big stone dog sat very stonily, looking grim enough in the twilight. The wide hall door was open, and a flood of light streamed out over the lawn. A little old woman was standing in it. Old Kelly seemed suddenly in something of a hurry. He swung Emily in her box to the ground, shook hands hastily, and whispered, "Don't lose that bit of a nail. Good-bye. I wish ye a cool head and a warm heart," and was off before the little old woman could reach them. "So this is Emily of New Moon," Emily heard a rather shrill, cracked voice saying. She felt a thin, claw-like hand grasp hers and draw her towards the door. There were no witches, Emily knew, but she thrust her hand into her pocket and touched the horseshoe nail. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heather McLennan. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery, Chapter 23. Deals with Ghosts. "Your aunt is in the back parlor," said Caroline Priest. "Come this way. Are you tired?" "No," said Emily, following Caroline and taking her in thoroughly. If Caroline were a witch, she was a very small one. She was really no taller than Emily herself. She wore a black silk dress and a little string cap of black net edged with black ruching on her yellowish-white hair. Her face was more wrinkled than Emily had ever supposed a face could be, and she had the peculiar gray-green eyes which, as Emily afterwards discovered, ran in the Priest clan. "You may be a witch," thought Emily, "but I think I can manage you." They went through the spacious hall, catching glimpses on either side of large, dim, splendid rooms, then through the kitchen end, out of it into an odd little back hall. It was long and narrow and dark. On one side was a row of 4 square small-paned windows, on the other were cupboards reaching from floor to ceiling, with doors of black shining wood. Emily felt like one of the heroines in Gothic romance, wandering at midnight through a subterranean dungeon with some unholy guide. She had read the Mysteries of Udolpho and the Romance of the Forest before the taboo had fallen on Dr. Burnley's bookcase. She shivered. It was awful, but interesting. At the end of the hall, a flight of 4 steps led up to a door. Beside the steps was an immense black grandfather's clock reaching almost to the ceiling. "We shut little girls up in that when they're bad," whispered Caroline, nodding at Emily as she opened the door that led into the back parlor. "I'll take good care you won't shut me up in it," thought Emily. The back parlor was a pretty quaint old room where a table was laid for supper. Caroline led Emily through it and knocked at another door, using a quaint old brass knocker that was fashioned like a chessy cat, with such an irresistible grin that you wanted to grin too when you saw it. Somebody said, "Come in," and they went down another 4 steps. Was there ever such a funny house? Into a bedroom, and here at last was Great-Aunt Nancy Priest. sitting in her armchair with her black stick leaning against her knee, and her tiny white hands, still pretty and sparkling with fine rings, lying on her purple silk apron. Emily felt a distinct shock of disappointment. After hearing that poem in which Nancy Murray's beauty of nut-brown hair and starry brown eyes and cheek of satin rose had been berhymed, she had somehow expected Great-Aunt Nancy, in spite of her 90 years, to be beautiful still. But Aunt Nancy was white-haired and yellow-skinned and wrinkled and shrunken, though her brown eyes were still bright and shrewd. Somehow she looked like an old fairy, an impish, tolerant old fairy who might turn suddenly malevolent if you rubbed her the wrong way. Only fairies never wore long gold tasseled earrings that almost touched their shoulders, or white lace caps with purple pansies in them. "So this is Juliet's girl," she said, giving Emily one of her sparkling hands. "Don't look so startled, child. I'm not going to kiss you. I never held with inflicting kisses on defenseless creatures simply because they were so unlucky as to be my relatives. Now, who does she look like, Caroline?" Emily made a mental grimace. Now for another ordeal of comparisons wherein dead and gone noses and eyes and foreheads would be dragged out and fitted on her. She was thoroughly tired of having her looks talked over in every gathering of the clans. "Not much like the Murrays," said Caroline, peering so closely into her face that Emily involuntarily drew back. "Not so handsome as the Murrays." "Nor the Starrs either. Her father was a handsome man, so handsome that I'd have run away with him myself if I'd been 50 years younger. There's nothing of Juliet in her that I can see. Juliet was pretty. You are not as good-looking as that picture made you out, but I didn't expect you would be. Pictures and epitaphs are never to be trusted. Where's your bang gone, Emily?" Aunt Elisabeth combed it back. "Well, you comb it down again while you're in my house. There's something of your grandfather Murray about your eyebrows. Your grandfather was a handsome man, and a darned bad-tempered one. Almost as bad-tempered as the priests, eh, Caroline?" "If you please, Great-Aunt Nancy," said Emily deliberately, "I don't like to be told I look like other people. I look just like myself." Aunt Nancy chuckled. "Spunk, I see. Good. I never cared for meek youngsters. So, you're not stupid, eh?" "No, I'm not." Great-Aunt Nancy grinned this time. Her false teeth looked uncannily white and young in her old brown face. "Good. If you've brains, it's better than beauty. Brains last, beauty doesn't. Me, for example. Caroline here now never had either brains nor beauty, had you, Caroline? Come, let's go to supper. Thank goodness my stomach has stood by me even if my good looks haven't." Great-Aunt Nancy hobbled by the aid of her stick up the steps and over to the table. She sat at one end, Caroline at the other, Emily between, feeling rather uncomfortable. But the ruling passion was strong in her, and she was already composing a description of them for the blank book. "I wonder if anybody will be sorry when you die," she thought, looking intently at Caroline's wizened old face. "Come now, tell me," said Aunt Nancy. "If you're not stupid, why did you write me such a stupid letter that first time? Lord, but it was stupid. I read it over to Caroline to punish her whenever she is naughty." "I couldn't write any other kind of a letter because Aunt Elisabeth said she was going to read it." "Trust Elisabeth for that. Well, you can write what you like here, and say what you like, and do what you like. Nobody will interfere with you or try to bring you up. I asked you for a visit, not for discipline. Thought likely you'd have enough of that at New Moon. You can have the run of the house and pick a beau to your liking from the priest boys. Not that the young fry are what they were in my time." "I don't want a beau," retorted Emily. She felt rather disgusted. Old Kelly had ranted about beaux half the way over, and here was Aunt Nancy beginning on the same unnecessary subject. "Don't you tell me," said Aunt Nancy, laughing till her gold tassels shook. "There never was a Murray of New Moon that didn't like a beau. When I was your age, I had half a dozen. All the little boys in Blairwater were fighting about me. Caroline here now never had a beau in her life, had you, Caroline?" "Never wanted one," snapped Caroline. 80 and 12 say the same thing and both lie, said Aunt Nancy. What's the use of being hypocrites among ourselves? I don't say it isn't well enough when men are about. Caroline, do you notice what a pretty hand Emily has? As pretty as mine when I was young. And an elbow like a cat's. Cousin Susan Murray had an elbow like that. It's odd she has more Murray points than Starr points, and yet she looks like the Starrs and not like the Murrays. What odd sums in addition we all are. The answer is never what you'd expect. Caroline, what a pity Jarback isn't home. He'd like Emily. I've a feeling he'd like Emily. Jarback's the only priest that'll ever go to heaven, Emily. Let's have a look at your ankles, Puss. Emily rather unwillingly put out her foot. Aunt Nancy nodded her satisfaction. Mary Shipley's ankle. Only one in a generation has it. I had it. The Murray ankles are thick. Even your mother's ankles were thick. Look at that instep, Caroline. Emily, you're not a beauty, but if you learn to use your eyes and hands and feet properly, you'll pass for one. The men are easily fooled, and if the women say you're not, 'twill be held for jealousy. Emily decided that this was a good opportunity to find out something that had puzzled her. Old Mr. Kelly said I had come hither eyes, Aunt Nancy, have I? And what are come hither eyes? Jock Kelly's an old ass. You haven't come hither eyes. It wouldn't be a Murray tradish. Aunt Nancy laughed. The Murrays have keep your distance eyes, and so have you, though your lashes contradict them a bit. But sometimes eyes like that, combined with certain other points, are quite as effective as come hither eyes. Men go by contraries oftener than not. If you tell them to keep off, they'll come on. My own Nathaniel now, the only way to get him to do anything was to coax him to do the opposite. Remember, Caroline? Have another cookie, Emily? I haven't had one yet, said Emily rather resentfully. Those cookies looked very tempting, and she had been wishing they might be passed. She didn't know why Aunt Nancy and Caroline both laughed. Caroline's laugh was unpleasant, a dry, rusty sort of laugh. No juice in it, Emily decided. She thought she would write in her description that Caroline had a thin, rattling laugh. What do you think of us? Demanded Aunt Nancy. Come now, what do you think of us? Emily was dreadfully embarrassed. She had just been thinking of writing that Aunt Nancy looked withered and shriveled, but one couldn't say that. One couldn't. Tell the truth and shame the devil, said Aunt Nancy. That isn't a fair question, cried Emily. You think, said Aunt Nancy, grinning, that I'm a hideous old hag and that Caroline isn't quite human. She isn't. She never was. But you should have seen me 70 years ago. I was the handsomest of all the handsome Murrays. The men were mad about me. When I married Nat Priest, his 3 brothers could have cut his throat. One cut his own. Oh, I played havoc in my time. All I regret is I can't live it over. 'Twas a grand life while it lasted. I queened it over them. The women hated me, of course, all but Caroline here. You worshipped me, didn't you, Caroline? And you worship me yet, don't you, Caroline? Caroline, I wish you didn't have a wart on your nose. I wish you had one on your tongue, said Caroline waspishly. Emily was beginning to feel tired and bewildered. It was interesting, and Aunt Nancy was kind enough in her queer way, but at home Ilse and Perry and Teddy would be foregathering in Lofty John's bush for their evening revel, and Saucy Sal would be sitting on the dairy steps, waiting for Cousin Jimmy to give her the froth. Emily suddenly realized that she was as homesick for New Moon as she had been for Maywood her first night at New Moon. The child's tired, said Aunt Nancy. Take her to bed, Caroline. Put her in the pink room. Emily followed Caroline through the back hall, through the kitchen, through the front hall, up the stairs, down a long hall, through a long side hall. Where on earth was she being taken? Finally, they reached a large room. Caroline set down the lamp and asked Emily if she had a nightgown. Of course I have. Do you suppose Aunt Elisabeth would have let me come without one? Emily was quite indignant. Nancy says you can sleep as long as you like in the morning, said Caroline. Good night. Nancy and I sleep in the old wing, of course, and the rest of us sleep well in our graves." With this cryptic remark, Caroline trotted out and shut the door. Emily sat down on an embroidered ottoman and looked about her. The window curtains were of faded pink brocade, and the walls were hung with pink paper decorated with diamonds of rose chains. It made a very pretty fairy paper, as Emily found by cocking her eyes at it. There was a green carpet on the floor, so lavishly splashed with big pink roses that Emily was almost afraid to walk on it. She decided that the room was a very splendid one. "But I have to sleep here alone, so I must say my prayers very carefully," she reflected. She undressed rather hastily, blew out the light, and got into bed. She covered herself up to the chin and lay there, staring at the high white ceiling. She had grown so used to Aunt Elisabeth's curtained bed that she felt curiously unsheltered in this low modern one. But at least the window was wide open. Evidently Aunt Nancy did not share Aunt Elisabeth's horror of night air. Through it Emily could see summer fields lying in the magic of a rising yellow moon. But the room was big and ghostly. She felt horribly far away from everybody. She was lonesome, homesick. She thought of old Kelly and his toad ointment. Perhaps he did boil the toads alive after all. This hideous thought tormented her. It was awful to think of toads, or anything, being boiled alive. She had never slept alone before. Suddenly she was frightened. How the window rattled! It sounded terribly, as if somebody or something were trying to get in. She thought of Ilse's ghost, a ghost you couldn't see, but could hear and feel, was something especially spooky in the way of ghosts. She thought of the stone dogs that went "Howl" at midnight. A dog did begin to howl somewhere. Emily felt a cold perspiration on her brow. What had Caroline meant about the rest of them sleeping well in their graves? The floor creaked. Wasn't there somebody or something tiptoeing round outside the door? Didn't something move in the corner? There were mysterious sounds in the long hall. "I won't be scared," said Emily. "I won't think of those things, and tomorrow I'll write down all about how I feel now." And then she did hear something, right behind the wall at the head of her bed. There was no mistake about it. It was not imagination. She heard distinctly strange, uncanny rustles, as if stiff silk dresses were rubbing against each other, as if fluttering wings fanned the air, and there were soft, low, muffled sounds like tiny children's cries or moans. They lasted. They kept on. Now and then they would die away, then start up again. Emily cowered under the bedclothes, cold with real terror. Before, her fright had been only on the surface. She had known there was nothing to fear even while she feared. Something in her braced her to endure. But this was no mistake, no imagination. The rustles and flutterings and cries and moans were all too real. Wyther Grange suddenly became a dreadful, uncanny place. Ilse was right. It was haunted. And she was all alone here, with miles of rooms and halls between her and any human being. It was cruel of Aunt Nancy to put her in a haunted room. Aunt Nancy must have known it was haunted. Cruel old Aunt Nancy, with her ghoulish pride in men who had killed themselves for her. Oh, if she were back in dear New Moon with Aunt Elisabeth beside her. Aunt Elisabeth was not an ideal bedfellow, but she was flesh and blood, and if the windows were hermetically sealed, they kept out spooks as well as night air. "Perhaps it won't be so bad if I say my prayers over again," thought Emily, but even this didn't help much. To the end of her life, Emily never forgot that first horrible night at Wyther Grange. She was so tired that sometimes she dozed fitfully off, only to be awakened in a few minutes in panic horror by the rustling and muffled moans behind her bed. Every ghost and groan, every tortured spirit and bleeding nun of the books she had read came into her mind. "Aunt Elisabeth was right. Novels aren't fit to read," she thought. "Oh, I will die here of fright. I know I will. I know I'm a coward. I can't be brave." When morning came, the room was bright with sunshine and free from mysterious sounds. Emily got up, dressed, and found her way to the old wing. She was pale, with black-ringed eyes, but resolute. "Well, and how did you sleep?" asked Aunt Nancy graciously. Emily ignored the question. "I want to go home today," she said. Aunt Nancy stared. "Home? Nonsense! Are you such a homesick baby as that?" "I'm not homesick, not very, but I must go home." "You can't. There's no one here to take you. You don't expect Caroline can drive you to Blair Water, do you?" "Then I will walk." Aunt Nancy thumped her stick angrily on the floor. "You will stay right here until I'm ready for you to go, Miss Puss. I never tolerate any whims but my own. Caroline knows that, don't you, Caroline? Sit down to your breakfast and eat. Eat!" Aunt Nancy glared at Emily. "I won't stay here," said Emily. "I won't stay another night in that horrible haunted room. It was cruel of you to put me there. Emily gave Aunt Nancy glare for glare. "If I was Salome, I'd ask for your head on a charger." "Hoity-toity! What nonsense is this about a haunted room? We've no ghosts at Wyther Grange, have we, Caroline? We don't consider them hygienic." "You have something dreadful in that room. It rustled and moaned and cried all night long, right in the wall behind my bed. I won't stay, I won't." Emily's tears came, in spite of her efforts to repress them. She was so unstrung nervously that she couldn't help crying. It lacked but little of hysterics with her already. Aunt Nancy looked at Caroline, and Caroline looked back at Aunt Nancy. "We should have told her, Caroline. It's all our fault. I clean forgot. It's so long since anyone slept in the pink room. No wonder she was frightened. Emily, you poor child, it was a shame. It would serve me right to have my head on a charger, you vindictive scrap. We should have told you." "Told me what?" "About the swallows in the chimney. That was what you heard. The big central chimney goes right up through the walls behind your bed. It is never used now since the fireplaces were built in. The swallows nest there, hundreds of them. They do make an uncanny noise, fluttering and quarreling as they do." Emily felt foolish and ashamed, much more ashamed than she needed to feel, for her experience had really been a very trying one, and older folks than she had been woefully frightened o' nights in the pink room at Wyther Grange. Nancy Priest had put people into that room sometimes, expressly to scare them, but to do her justice, she really had forgotten in Emily's case, and was sorry. Emily said no more about going home. Caroline and Aunt Nancy were both very kind to her that day. She had a good nap in the afternoon, and when the second night came, she went straight to the pink room and slept soundly the night through. The rustles and cries were as distinct as ever, but swallows and spectres were two entirely different things. "After all, I think I'll like Wyther Grange," said Emily. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by B.L. Newman. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 24. A Different Kind of Happiness. July 20th. Dear Father, I have been a fortnight at Wyther Grange, and I have not written to you once, but I thought of you every day. I had to write to Aunt Laura and Ilse, and Teddy, and Cousin Jimmy, and Perry, and between times I am having such fun. The first night I was here, I did not think I was going to be happy, but I am. Only, it's a different kind from New Moon happiness. Aunt Nancy and Caroline are very good to me, and let me do exactly as I like. This is very agreeable. They are very sarcastic to each other, but I think they are a good bit like Ilse and me. They fight quite frequently, but love each other very hard between times. I am sure Caroline isn't a witch, but I would like to know what she thinks of when she is all alone by herself. Aunt Nancy is not pretty any longer, but she is very aristocratic looking. She doesn't walk much because of her rheumatism, so she sits mostly in her back parlor and reads and knits lace or plays cards with Caroline. I talk to her a great deal because she says it amuses her, and I have told her a great many things, but I have never told her that I write poetry. If I did, I know she would make me recite it to her, and I feel she is not the right person to recite your poetry to. And I do not talk about you or Mother to her, though she tries to make me. I told her all about Lofty John, and his bush and going to Father Cassidy. She chuckled over that, and said she always liked to talk to the Catholic priests, because they were the only men in the world a woman could talk to for more than 10 minutes without other women saying she was throwing herself at their heads. Aunt Nancy says a great many things like that. She and Caroline talk a great deal to each other about things that happened in the Priest and Murray families. I like to sit and listen. They don't stop just as things are getting interesting the way Aunt Elisabeth and Aunt Laura do. A good many things I don't understand, but I will remember them, and will find out about them sometime. I have written descriptions of Aunt Nancy and Caroline in my Jimmy book. I keep the book hid behind the wardrobe in my room because I found Caroline rummaging in my trunk one day. I must not call Aunt Nancy Great Aunt. She says it makes her feel like Methuselah. She tells me all about the men who were in love with her. It seems to me they all behaved pretty much the same. I don't think that was exciting, but she says it was. She tells me all about the parties and dances they used to have here long ago. Wyther Grange is bigger than New Moon, and the furniture is much handsomer, but it is harder to feel acquainted with it. There are many interesting things in this house. I love to look at them. There is a Jacobite glass on a stand in the parlor. It was a glass an old ancestor of the priests had long ago in Scotland, and it has a thistle and a rose on it, and they used it to drink to Prince Charlie's health with, and for no other purpose. It is a very valuable heirloom, and Aunt Nancy prizes it highly, and she has a pickled snake in a big glass jar in the china cabinet. It's hideous, but fascinating. I shiver when I see it, but yet I go to look at it every day. Something seems to drag me to it. Aunt Nancy has a bureau in her room with glass knobs, and a vase shaped like a green fish sitting up on end, and a Chinese dragon with a curly tail, and a case of sweet little stuffed hummingbirds, and a sand glass for boiling eggs by, and a framed wreath made out of the hair of all the dead priests, and lots of old daguerreotypes. But the thing I like the best of all is the great silvery shining ball hanging from the lamp in the parlor. It reflects everything like a little fairy world. Aunt Nancy calls it a gazing ball, and says that when she is dead, I am to have it. I wish she hadn't said that, because I want that ball so much that I can't help wondering when she will die, and that makes me feel wicked. I am to have the Chessy cat door knocker and her gold earrings, too. These are Murray heirlooms. Aunt Nancy says the priest heirlooms must go to the priests. I will like the Chessy cat, but I don't want the earrings. I'd rather not have people notice my ears. I have to sleep alone. I feel frightened, but I think if I could get over being frightened, I'd like it. I don't mind the swallows now. It's just being alone so far away from one. But it is lovely to be able to stretch out your legs just as you like, and not have anybody scold you for squirming. And when I get up in the night and think of a splendid line of poetry, because the things that you think of like that always seem the best, I can get right out of bed and write it down in my Jimmy book. I couldn't do that at home, and then by morning I'd likely forget it. I thought of such a nice line last night. Lilies lifted pearly chalices. A chalice is a kind of cup, only more poetical. Where bees were drowned in sweetness. And I felt happy because I was sure they were 2 better lines than I had composed yet. I am allowed to go into the kitchen and help Caroline cook. Caroline is a good cook, but sometimes she makes a mistake, and this vexes Aunt Nancy, because she likes nice things to eat. The other day, Caroline made the barley soup far too thick, and when Aunt Nancy looked at her plate, she said, "Lord, is this a dinner or a poultice?" Caroline said, It is good enough for a priest, and what is good enough for a priest is good enough for a Murray. And Aunt Nancy said, Woman, the priests eat of the crumbs that fall from the Murray's tables. And Caroline was so mad she cried. And Aunt Nancy said to me, Emily, never marry a priest. Just like old Kelly, when I have no intention of marrying one of them. I don't like any of them I've seen very much, but they seem to me a good deal like other people. Jim is the best of them, but impotent. I like the Wyther Grange breakfasts better than the New Moon breakfasts. We have toast and bacon and marmalade, nicer than porridge. Sunday is more amusing here than at New Moon, but not so holy. Nice for a change. Aunt Nancy can't go to church or knit lace, so she and Caroline play cards all day, but she says I must never do it, that she is just a bad example. I love to look at Aunt Nancy's big parlor Bible, because there are so many interesting things in it. Pieces of dresses and hair and poetry and old tintypes and accounts of deaths and weddings. I found a piece about my own birth, and it gave me a queer feeling. In the afternoon, some of the priests come to see Aunt Nancy and stay to supper. Leslie Priest always comes. He is Aunt Nancy's favorite nephew, so Jim says. I think that is because he pays her compliments. But I saw him wink at Isaac Priest once when he paid her one. I don't like him. He treats me as if I were a mere child. Aunt Nancy says terrible things to them all, but they just laugh. When they go away, Aunt Nancy makes fun of them to Caroline. Caroline doesn't like it because she is a priest, and so she and Aunt Nancy always quarrel Sunday evening, and don't speak again till Monday morning. I can read all the books in Aunt Nancy's bookcase, except the row on the top shelf. I wonder why I can't read them. Aunt Nancy said they were French novels, but I just peeped into one and it was English. I wonder if Aunt Nancy tells lies. The place I love best is down at Bayshore. Some parts of the shore are very steep, and there are such nice, woodsy, unexpected places all along it. I wander there and compose poetry. I miss Elsa and Teddy and Perry and Saucy Sal a great deal. I had a letter from Ilse today. She wrote me that they couldn't do anything more about the Midsummer Night's Dream till I got back. It is nice to feel so necessary. Aunt Nancy doesn't like Aunt Elisabeth. She called her a tyrant one day, and then she said, Jimmy Murray was a very clever boy. Elisabeth Murray killed his intellect in her temper, and nothing was done to her. If she had killed his body, she would have been a murderess. The other was worse, if you ask me. I do not like Aunt Elisabeth at times myself, but I felt, dear father, that I must stand up for my family, and I said, I do not want to hear such things said of my Aunt Elisabeth, and I just gave Aunt Nancy a look. She said, Well, Saucebox, my brother Archibald will never be dead as long as you're alive. If you don't want to hear things, don't hang around when Caroline and I are talking. I notice there are plenty of things you like to hear. This was sarcasm, dear father, but I still feel Aunt Nancy likes me, but perhaps she will not like me very long. Jim Priest says she is fickle and never liked anyone, even her husband, very long. But after she has been sarcastic to me, she always tells Caroline to give me a piece of pie, so I don't mind the sarcasm. She lets me have real tea, too. I like it. At New Moon, Aunt Elisabeth won't give me anything but cambric tea because it is best for my health. Aunt Nancy says the way to be healthy is to eat just what you want and never think about your stomach. But then she was never threatened with consumption. She says I needn't be a bit frightened of dying of consumption because I have too much ginger in me. That is a comforting thought. The only time I don't like Aunt Nancy is when she begins talking about the different parts of me and the effect they will have on the men. It makes me feel so silly. I will write to you oftener after this, dear father. I feel I have been neglecting you. P.S. I am afraid there are some mistakes in spelling in this letter. I forgot to bring my dictionary with me. July 22nd. Oh, dear father, I am in a dreadful scrape. I don't know what I am to do. Oh, father, I have broken Aunt Nancy's Jacobite glass. It seems to me like a dreadful dream. I went into the parlor today to look at the pickled snake, and just as I was turning away, My sleeve caught the Jacobite glass, and over it went on the hearth and shivered into fragments. At first I rushed out and left them there, but afterwards I went back and carefully gathered them up and hid them in a box behind the sofa. Aunt Nancy never goes into the parlor now, and Caroline not very often, and perhaps they may not miss the glass until I go home, but it haunts me. I keep thinking of it all the time, and I cannot enjoy anything. I know Aunt Nancy will be furious and never forgive me if she finds out. I could not sleep all night for worrying about it. Jim Priest came down to play with me today, but he said there was no fun in me and went home. The priests mostly say what they think. Of course, there was no fun in me. How could there be? I wonder if it would do any good to pray about it. I don't feel as if it would be right to pray, because I am deceiving Aunt Nancy. July 24th. Dear Father, this is a very strange world. Nothing ever turns out just like what you expect. Last night I couldn't sleep again. I was so worried. I thought I was a coward and doing an underhanded thing and not living up to my traditions. At last it got so bad I couldn't stand it. I can bear it when other people have a bad opinion of me, but it hurts too much when I have a bad opinion of myself. So I got out of bed and went right back through all those halls to the back parlor. Aunt Nancy was still there all alone playing solitaire. She said what on earth I was out of bed for at such an hour. I just said, short and quick, to get the worst over, I broke your Jacobite glass yesterday and hid the pieces behind the sofa. Then I waited for the storm to burst. Aunt Nancy said, what a blessing. I've often wanted to smash it, but I never had the courage. All the Priest clan are waiting for me to die to get that glass and quarrel over it, and I'm tickled to think none of them can have it now, and yet can't pick a fuss with me over smashing it. Get off to bed and get your beauty sleep. I said, and you aren't mad at all, Aunt Nancy? If it had been a Murray heirloom, I'd have torn up the turf, Aunt Nancy said, but I don't care a hoot about the Priest things. So I went back to bed, dear Father, and felt very relieved, but not so heroic. I had a letter from Ilse today. She says Saucy Sal had kittens at last. I feel that I ought to be home to see about them. Likely Aunt Elisabeth will have them all drowned before I get back. I had a letter from Teddy, too. Not much of a letter, but all filled with dear little pictures of Ilse and Perry, and the tansy patch, and Lofty John's bush. They made me feel homesick. July 28th. Oh, dear Father, I have found out all about the mystery of Ilse's mother. It is so terrible I can't write it down even to you. I cannot believe it, but Aunt Nancy says it is true. I did not think there could be such terrible things in the world. No, I can't believe it, and I won't believe it no matter who says it's true. I know Ilse's mother couldn't have done anything like that. There must have been a fearful mistake somewhere. I am so unhappy, and I feel as if I could never be happy any more. Last night I wept on my pillow, like the heroines in Aunt Nancy's books do. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Favorat, www.alongsidemom.com. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery, Chapter 25. She couldn't have done it. Great Aunt Nancy and Caroline Priest were wont to color their gray days with the remembered crimsons of old, long-past delights and merrymakings, but they went further than this and talked over any number of old family histories before Emily, with a total disregard of her youth. Loves, births, deaths, scandals, tragedies, anything that came into their old heads. Nor did they spare details. Aunt Nancy reveled in details. She forgot nothing, and sins and weaknesses that death had covered and time shown mercy to were ruthlessly dragged out and dissected by this ghoulish old lady.
Emily was not quite certain whether she really liked it or not. It was fascinating. It fed some dramatic hunger in her, but it made her feel unhappy somehow, as if something very ugly were concealed in the darkness of the pit they opened before her innocent eyes. As Aunt Laura had said, her youth protected her to some extent, but it could not save her from a dreadful understanding of the pitiful story of Ilse's mother on the afternoon when it seemed good to Aunt Nancy to resurrect that tale of anguish and shame. Emily was curled up on the sofa in the back parlor, reading the Scottish Chiefs, because it was a breathlessly hot July afternoon, too hot to haunt the bay shore. Emily was feeling very unhappy. The wind woman was ruffling over the big maple grove behind the grange, turning the leaves until every tree seemed to be covered with strange, pale, silvery blossoms. Fragrances drifted in from the garden. The world was lovely. She had had a letter from Aunt Laura saying that one of Saucy Sal's kittens had been saved for her. Emily had felt when Mike too died that she would never want another cat, but now she found she did. Everything suited her very well. She was so happy that she should have sacrificed her dearest possession to the jealous gods if she had known anything about the old pagan belief. Aunt Nancy was tired of playing solitaire. She pushed the cards away and took up her knitting. "Emily," she said, "has your Aunt Laura any notion of marrying Dr. Burnley?" Emily, recalled thus abruptly from the field of Bannockburn, looked bored. Blairwater gossip had often asked or hinted this question, and now it met her in Priest Pond. "No, I'm sure she hasn't," she said. "Why, Aunt Nancy, Dr. Burnley hates women." Aunt Nancy chuckled. "Thought perhaps he'd got over that. It's 11 years now since his wife ran away. Few men hold to one idea for anything like 11 years. But Alan Burnley always was stubborn in anything, love or hate. He still loves his wife, and that is why he hates her memory and all other women." "I've never heard the rights of that story," said Caroline. "Who was his wife?" "Beatrice Mitchell, one of the Shrewsbury Mitchells. She was only 18 when Alan married her. He was 35. Emily, never you be fool enough to marry a man much older than yourself." Emily said nothing. The Scottish Chiefs was forgotten. Her fingertips were growing cold as they always did in excitement, her eyes turning black. She felt that she was on the verge of solving the mystery that had so long worried and puzzled her. She was desperately afraid that Aunt Nancy would branch off to something else. "I've heard she was a great beauty," said Caroline. Aunt Nancy sniffed. "Depends on your taste and style. Oh, she was pretty. One of your golden-haired dolls. She had a little birthmark over her left eyebrow, just a tiny red heart. I never could see anything but that mark when I looked at her. But her flatterers told her it was a beauty spot. The Ace of Hearts, they called her. Alan was mad about her. She had been a flirt before her marriage, but I will say, for justice among women is a rare thing, Caroline, you, for instance, are an unjust old hag, that she didn't flirt after marrying. Openly, at least. She was a sly puss, always laughing and singing and dancing. No wife for Alan Burnley, if you ask me. And he could have had Laura Murray. But between a fool and a sensible woman did a man ever hesitate? The fool wins every time, Caroline. That's why you never got a husband. You were too sensible. I got mine by pretending to be a fool. Emily, you remember that. You have brains. Hide them. Your ankles will do more for you than your brains ever will." "Never mind Emily's ankles," said Caroline, keen on a scandal hunt. "Go on about the Burnleys." "Well, there was a cousin of hers, Leo Mitchell from Shrewsbury. You remember the Mitchells, don't you, Caroline? This Leo was a handsome fella, a sea captain. He had been in love with Beatrice, so gossip ran. Some said Beatrice wanted him, but that her people made her marry Alan Burnley because he was the better match. Who knows? Gossip lies 9 times and tells a half-truth the 10th. She pretended to be in love with Alan anyhow, and he believed it. When Leo came home from a voyage and found Beatrice married, he took it coolly enough. But he was always over at Blairwater. Beatrice had plenty of excuses. Leo was her cousin. They had been brought up together. They were like brother and sister. She was so lonesome in Blairwater after living in a town. He had no home except with a brother. Alan took it all down. He was so infatuated with her, she could have made him believe anything. She and Leo were always together there when Alan was away seeing his patients. Then came the night Leo's vessel, the Lady of Winds, was to sail from Blair Harbor for South America. He went, and my Lady Beatrice went with him. A queer little strangled sound came from Emily's corner. If Aunt Nancy or Caroline had looked at her, they would have seen that the child was white as the dead, with wide, horror-filled eyes. But they did not look. They knitted and gossiped on, enjoying themselves hugely. "How did the doctor take it?" asked Caroline. Take it. Nobody knows. Everybody knows what kind of a man he's been ever since, though. He came home that night at dusk. The baby was asleep in its crib, and the servant girl was watching it. She told Alan that Mrs. Burnley had gone to the harbor with her cousin for a goodbye walk and would be back at 10. Alan waited for her easily enough. He never doubted her, but she didn't come back. She had never intended to come back. In the morning, the Lady of Winds was gone, had sailed out of the harbor at dark the night before. Beatrice had gone on board with him. That was all anybody knew. Alan Burnley said nothing, beyond forbidding her name ever to be mentioned in his hearing again. But the Lady of Winds was lost with all on board off Hatteras, and that was the end of that elopement, and the end of Beatrice with her beauty and her laughter and her ace of hearts. "But not the end of the shame and wretchedness she brought to her home," said Caroline shrewishly. "I'd tar and feather such a woman." "Nonsense. If a man can't look after his wife, if he blinds his own eyes—" "Mercy on us, child, what is the matter?" For Emily was standing up, holding out her hands as if pushing some loathly thing from her. "I don't believe it," she cried in a high, unnatural voice. "I don't believe Ilse's mother did that. She didn't. She couldn't have. Not Ilse's mother." "Catch her, Caroline!" cried Aunt Nancy. But Emily, though the back parlor had whirled about her for a second, had recovered herself. "Don't touch me," she cried passionately. "Don't touch me. You liked hearing that story." She rushed out of the room. Aunt Nancy looked ashamed for a moment. For the first time it occurred to her that her scandal-loving old tongue had done a black thing. Then she shrugged her shoulders. She can't go through life in cotton wool. Might as well learn spades are spades now as ever. I would have thought she'd have heard it all long ago if Blair water gossip is what it used to be. If she goes home and tells this, I'll have the indignant virgins of New Moon coming down on me in holy horror as a corrupter of youth. Caroline, don't you ask me to tell you any more family horrors before my niece, you scandalous old woman. At your age, I'm surprised at you." Aunt Nancy and Caroline returned to their knitting and their spicy reminiscences, and upstairs in the pink room, Emily lay face downwards on her bed and cried for hours. It was so horrible. Ilse's mother had run away and left her little baby. To Emily that was the awful thing, the strange, cruel, heartless thing that Ilse's mother had done. She could not bring herself to believe it. There was some mistake somewhere. There was. "Perhaps she was kidnapped," said Emily, trying desperately to explain it. "She just went on board to look around, and he weighed anchor and carried her off. She couldn't have gone away of her own accord and left her dear little baby." The story haunted Emily in good earnest. She could think of nothing else for days. It took possession of her and worried and gnawed at her with an almost physical pain. She dreaded going back to New Moon and meeting Ilse, with this consciousness of a dark secret which she must hide from her. Ilse knew nothing. She had asked Ilse once where her mother was buried, and Ilse had said, "Oh, I don't know. At Shrewsbury, I guess. That's where all the Mitchells are buried." Emily wrung her slim hands together. She was as sensitive to ugliness and pain as she was to beauty and pleasure, and this thing was both hideous and agonizing. Yet she could not keep from thinking about it, day and night. Life at Wyther Grange suddenly went stale. Aunt Nancy and Caroline all at once gave up talking family history, even harmless history, before her. And as it was painful repression for them, they did not encourage her hanging around. Emily began to feel that they were glad when she was out of hearing, so she kept away and spent most of her days wandering on the bay shore. She could not compose any poetry. She could not write in her Jimmy book. She could not even write to her father. Something seemed to hang between her and her old delights. There was a drop of poison in every cup. Even the flimsy shadows on the great bay, the charm of its fir-hung cliffs and its little purple islets that looked like outposts of fairyland could not bring to her the old, fine, careless rapture. She was afraid she could never be happy again, so intense had been her reaction to her first revelation of the world's sin and sorrow, and under it all persisted the same incredulity. Ilse's mother couldn't have done it, and the same helpless longing to prove she couldn't have done it. But how could it be proved? It couldn't. She had solved one mystery, but she had stumbled into a darker one, the reason why Beatrice Burnley had never come back on that summer twilight of long ago. For all the evidence of facts to the contrary notwithstanding, Emily persisted in her secret belief that whatever the reason was, it was not that she had gone away in the Lady of Winds when that doomed ship sailed out into the starlit wonder of the gulf beyond Blair Harbor. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Favorat. www.alongsidemom.com. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 26. On the Bay Shore. I wonder, thought Emily, how much longer I have to live. She had prowled that evening further down the bay shore than she had ever gone before. It was a warm, windy evening. The air was resinous and sweet, the bay a misty turquoise. That part of the shore whereon she found herself seemed as lonely and virgin as if no human foot had ever trodden it, save for a tiny, tricksy path, slender as red thread and bordered by great green velvety sheets of moss that wound in and out of the big firs and scrub spruces. The banks grew steeper and rockier as she went on, and finally the little path vanished altogether in a plot of bracken. Emily was just turning to go back when she caught sight of a magnificent spray of farewell summer growing far out on the edge of the bank. She must get it. She had never seen farewell summers of so dark and rich a purple. She stepped out to reach them. The treacherous mossy soil gave way under her feet and slid down the steep slope. Emily made a frantic attempt to scramble back, but the harder she tried, the faster went the landslide, carrying her with it. In a moment it would pass the slope and go over the brink of the rocks, straight to the boulder-strewn shore 30 feet below. Emily had one dreadful moment of terror and despair, and then she found that the clump of mossy earth which had broken away had held on a narrow ledge of rock, half hanging over it, and she was lying on the clump. It seemed to her that the slightest movement on her part would send it over, straight to the cruel boulders underneath. She lay very still, trying to think, trying not to be afraid. She was far, far away from any house. Nobody could hear her if she screamed, and she did not even dare to scream, lest the motion of her body dislodge the fragment on which she lay. How long could she lie there motionless? Night was coming on. Aunt Nancy would grow anxious when the dark fell and would send Caroline to look for her, but Caroline would never find her here. Nobody would ever think of looking here for her, so far away from the Grange, in the spruce barrens of the lower bay. To lie there alone all night, to fancy the earth was slipping over, waiting for help that would never come. Emily could hardly restrain a shudder that might have been ruinous. She had faced death once before, or thought she had, on the night when Lofty John had told her she had eaten a poisoned apple. But this was even harder. To die here, all alone, far away from home. They might never know what had become of her, never find her. The crows or the gulls would pick her eyes out. She dramatized the thing so vividly that she almost screamed with the horror of it. She would just disappear from the world as Ilse's mother had disappeared. What had become of Ilse's mother? Even in her own desperate plight, Emily asked herself that question. And she would never see dear New Moon again, and Teddy, and the dairy, and the tansy patch, and Lofty John's bush, and the mossy old sundial, and her precious little heap of manuscripts on the sofa shelf in the garret. I must be very brave and patient, she thought. My only chance is to lie still, and I can pray in my mind. I am sure God can hear thoughts as well as words. It is nice to think he can hear me if nobody else can. Oh God, Father's God, please work a miracle and save my life. because I don't think I'm fit to die yet. Excuse my not being on my knees. You can see I can't move. And if I die, please don't let Aunt Elisabeth find my letter bills, ever. Please let Aunt Laura find them, and please don't let Caroline move out the wardrobe when she house cleans, because then she would find my Jimmy book and read what I wrote about her. Please forgive all my sins, especially not being grateful enough and cutting a bang, and please don't let Father be very far away. Amen. Then, characteristically, she thought of a postscript. And oh, please let somebody find out that Ilse's mother didn't do that. She lay very still. The light on the water began to turn warm gold and rose. A great pine on a bluff in front of her overflowed in a crest of dark boughs against the amber splendor behind it, a part of the beauty of the beautiful world that was slipping away from her. The chill of the evening Gulf breeze began to creep over her. Once a bit of earth broke off at her side and went down. Emily heard the thud of the little pebbles in it on the boulders below. The portion upon which one of her legs lay was quite loose and pendant also. She knew it might break off, too, at any moment. It would be very dreadful to be there when it got dark. She could see the big spray of farewell summer that had lured her to her doom, waving unplucked above her, wonderfully purple and lovely. Then beside it she saw a man's face looking down at her. She heard him say, "My God," softly to himself. She saw that he was slight, and that one shoulder was a trifle higher than the other. This must be Dean Priest, Jarback Priest. Emily dared not call to him. She lay still, and her great grey-purple eyes said, "Save me." "How can I help you?" said Dean Priest hoarsely, as if to himself. "I cannot reach you, and it looks as if the slightest touch or jar would send that broken earth over the brink. I must go for a rope, and to leave you here alone, like this. Can you wait, child?" "Yes," breathed Emily. She smiled at him to encourage him, the little soft smile that began at the corners of her mouth and spread over her face. Dean Priest never forgot that smile, and the steadfast child eyes looking out through it from the little face that seemed so perilously near the brink. "I'll be as quick as I can," he said. "I can't go very fast. I'm a bit lame, you see. But don't be frightened. I'll save you. I'll leave my dog to keep you company. Here, Tweed." He whistled. A great tawny gold dog came in sight. "Sit right here, Tweed, till I come back. Don't stir a paw. Don't wag a tail. Talk to her only with your eyes." Tweed sat down obediently, and Dean Priest disappeared. Emily lay there and dramatized the whole incident for her Jimmy book. She was a little frightened still, but not too frightened to see herself writing it all out the next day. It would be quite a thrilling bit. She liked to know the big dog was there. She was not so learned in lore of dogs as in lore of cats, but he looked very human and trusty, watching her with great kindly eyes. A grey kitten was an adorable thing, but a grey kitten would not have sat there and encouraged her. "I believe," thought Emily, "that a dog is better than a cat when you're in trouble." It was half an hour before Dean Priest returned. "Thank God you haven't gone over," he muttered. "I hadn't to go as far as I feared. I found a rope in an empty boat up shore and took it. And now, if I drop the rope down to you, are you strong enough to hold it while the earth goes and then hang on while I pull you up?" "I'll try," said Emily. Dean Priest knotted a loop at the end and slid it down to her. Then he wound the rope around the trunk of a heavy fir. "Now," he said. Emily said inwardly, "Dear God, please," and caught the swaying loop. The next moment the full weight of her body swung from it, for at her first movement the broken soil beneath her slipped down, slipped over. Dean Priest sickened and shivered. Could she cling to the rope while he drew her up? Then he saw she had got a little knee-hold on the narrow shelf. Carefully he drew on the rope. Emily, full of pluck, helped him by digging her toes into the crumbling bank. In a moment she was within his reach. He grasped her arms and pulled her up beside him into safety. As he lifted her past the farewell summer, Emily reached out her hand and broke off the spray. "I've got it anyhow," she said jubilantly. Then she remembered her manners. "I'm much obliged to you. You saved my life. And I think I'll sit down a moment. My legs feel funny and trembly." Emily sat down, all at once more shaky than she had been through all the danger. Dean Priest leaned against the gnarled old fir. He seemed trembly, too. He wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. Emily looked curiously at him. She had learned a good deal about him from Aunt Nancy's casual remarks. Not always good-natured remarks, for Aunt Nancy did not wholly like him, it seemed. She always called him Jarback, rather contemptuously, while Caroline scrupulously called him Dean. Emily knew he had been to college, and that he was 36 years old, which to Emily seemed a venerable age, and well off, that he had a malformed shoulder and limped slightly, that he cared for nothing save books, nor ever had, that he lived with an older brother, and travelled a great deal, and that the whole priest clan stood somewhat in awe of his ironic tongue. Aunt Nancy called him a cynic. Emily did not know what a cynic was, but it sounded interesting. She looked him over carefully and saw that he had delicate pale features and tawny brown hair. His lips were thin and sensitive, with a whimsical curve. She liked his mouth. Had she been older, she would have known why, because it connotated strength and tenderness and humor. In spite of his twisted shoulder, there was about him a certain aloof dignity of presence, which was characteristic of many of the priests, and which was often mistaken for pride. The green priest eyes, that were peering and uncanny in Caroline's face, and impudent in Jim Priest's, were remarkably dreamy and attractive in his. "Well, do you think me handsome?" he said, sitting down on another stone and smiling at her. His voice was beautiful, musical, and caressing. Emily blushed. She knew staring was not etiquette, and she did not think him at all handsome, so she was very thankful that he did not press his question, but asked another. "Do you know who your nightly rescuer is?" "I think you must be Mr. Dean Priest." Emily flushed again with vexation. She had come so near to making another terrible hole in her manners. "Yes, Jarback Priest. You needn't mind the nickname. I've heard it often enough. It's a priest idea of humor." He laughed rather unpleasantly. "The reason for it is obvious enough, isn't it? I never got anything else at school. How came you to slide over that cliff?" "I wanted this," said Emily, waving her farewell summer. "And you have it. Do you always get what you go after, even with death slipping a thin wedge between? I think you're born lucky. I see the signs. If that big aster lured you into danger, it saved you as well, for it was through stepping over to investigate it that I saw you. Its size and color caught my eye. Otherwise I should have gone on, and you, what would have become of you? Whom do you belong to, that you are let risk your life on these dangerous banks? What is your name, if you have a name? I begin to doubt you. I see you have pointed ears. Have I been tricked into meddling with fairies, and will I discover presently that 20 years have passed, and that I am an old man long since lost to the living world, with nothing but the skeleton of my dog for company?" "I am Emily Bird Starr of New Moon," said Emily rather coldly. She was beginning to be sensitive about her ears. Father Cassidy had remarked on them, and now Jarback Priest. Was there really something uncanny about them? And yet there was a flavor about the said Jarback that she liked decidedly. Emily never was long in doubt about anyone she met. In a few minutes she always knew whether she liked, disliked, or was indifferent to them. She had a queer feeling that she had known Jarback Priest for years, perhaps because it had seemed so long when she was lying on that crumbling earth waiting for him to return. He was not handsome, but she liked that lean, clever face of his with its magnetic green eyes. "So you're the young lady visitor at the Grange," said Dean Priest in some astonishment. "Then my dear Aunt Nancy should look after you better. My very dear Aunt Nancy." "You don't like Aunt Nancy, I see," said Emily coolly. "What is the use of liking a lady who won't like me? You have probably discovered by this time that my lady aunt detests me." "Oh, I don't think it's as bad as that," said Emily. "She must have some good opinions about you. She says you're the only priest who will ever go to heaven." "She doesn't mean that as a compliment, whatever you in your innocence believe it to be." "And you are Douglas Starr's daughter? I knew your father. We were boys together at Queen's Academy. We drifted apart after we left it. He went into journalism, I to McGill. But he was the only friend I had at school, the only boy who would bother himself about Jarback Priest, who was lame and hunchbacked and couldn't play football or hockey." "Emily Bird Starr. Starr should be your first name. You look like a star. You have a radiant sort of personality shining through you. Your proper habitat should be the evening sky just after sunset, or the morning sky just before sunrise. Yes, you'd be more at home in the morning sky. I think I shall call you Starr." "Do you mean that you think me pretty?" asked Emily directly. Why, it hadn't occurred to me to wonder whether you were pretty or not. Do you think a star should be pretty? Emily reflected. No, she said finally, the word doesn't suit a star. I perceive you are an artist in words. Of course it doesn't. Stars are prismatic, palpitating, elusive. It is not often we find one made flesh and blood. I think I'll wait for you. Oh, I'm ready to go now, said Emily, standing up. That wasn't what I meant. Never mind. Come along, Star. If you don't mind walking a bit slowly, I'll take you back from the wilderness at least. I don't know that I'll venture to Wyther Grange tonight. I don't want Aunt Nancy to take the edge off you. And so you don't think me handsome. I didn't say so, cried Emily. Not in words, but I can read your thoughts, Star. It won't ever do to think anything you don't want me to know. The gods gave me that gift when they kept back everything else I wanted. You don't think me handsome, but you think me nice. Do you think you are pretty yourself? A little, since Aunt Nancy lets me wear my bangs, said Emily frankly. Jarback Priest made a grimace. Don't call it by such a name. It's a worse name even than bustle. Bangs and bustles, they hurt me. I like that black wave breaking on your white brows, but don't call it a bang, ever again. It is a very ugly word. I never use it in my poetry, of course. Whereby Dean Priest discovered that Emily wrote poetry. He also discovered pretty nearly everything else about her in that charming walk back to Priest Pond in the fir-scented dusk, with Tweed walking between them, his nose touching his master's hand softly every now and then, while the robins in the trees above them whistled blithely in the afterlight. With 9 out of 10 people, Emily was secretive and reserved, but Dean Priest was sealed of her tribe, and she divined it instantly. He had a right to the inner sanctuary, and she yielded it unquestioningly. She talked to him freely. Besides, she felt alive again. She felt the wonderful thrill of living again, after that dreadful space where she had seemed to hang between life and death. She felt, as she wrote to her father afterwards, as if a little bird was singing in my heart. And oh, how good the green sod felt under her feet. She told him all about herself and her doings and beings. Only one thing she did not tell him, her worry over Ilse's mother. That she could not speak of to anyone. Aunt Nancy need not have been frightened that she would carry tales to New Moon. I wrote a whole poem yesterday when it rained and I couldn't get out, she said. It began, I sit by the western window that looks on Malvern Bay. Am I not to hear the whole of it? Asked Dean, who knew perfectly well that Emily was hoping that he would ask it. Emily delightedly repeated the whole poem. When she came to the 2 lines she liked best in it, perhaps in those wooded islands that gem the proud bay's breast, she looked up sidewise at him to see if he admired them, but he was walking with eyes cast down and an absent expression on his face. She felt a little disappointed. He said when she had finished. You're 12, didn't you say? When you're 10 years older I shouldn't wonder, but let's not think of it. Father Cassidy told me to keep on, cried Emily. There was no need of it. You would keep on anyhow. You have the itch for writing born in you. It's quite incurable. What are you going to do with it? I think I shall be either a great poetess or a distinguished novelist, said Emily reflectively. Having only to choose, remarked Dean dryly. Better be a novelist. I hear it pays better. What worries me about writing novels, confided Emily, is the love talk in them. I'm sure I'll never be able to write it. I've tried, she concluded candidly, and I can't think of anything to say. Don't worry about that. I'll teach you some day, said Dean. Will you? Will you really? Emily was very eager. I'll be so obliged if you will. I think I could manage everything else very nicely. It's a bargain, then. Don't forget it. And don't go looking for another teacher, mind. What do you find to do at the Grange besides writing poetry? Are you never lonesome with only those 2 old survivals? No, I enjoy my own company, said Emily gravely. You would. Stars are said to dwell apart, anyhow, sufficient unto themselves, and sphered in their own light. Do you really like Aunt Nancy? Yes, indeed. She's very kind to me. She doesn't make me wear sunbonnets, and she lets me go barefooted in the forenoons. But I have to wear my buttoned boots in the afternoon, and I hate buttoned boots. Naturally. You should be shod with sandals of moonshine and wear a scarf of sea mist with a few fireflies caught in it over your hair. Star, you don't look like your father, but you suggest him in several ways. Do you look like your mother? I never saw her. All at once Emily smiled demurely. A real sense of humor was born in her at that moment. Never again was she to feel quite so unmixedly tragic over anything. "No," she said, "it's only my eyelashes and smile that are like Mother's. But I've got Father's forehead, and Grandma Starr's hair and eyes, and Great-Uncle George's nose, and Aunt Nancy's hands, and Cousin Susan's elbows, and Great-Great-Grandmother Murray's ankles, and Grandfather Murray's eyebrows." Dean Priest laughed. "A rag-bag, as we all are," he said. "But your soul is your own, and fire new, I'll swear to that." "Oh, I'm so glad I like you," said Emily impulsively. "It would be hateful to think anyone I didn't like had saved my life. I don't mind your saving it a bit." "That's good, because you see, your life belongs to me henceforth. Since I saved it, it's mine. Never forget that." Emily felt an odd sensation of rebellion. She didn't fancy the idea of her life belonging to anybody but herself, not even to anybody she liked as much as she liked Dean Priest. Dean, watching her, saw it and smiled his whimsical smile that always seemed to have so much more in it than mere smiling. "That doesn't quite suit you. Ah, you see, one pays a penalty when one reaches out for something beyond the ordinary. One pays for it in bondage of some kind or other. Take your wonderful Aster home and keep it as long as you can. It has cost you your freedom." He was laughing. He was only joking, of course. Yet Emily felt as if a cobweb fetter had been flung round her. Yielding to a sudden impulse, she flung the big Aster on the ground and set her foot upon it. Dean Priest looked on amusedly. His strange eyes were very kindly as he met hers. "You rare thing, you vivid thing, you starry thing. We're going to be good friends. We are good friends. I'm coming up to Wyther Grange tomorrow to see those descriptions you've written of Caroline and my venerable aunt in your Jimmy book. I feel sure they're delicious. Here's your path. Don't go roaming again so far from civilization. Good night, my star of the morning." He stood at the crossroad and watched her out of sight. "What a child," he muttered. "I'll never forget her eyes as she lay there on the edge of death, the dauntless little soul, and I've never seen a creature who seemed so full of sheer joy in existence. She is Douglas Starr's child. He never called me Jarback." He stooped and picked up the broken Aster. Emily's heel had met it squarely, and it was badly crushed. But he put it away that night between the leaves of an old volume of Jane Eyre, where he had marked a verse: "All glorious rose upon my sight, that child of shower and gleam." End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Butler, New York City. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 27. The Vow of Emily. In Dean Priest, Emily found, for the first time since her father had died, a companion who could fully sympathize. She was always at her best with him, with a delightful feeling of being understood. To love is easy and therefore common, but to understand, how rare it is! They roamed wonderlands of fancy together in the magic August days that followed upon Emily's adventure on the bay shore, talked together of exquisite, immortal things, and were at home with nature's old felicities, of which Wordsworth so happily speaks. Emily showed him all the poetry and descriptions in her Jimmy book, and he read them gravely and, exactly as father had done, made little criticisms that did not hurt her because she knew they were just. As for Dean Priest, a certain secret wellspring of fancy that had long seemed dry bubbled up in him sparklingly again. "You make me believe in fairies whether I will or no," he told her, "and that means youth. As long as you believe in fairies, you can't grow old." "But I can't believe in fairies myself," protested Emily sorrowfully. "I wish I could." "But you are a fairy yourself, or you wouldn't be able to find fairyland. You can't buy a ticket there, you know. Either the fairies themselves give you your passport at your christening, or they don't. That is all there is to it." "Isn't fairyland the loveliest word?" said Emily dreamily. "Because it means everything the human heart desires," said Dean. When he talked to her, Emily felt as if she were looking into some enchanted mirror where her own dreams and secret hopes were reflected back to her with added charm. If Dean Priest were a cynic, he showed no cynicism to Emily. But in her company he was not a cynic. He had shed his years and became a boy again with a boy's untainted visions. She loved him for the world he opened to her view. There was such fun in him, too. Such sly, surprising fun. He told her jokes. He made her laugh. He told her strange old tales of forgotten gods who were very beautiful, of court festivals and the bridals of kings. He seemed to have the history of the whole world at his fingers' ends. He described things to her in unforgettable phrases as they walked by the bay shore or sat in the overgrown, shadowy old garden of Wyther Grange. When he spoke of Athens as the city of the violet crown, Emily realized afresh what magic is made when the right words are wedded, and she loved to think of Rome as the city of the 7 hills. Dean had been in Rome and Athens, and almost everywhere else. "I didn't know anyone ever talked as you do except in books," she told him. Dean laughed, with a little note of bitterness that was so often present in his laughter, though less often with Emily than with other people. It was really his laughter that had won Dean his reputation for cynicism. People so often felt that he was laughing at them instead of with them. "I've had only books for companions most of my life," he said. "Is it any wonder I talk like them?" "I'm sure I'll like studying history after this," said Emily. "Except Canadian history. I'll never like it. It's so dull. Not just at the first, when we belonged to France and there was plenty of fighting, but after that, it's nothing but politics. The happiest countries, like the happiest women, have no history," said Dean. "I hope I'll have a history," cried Emily. "I want a thrilling career." "We all do, foolish one. Do you know what makes history? Pain and shame and rebellion and bloodshed and heartache. Starr, ask yourself how many hearts ached and broke to make those crimson and purple pages in history that you find so enthralling. I told you the story of Leonidas and his Spartans the other day. They had mothers, sisters, and sweethearts. If they could have fought a bloodless battle at the polls, wouldn't it have been better, if not so dramatic?" "I can't feel that way," said Emily confusedly. She was not old enough to think or say, as she would say 10 years later, "The heroes of Thermopylae have been an inspiration to humanity for centuries. What squabble around a ballot box will ever be that?" "And, like all female creatures, you form your opinion by your feelings. Well, hope for your thrilling career, but remember that if there is to be drama in your life, somebody must pay the piper in the coin of suffering. If not you, then someone else." "Oh no, I wouldn't like that." "Then be content with fewer thrills. What about your tumble over the bank down there? That came near being a tragedy. What if I hadn't found you?" "But you did find me," cried Emily. "I like near escapes, after they're over," she added. "If everybody had always been happy, there'd be nothing to read about." Tweed made a third in their rambles, and Emily grew very fond of him, without losing any of her loyalty to the pussy folk. "I like cats with one part of my mind, and dogs with another part," she said. "I like cats, but I never keep one," Dean said. "They're too exacting. They ask too much. Dogs want only love, but cats demand worship. They have never got over the Bubastis habit of godship." Emily understood this. He had told her all about old Egypt and the goddess Pasht, but she did not quite agree with him. "Kittens don't want to be worshipped," she said. "They just want to be cuddled." By their priestesses, yes. If you had been born on the banks of the Nile 5,000 years ago, Emily, you would have been a priestess of Pasht. An adorable, slim, brown creature with a fillet of gold around your black hair and bands of silver on those ankles Aunt Nancy admires, with dozens of sacred little godlings frisking around you under the palms of the temple courts. Oh, gasped Emily rapturously, that gave me the flash. And, she added wonderingly, just for a moment it made me homesick, too. Why? Why? Because I haven't a doubt you were just such a priestess in a former incarnation, and my words reminded your soul of it. Do you believe in the doctrine of the transmigration of souls, Starr? But of course not. Brought up by the true blue Calvinists of New Moon. What does it mean? Asked Emily, and when Dean explained it to her, she thought it a very delightful belief, but was quite sure Aunt Elisabeth would not approve of it. So I won't believe it, yet, she said gravely. Then it all came to an end quite suddenly. It had been taken for granted by all concerned that Emily was to stay at Wyther Grange until the end of August. But in mid-August, Aunt Nancy said suddenly to her one day, "Go home, Emily. I'm tired of you. I like you very well. You're not stupid, and you're passably pretty, and you've behaved exceedingly well. Tell Elisabeth you do the Murrays credit, but I'm tired of you. Go home." Emily's feelings were mixed. It hurt her to be told Aunt Nancy was tired of her. It would hurt anyone. It rankled in her for several days, until she thought of a sharp answer she might have made Aunt Nancy, and wrote it down in her Jimmy book. She felt quite as relieved then as if she had really said it. And she was sorry to leave Wyther Grange. She had grown to love the old beautiful house, with its flavor of hidden secrets, a flavor that was wholly a trick of its architecture, for there had never been anything in it but the simple tale of births and deaths and marriages and everyday living that most houses have. She was sorry to leave the bay shore and the quaint garden and the gazing ball and the Chessy cat and the pink room bed of freedom, and most of all she was sorry to leave Dean Priest. But on the other hand, it was delightful to think of going back to New Moon and all the loved ones there. Teddy and his dear whistle, Ilse and her stimulating comradeship, Perry with his determined reaching up for higher things, Saucy Sal and the new kitten that must be needing proper training now, and the fairy world of the Midsummer Night's Dream. Cousin Jimmy's garden would be in its prime splendor. The August apples would be ripe. Suddenly, Emily was very ready to go. She packed her little black box jubilantly and found it an excellent chance to work in neatly a certain line from a poem Dean had recently read to her, which had captured her fancy. "Goodbye, proud world, I'm going home," she declaimed feelingly, standing at the top of the long, dark, shining staircase and apostrophizing the row of grim priest photographs hanging on the wall. But she was much annoyed over one thing. Aunt Nancy would not give her back the picture Teddy had painted. "I'm going to keep it," Aunt Nancy said, grinning and shaking her gold tassels. "Some day that picture will be worth something, as the early effort of a famous artist." "I only lent it to you. I told you I only lent it to you," said Emily indignantly. "I'm an unscrupulous old demon," said Aunt Nancy coolly. "That is what the priests all call me behind my back. Don't they, Caroline? May as well have the game as the name. I happen to have a fancy for that picture, that's all. I'm going to frame it and hang it here in my parlor. But I'll leave it to you in my will. That and the Chessy cat and the gazing ball and my gold earrings. Nothing else. I'm not going to leave you a cent of my money. Never count on that." "I don't want it," said Emily loftily. "I'm going to earn heaps of money for myself. But it isn't fair of you to keep my picture. It was given to me." "I never was fair," said Aunt Nancy. "Was I, Caroline?" "No," said Caroline shrewishly. "You see, Now don't make a fuss, Emily. You've been a very good child, but I feel that I've done my duty by you for this year. Go back to New Moon, and when Elisabeth won't let you do things, tell her I always let you. I don't know if it will do any good, but try it. Elisabeth, like everyone related to me, is always wondering what I'm going to do with my money. Cousin Jimmy came over for Emily. How glad she was to see his kind face with its gentle elfish eyes and forked beard again. But she felt very badly when she turned to Dean. "If you like, I'll kiss you goodbye," she said chokily. Emily did not like kissing people. She did not really want to kiss Dean, but she liked him so much, she thought she ought to extend all the courtesies to him. Dean looked down smiling into her face, so young, so pure, so softly curved. "No, I don't want you to kiss me, yet. And our first kiss mustn't have the flavor of goodbye. It would be a bad omen, Star o' Morning. I'm sorry you're going, but I'll see you again before long. My oldest sister lives in Blairwater, you know, and I feel a sudden access of brotherly affection towards her. I seem to see myself visiting her very often henceforth. In the meantime, remember you have promised to write me every week, and I'll write you." "Nice fat letters," coaxed Emily. "I love fat letters." "Fat! They'll be positively corpulent, Star. Now I'm not even going to say goodbye. Let's make a pact, Star. We'll never say goodbye to each other. We'll just smile and go." Emily made a gallant effort, smiled, and went. Aunt Nancy and Caroline returned to the back parlor and their cribbage. Dean Priest whistled for Tweed and went to the bay shore. He was so lonely that he laughed at himself. Emily and Cousin Jimmy had so much to talk of that the drive home seemed very short. New Moon was white in the evening sunshine, which also lay with exceeding mellowness on the gray old barns. The three princesses, shooting up against the silvery sky, were as remote and princessly as ever. The old gulf was singing away down over the fields. Aunt Laura came running to meet them, her lovely blue eyes shining with pleasure. Aunt Elisabeth was in the cook-house preparing supper, and only shook hands with Emily, but looked a trifle less grim and stately than usual, and she had made Emily's favorite cream puffs for supper. Perry was hanging about, barefooted and sunburned, to tell her all the gossip of kittens and calves and little pigs and the new foal. Ilse came swooping over, and Emily discovered she had forgotten how vivid Ilse was, how brilliant her amber eyes, how golden her mane of spun silk hair, looking more golden than ever under the bright blue silk tam Mrs. Sims had bought her in Shrewsbury. As an article of dress, that loud tam made Laura Murray's eyes and sensibilities ache, but its color certainly did set off Ilse's wonderful hair. She engulfed Emily in a rapturous embrace and quarreled bitterly with her 10 minutes later over the fact that Emily refused to give her Saucy Sal's sole surviving kitten. "I ought to have it, you doddering hyena," stormed Ilse. "It's as much mine as yours, pig. Our old barn cat is its father." "Such talk is not decent," said Aunt Elisabeth, pale with horror. "And if you two children are going to quarrel over that kitten, I'll have it drowned, remember that." Ilse was finally appeased by Emily's offering to let her name the kitten and have a half interest in it. Ilse named it Daffodil. Emily did not think this suitable, since, from the fact of Cousin Jimmy referring to it as Little Tommy, she suspected it was of the sterner sex. But rather than again provoke Aunt Elisabeth's wrath by discussing tabooed subjects, she agreed. "I can call it Daff," she thought. "That sounds more masculine." The kitten was a delicate bit of striped grayness that reminded Emily of her dear lost Mike's, and it smelled so nice, of warmth and clean furriness, with whiffs of the clover hay where Saucy Sal had made her mother nest. After supper she heard Teddy's whistle in the old orchard, the same enchanting call. Emily flew out to greet him. After all, there was nobody just like Teddy in the world. They had an ecstatic scamper up to the tansy patch to to see a new puppy that Dr. Burnley had given Teddy. Mrs. Kent did not seem very glad to see Emily. She was colder and more remote than ever, and she sat and watched the two children playing with the chubby little pup with a smoldering fire in her dark eyes that made Emily vaguely uncomfortable whenever she happened to glance up and encounter it. Never before had she sensed Mrs. Kent's dislike for her so keenly as that night. "Why doesn't your mother like me?" she asked Teddy bluntly when they carried little Leo to the barn for the night. "Because I do," said Teddy briefly. "She doesn't like anything I like. I'm afraid she'll poison Leo very soon. I wish she wasn't so fond of me," he burst out, in the beginning of a revolt against this abnormal jealousy of love, which he felt rather than understood to be a fetter that was becoming galling. "She says she won't let me take up Latin and algebra this year. You know Miss Brownell said I might, because I'm not to go to college. She says she can't bear to part from me, ever. I don't care about the Latin and stuff, but I want to learn to be an artist. I want to go away some day to the schools where they teach that. She won't let me. She hates my pictures now because she thinks I like them better than her. I don't. I love Mother. She's awful sweet and good to me every other way, but she thinks I do, and she's burned some of them. I know she has. They're missing from the barn wall, and I can't find them anywhere. If she does anything to Leo, I'll hate her." "Tell her that," said Emily coolly, with some of the Murray shrewdness coming uppermost in her. "She doesn't know that you know she poisoned Smoke and Buttercup. Tell her you do know it, and that if she does anything to Leo, you won't love her any more. She'll be so frightened of your not loving her that she won't meddle with Leo, I know. Tell her gently, don't hurt her feelings, but tell her. It will," concluded Emily, with a killing imitation of Aunt Elisabeth delivering an ultimatum, "be better for all concerned." "I believe I will," said Teddy, much impressed. "I can't have Leo disappear like my cats did. He's the only dog I've ever had, and I've always wanted a dog. Oh, Emily, I'm glad you're back." It was very nice to be told this, especially by Teddy. Emily went home to New Moon happily. In the old kitchen the candles were lighted, and their flames were dancing in the winds of the August night blowing through door and window. "I suppose you'll not like candles very well, Emily, after being used to lamps at Wyther Grange," said Aunt Laura with a little sigh. It was one of the bitter small things in Laura Murray's life that Elisabeth's tyranny extended to candles. Emily looked around her thoughtfully. One candle sputtered and bobbed at her as if greeting her. One, with a long wick, glowed and smoldered like a sulky little demon. One had a tiny flame, a sly, meditative candle. One swayed with a queer fiery grace in the draught from the door. One burned with a steady, upright flame like a faithful soul. "I don't know, Aunt Laura," she answered slowly. "You can be friends with candles. I believe I like the candles best after all." Aunt Elisabeth, coming in from the cookhouse, heard her. Something like pleasure gleamed in her gulf blue eyes. "You have some sense in you," she said. "That's the second compliment she has paid me," thought Emily. "I think Emily has grown taller since she went to Wyther Grange," Aunt Laura said, looking at her rather wistfully. Aunt Elisabeth, snuffing the candles, glanced sharply over her glasses. "I can't see it," she said. "Her dress is just the same length on her." "I'm sure she has," persisted Laura. Cousin Jimmy, to settle the dispute, measured Emily by the sitting-room door. She just touched the former mark. "You see," said Aunt Elisabeth triumphantly, liking to be right even in this small matter. "She looks different," said Laura with a sigh. Laura, after all, was right. Emily had grown taller and older in soul, if not in body. It was this change which Laura felt, as close and tender affection swiftly feels. The Emily who returned from Wyther Grange was not the Emily who had gone there. She was no longer wholly the child. Aunt Nancy's family histories over which she had pondered, her enduring anguish over the story of Ilse's mother, that terrible hour when she had lain cheek by jowl with death on the cliffs of the bay shore, her association with Dean Priest, all had combined to mature her intelligence and her emotions. When she went to the garret next morning and pulled out her precious little bundle of manuscripts to read them lovingly over, she was amazed and rather grieved to find that they were not half so good as she had believed they were. Some of them were positively silly, she thought. She was ashamed of them, so ashamed that she smuggled them down to the cookhouse stove and burned them, much to Aunt Elisabeth's annoyance when she came to prepare dinner and found the firebox all choked up with charred paper. Emily no longer wondered that Miss Brownell had made fun of them, though this did not mellow her bitterness of remembrance in regard to that lady in any degree. The rest she put back on the sofa shelf, including The Child of the Sea, which still impressed her as fairly good, though not just the wonderful composition she had once deemed it. She felt that many passages could be rewritten to their advantage. Then she immediately began writing a new poem, on returning home after weeks' absence. As everything and everybody connected with New Moon had to be mentioned in this poem, it promised to be quite long, and to furnish agreeable occupation for spare minutes in many weeks to come. It was very good to be home again. There is no place just like dear New Moon, thought Emily. One thing that marked her return, one of those little household epochs that made a keener impression on the memory and imagination than perhaps their real importance warrants, was the fact that she was given a room of her own. Aunt Elisabeth had found her unshared slumber too sweet a thing to be again surrendered. She decided that she could not put up any longer with a squirming bedfellow who asked unearthly questions at any hour of the night she took it into her head to do so. So, after a long conference with Laura, it was settled that Emily was to have her mother's room, the lookout, as it was called, though it was not really a lookout. But it occupied the place in New Moon, looking over the front door to the garden, that the real lookouts did in other Blairwater houses, so it went by that name. It had been prepared for Emily's occupancy in her absence, and when bedtime came on the first evening of her return, Aunt Elisabeth curtly told her that henceforth she was to have her mother's room. "All to myself?" exclaimed Emily. "Yes. We will expect you to take care of it yourself and keep it very tidy." "It has never been slept in since the night before your mother went away," said Aunt Laura, with a queer sound in her voice, a sound of which Aunt Elisabeth disapproved. "Your mother," she said, looking coldly at Emily over the flame of the candle, an attitude that gave a rather gruesome effect to her aquiline features, "ran away, flouted her family, and broke her father's heart. She was a silly, ungrateful, disobedient girl. I hope you will never disgrace your family by such conduct." "Oh, Aunt Elisabeth," said Emily breathlessly, "when you hold the candle down like that, it makes your face look just like a corpse. Oh, it's so interesting." Aunt Elisabeth turned and led the way upstairs in grim silence. There was no use in wasting perfectly good admonitions on a child like this. Left alone in her lookout, lighted dimly by the one small candle, Emily gazed about her with keen and thrilling interest. She could not get into bed until she had explored every bit of it. The room was very old-fashioned, like all the New Moon rooms. The walls were papered with a design of slender gilt diamonds enclosing golden stars, and hung with worked woolen mottos and pictures that had been supplements in the girlhood of her aunts. One of them, hanging over the head of the bed, represented 2 guardian angels. In its day this had been much admired, but Emily looked at it with distaste. "I don't like feather wings on angels," she said decidedly. "Angels should have rainbowy wings." On the floor was a pretty homespun carpet and round braided rugs. There was a high black bedstead with carved posts, a fat feather bed, and an Irish chain quilt, but, as Emily was glad to see, no curtains. A little table, with funny claw feet and brass-knobbed drawers, stood by the window, which was curtained with muslin frills. One of the window panes contorted the landscape funnily, making a hill where no hill was. Emily liked this. She couldn't have told why, but it was really because it gave the pane an individuality of its own. An oval mirror in a tarnished gilt frame hung above the table. Emily was delighted to find she could see herself in it, all but my boots, without craning or tipping it. And it doesn't twist my face or turn my complexion green, she thought happily. 2 high-backed black chairs with horsehair seats, a little washstand with a blue basin and pitcher, and a faded ottoman with woolen roses cross-stitched on it completed the furnishing. On the little mantel were vases full of dried and colored grasses and a fascinating pot-bellied bottle filled with West Indian shells. On either side were lovable little cupboards with leaded glass doors like those in the sitting room. Underneath was a small fireplace. I wonder if Aunt Elisabeth will ever let me have a little fire here, thought Emily. The room was full of that indefinable charm found in all rooms where the pieces of furniture, whether old or new, are all well acquainted with each other, and the walls and floors are on good terms. Emily felt it all over her as she flitted about examining everything. This was her room. She loved it already. She felt perfectly at home. I belong here, she breathed happily. She felt deliciously near to her mother, as if Juliet Starr had suddenly become real to her. It thrilled her to think that her mother had probably crocheted the lace cover on the round pincushion on the table. And that fat black jar of potpourri on the mantel, her mother must have compounded it. When Emily lifted the lid, a faint spicy odor floated out. The souls of all the roses that had bloomed through many olden summers at New Moon seemed to be prisoned there in a sort of flower purgatory. Something in the haunting, mystical, elusive odor gave Emily the flash, and her room had received its consecration. There was a picture of her mother hanging over the mantel, a large daguerreotype taken when she was a little girl. Emily looked at it lovingly. She had the picture of her mother which her father had left, taken after their marriage, but when Aunt Elisabeth had brought that from Maywood to New Moon, she had hung it in the parlor, where Emily seldom saw it. This picture, in her bedroom, of the golden-haired, rose-cheeked girl, was all her own. She could look at it, talk to it at will. "Oh, Mother," she said, "what did you think of when you were a little girl here like me? I wish I could have known you then. And to think nobody has ever slept here since that last night you did before you ran away with Father. Aunt Elisabeth says you were wicked to do it, but I don't think you were. It wasn't as if you were running away with a stranger. Anyway, I'm glad you did, because if you hadn't, there wouldn't have been any me." Emily, very glad that there was an Emily, opened her lookout window as high as it would go, got into bed, and drifted off to sleep, feeling a happiness that was so deep as to be almost pain, as she listened to the sonorous sweep of the night wind among the great trees in Lofty John's bush. When she wrote to her father a few days later, she began the letter, "Dear Father and Mother." "And I'll always write the letter to you as well as Father after this, Mother. I'm sorry I left you out so long. But you didn't seem real till that night I came home. I made the bed beautifully next morning. Aunt Elisabeth didn't find a bit of fault with it. And I dusted everything. And when I went out I knelt down and kissed the doorstep. I didn't think Aunt Elisabeth saw me, but she did, and said had I gone crazy. Why does Aunt Elisabeth think anyone is crazy who does something she never does? I said, no, it's only because I love my room so much. And she sniffed and said, you'd better love your God. But so I do, dear Father and Mother, and I love him better than ever since I have my dear room. I can see all over the garden from it, and into Lofty John's bush and one little bit of the Blair water through the gap in the trees, where the yesterday road runs. I like to go to bed early now. I love to lie all alone in my own room and make poetry and think out descriptions of things while I look through the open window at the stars and the nice, big, kind, quiet trees in Lofty John's bush. Oh, Father dear and Mother, we are going to have a new teacher. Miss Brownell is not coming back. She is going to be married, and Ilse says that when her father heard it, he said, God help the man. And the new teacher is a Mr. Carpenter. Ilse saw him when he came to see her father about the school, because Dr. Burnley is a trustee this year, and she says he has bushy gray hair and whiskers. He is married, too, and is going to live in that little old house down in the hollow below the school. It seems so funny to think of a teacher having a wife and whiskers. I am glad to be home, but I miss Dean and the gazing ball. Aunt Elisabeth looked very cross when she saw my bang, but didn't say anything. Aunt Laura says just to keep quiet and go on wearing it. But I don't feel comfortable going against Aunt Elisabeth, so I have combed it all back except a little fringe. I don't feel quite comfortable about it even yet, but I have to put up with being a little uncomfortable for the sake of my looks. Aunt Laura says bustles are going out of style, so I'll never be able to have one, but I don't care because I think they're ugly. Rhoda Stewart will be cross because she was just longing to be old enough to wear a bustle. I hope I'll be able to have a gin jar all to myself when the weather gets cold. There is a row of gin jars on the high shelf in the cookhouse. Teddy and I had the nicest adventure yesterday evening. We are going to keep it a secret from everybody, partly because it was so nice, and partly because we think we'd get a fearful scolding for one thing we did. We went up to the disappointed house, and we found one of the boards on the windows loose, so we pried it off and crawled in and went all over the house. It is lathed but not plastered, and the shavings are lying all over the floors, just as the carpenters left them years ago. It seemed more disappointed than ever. I just felt like crying. There was a dear little fireplace in one room, so we went to work and kindled a fire in it with shavings and pieces of boards. This is the thing we would be scolded for, likely. And then sat before it on an old carpenter's bench and talked. We decided that when we grew up, we would buy the disappointed house and live here together. Teddy said he supposed we'd have to get married, but I thought maybe we could find a way to manage without going to all that bother. Teddy will paint pictures, and I will write poetry, and we will have toast and bacon and marmalade every morning for breakfast, just like Wyther Grange, but never porridge. And we'll always have lots of nice things to eat in the pantry, and I'll make lots of jam, and Teddy is always going to help me wash the dishes, and we'll hang the gazing ball from the middle of the ceiling in the fireplace room, because likely Aunt Nancy will be dead by then. When the fire burned out, we jammed the board into place in the window and came away. Every now and then today, Teddy would say to me, "Toast and bacon and marmalade," in the most mysterious tones, and Ilse and Perry are wild because they can't find out what he means. Cousin Jimmy has got Jimmy Joe Bell to help with the harvest. Jimmy Joe Bell comes from over Dairy Pond way. There are a great many French there, and when a French girl marries, they call her mostly by her husband's first name, instead of Mrs., like the English do. If a girl named Mary marries a man named Leon, she will always be called Mary Leon after that. But in Jimmy Joe Bell's case, it is the other way, and he is called by his wife's name. I asked Cousin Jimmy why, and he said it was because Jimmy Joe was a poor stick of a creature and Bell wore the breeches. But still I don't understand. Jimmy Joe wears breeches himself, that means trousers, and why should he be called Jimmy Joe Bell instead of her being called Bell Jimmy Joe, just because she wears them too? I won't rest till I find out. Cousin Jimmy's garden is splendid now. The tiger lilies are out. I am trying to love them because nobody seems to like them at all, but deep down in my heart I know I love the late roses best. You just can't help loving the roses best. Ilse and I hunted all over the old orchard today for a 4-leaved clover and couldn't find one. Then I found one in a clump of clover by the dairy steps tonight when I was straining the milk and never thinking of clovers. Cousin Jimmy says that is the way luck always comes, and it is no use to look for it. It is lovely to be with Ilse again. We have only fought twice since I came home. I am going to try not to fight with Ilse anymore because I don't think it is dignified, although quite interesting. But it is hard not to because even when I keep quiet and don't say a word, Ilse thinks that's a way of fighting and gets madder and says worse things than ever. Aunt Elisabeth says it always takes 2 to make a quarrel, but she doesn't know Ilse as I do. Ilse called me a sneaking albatross today. I wonder how many animals are left to call me. She never repeats the same one twice. I wish she wouldn't clapperclaw Perry so much. Clapperclaw is a word I learned from Aunt Nancy. Very striking, I think. It seems as if she couldn't bear him. He dared Teddy to jump from the henhouse roof across to the pigeon house roof. Teddy wouldn't. He said he would try it if it had to be done, or would do anybody any good, but he wasn't going to do it just to show off. Perry did it and landed safe. If he hadn't, he might have broken his neck. Then he bragged about it and said Teddy was afraid, and Ilse turned red as a beet and told him to shut up or she would bite his snout off. She can't bear to have anything said against Teddy, but I guess he can take care of himself. Ilse can't study for the entrance either. Her father won't let her, but she says she doesn't care. She says she's going to run away when she gets a little older and study for the stage. That sounds wicked, but interesting. I felt very queer and guilty when I saw Ilse first, because I knew about her mother. I don't know why I felt guilty, because I had nothing to do with it. The feeling is wearing away a little now, but I am so unhappy by spells over it. I wish I could either forget it altogether or find out the rights of it, because I am sure nobody knows them. I had a letter from Dean today. He writes lovely letters, just as if I was grown up. He sent me a little poem he had cut out of a paper called The Fringed Gentian. He said it made him think of me. It is all lovely, but I like the last verse best of all. This is it. Then whisper, blossom, in thy sleep, how I may upward climb the alpine path so hard, so steep, that leads to heights sublime. How I may reach that far-off goal of true and honored fame, and write upon its shining scroll a woman's humble name. When I read that, the flash came, and I took a sheet of paper. I forgot to tell you, Cousin Jimmy gave me a little box of paper and envelopes, on the sly, and I wrote on it, I, Emily Bird Starr, do solemnly vow this day that I will climb the alpine path and write my name on the scroll of fame. Then I put it in the envelope and sealed it up and wrote on it, The Vow of Emily Bird Starr, aged 12 years and 3 months, and put it away on the sofa shelf in the garret. I am writing a murder story now, and I am trying to feel how a man would feel who was a murderer. It is creepy but thrilling. I almost feel as if I had murdered somebody. Good night, dear mother and father. Your lovingest daughter, Emily. P.S. I have been wondering how I'll sign my name when I grow up and print my pieces. I don't know which would be best, Emily Bird Starr in full, or Emily B. Starr, or E.B. Starr, or E. Bird Starr. Sometimes I think I'll have a nom de plume. That is, another name you pick for yourself. It's in my dictionary among the French phrases at the back. If I did that, then I could hear people talking of my pieces right before me, never suspecting, and say just what they really thought of them. That would be interesting, but perhaps not always comfortable. I think I'll be E. Bird Starr. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Butler, New York City. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 28, A Weaver of Dreams. It took Emily several weeks to make up her mind whether she liked Mr. Carpenter or not. She knew she did not dislike him, not even though his first greeting, shot at her on the opening day of school in a gruff voice, accompanied by a startling lift of his spiky gray brows, was, "So you're the girl that writes poetry, eh? Better stick to your needle and duster. Too many fools in the world trying to write poetry and failing. I tried it myself once. Got better sense now." "You don't keep your nails clean," thought Emily. But he upset every kind of school tradition so speedily and thoroughly that Ilse, who gloried in upsetting things and hated routine, was the only scholar that liked him from the start. Some never liked him, the Rhoda Stewart type, for example, but most of them came to it after they got used to never being used to anything, and Emily finally decided that she liked him tremendously. Mr. Carpenter was somewhere between 40 and 50, a tall man with an upstanding shock of bushy gray hair, bristling gray mustache and eyebrows, a truculent beard, bright blue eyes out of which all his wild life had not yet burned the fire, and a long, lean, grayish face, deeply lined. He lived in a little 2-roomed house below the school with a shy mouse of a wife. He never talked of his past or offered any explanation of the fact that at his age he had no better profession than teaching a district school for a pittance of salary, but the truth leaked out after a while, for Prince Edward Island is a small province, and everybody in it knows something about everybody else. So eventually Blairwater people, and even the school children, understood that Mr. Carpenter had been a brilliant student in his youth and had had his eye on the ministry. But at college, he had got in with a fast set. Blairwater people nodded heads slowly and whispered the dreadful phrase portentously, and the fast set had ruined him. He took to drink and went to the dogs generally, and the upshot of it all was that Francis Carpenter, who had led his class in his first and second years at McGill, and for whom his teachers had predicted a great career, was a country school teacher at 45, with no prospect of ever being anything else. Perhaps he was resigned to it, perhaps not. Nobody ever knew, not even the brown mouse of a wife. Nobody in Blairwater cared. He was a good teacher, and that was all that mattered. Even if he did go on occasional sprees, he always took Saturday for them, and was sober enough by Monday. Sober and especially dignified, wearing a rusty black frock coat, which he never put on any other day of the week. He did not invite pity, and he did not pose as a tragedy. But sometimes, when Emily looked at his face, bent over the arithmetic problems of Blairwater School, she felt horribly sorry for him, without in the least understanding why. He had an explosive temper, which generally burst into flame at least once a day, and then he would storm about wildly for a few minutes, tugging at his beard, imploring heaven to grant him patience, abusing everybody in general, and the luckless object of his wrath in particular. But these tempers never lasted long. In a few minutes, Mr. Carpenter would be smiling as graciously as a sun bursting through a storm cloud on the very pupil he had been rating. Nobody seemed to cherish any grudge because of his scoldings. He never said any of the biting things Miss Brownell was wont to say, which rankled and festered for weeks. His hail of words fell alike on just and unjust, and rolled off harmlessly. He could take a joke on himself in perfect good nature. "Do you hear me? Do you hear me, sirrah?" he bellowed to Perry Miller one day. "Of course I hear you," retorted Perry coolly. "They could hear you in Charlottetown." Mr. Carpenter stared for a moment, then broke into a great, jolly laugh. His methods of teaching were so different from Miss Brownell's that the Blairwater pupils at first felt as if he had stood them on their heads. Miss Brownell had been a martinet for order. Mr. Carpenter never tried to keep order, apparently. but somehow he kept the children so busy that they had no time to do mischief. He taught history tempestuously for a month, making his pupils play the different characters and enact the incidents. He never bothered anyone to learn dates, but the dates stuck in the memory just the same. If, as Mary Queen of Scots, you were beheaded by the school axe, kneeling blindfolded at the doorstep, with Perry Miller, wearing a mask made out of a piece of Aunt Laura's old black silk, for executioner, wondering what would happen if he brought the axe down too hard, you did not forget the year it happened. And if you fought the Battle of Waterloo all over the school playground, and heard Teddy Kent shouting, "Up, guards, and at 'em!" as he led the last furious charge, you remembered 1815 without half trying to. Next month history would be thrust aside altogether, and geography would take its place, when school and playground were mapped out into countries, and you dressed up as the animals inhabiting them, or traded in various commodities over their rivers and cities. When Rhoda Stewart had cheated you in a bargain in hides, you remembered that she had bought the cargo from the Argentine Republic, and when Perry Miller would not drink any water for a whole hot summer day because he was crossing the Arabian desert with a caravan of camels and could not find an oasis, and then drank so much that he took terrible cramps and Aunt Laura had to be up all night with him, you did not forget where the said desert was. The trustees were quite scandalized over some of the goings-on, and felt sure that the children were having too good a time to be really learning anything. If you wanted to learn Latin and French, you had to do it by talking your exercises, not writing them, and on Friday afternoons all lessons were put aside, and Mr. Carpenter made the children recite poems, make speeches, and declaim passages from Shakespeare and the Bible. This was the day Ilse loved. Mr. Carpenter pounced on her gift like a starving dog on a bone, and drilled her without mercy. They had endless fights, and Ilse stamped her foot and called him names while the other pupils wondered why she was not punished for it, but at last had to give in and do as he willed. Ilse went to school regularly, something she had never done before. Mr. Carpenter had told her that if she were absent for a day without good excuse, she could take no part in the Friday exercises, and this would have killed her. One day Mr. Carpenter had picked up Teddy's slate and found a sketch of himself on it, in one of his favorite, if not exactly beautiful, attitudes. Teddy had labeled it the Black Death, half of the pupils of the school having died that day of the Great Plague, and having been carried out on stretchers to the Potter's Field by the terrified survivors. Teddy expected a roar of denunciation, for the day before Garrett Marshall had been ground into figurative pulp on being discovered with the picture of a harmless cow on his slate. At least, Garrett said he meant it for a cow. But now, this amazing Mr. Carpenter only drew his beetling brows together, looked earnestly at Teddy's slate, put it down on the desk, looked at Teddy, and said, "I don't know anything about drawing. I can't help you, but by gad I think hereafter you'd better give up those extra arithmetic problems in the afternoon and draw pictures." Whereupon Garrett Marshall went home and told his father that old Carpenter wasn't fair, and made favorites over Teddy Kent. Mr. Carpenter went up to the tansy patch that evening and saw the sketches in Teddy's old barn loft studio. Then he went into the house and talked to Mrs. Kent. What he said and what she said nobody ever knew, but Mr. Carpenter went away looking grim, as if he had met an unexpected match. He took great pains with Teddy's general schoolwork after that, and procured from somewhere certain elementary textbooks on drawing which he gave him, telling him not to take them home, a caution Teddy did not require. He knew quite well that if he did they would disappear as mysteriously as his cats had done. He had taken Emily's advice and told his mother he would not love her if anything happened to Leo, and Leo flourished and waxed fat and doggy. But Teddy was too gentle at heart and too fond of his mother to make such a threat more than once. He knew she had cried all that night after Mr. Carpenter had been there, and prayed on her knees in her little bedroom most of the next day, and looked at him with bitter, haunting eyes for a week. He wished she were more like other fellows' mothers, but they loved each other very much and had dear hours together in the little gray house on the Tansy Hill. It was only when other people were about that Mrs. Kent was queer and jealous. "She's always lovely when we're alone," Teddy had told Emily. As for the other boys, Perry Miller was the only one Mr. Carpenter bothered much with in the way of speeches, and he was as merciless with him as with Ilse. Perry worked hard to please him and practiced his speeches in barn and fields, and even by nights in the kitchen loft, until Aunt Elisabeth put a stop to that. Emily could not understand why Mr. Carpenter would smile amiably and say, "Very good," when Nettie Gray rattled off a speech glibly, without any expression whatever, and then rage at Perry and denounce him as a dunce and a nincompoop, by gad, because he had failed to give just the proper emphasis on a certain word, or had timed his gesture a fraction of a second too soon. Neither could she understand why he made red pencil corrections all over her compositions, and rated her for split infinitives and too lavish adjectives, and strode up and down the aisle and hurled objurgations at her because she didn't know a good place to stop when she saw it, by gad, and then told Rhoda Stewart and Nan Lee that their compositions were very pretty, and gave them back without so much as a mark on them. Yet in spite of it all, she liked him more and more as time went on and autumn passed, and winter came with its beautiful bare-limbed trees, and soft pearl-gray skies that were slashed with rifts of gold in the afternoons, and cleared to a jeweled pageantry of stars over the wide white hills and valleys around New Moon. Emily shot up so that winter that Laura had to let down the tucks in her dresses. Aunt Ruth, who had come for a week's visit, said she was outgrowing her strength. Consumptive children always did. "I am not consumptive," Emily said. "The stars are tall," she added, with a touch of subtle malice hardly to be looked for in near 13. Aunt Ruth, who was sensitive in regard to her dumpiness, sniffled. "It would be well if that were the only thing in which you resemble them," she said. "How are you getting on in school?" "Very well. I am the smartest scholar in my class," answered Emily composedly. "You conceited child," said Aunt Ruth. "I'm not conceited." Emily looked scornful indignation. "Mr. Carpenter said it, and he doesn't flatter. Besides, I can't help seeing it myself." "Well, it is to be hoped for you have some brains, because you haven't much in the way of looks," said Aunt Ruth. "You've no complexion to speak of, and that inky hair around your white face is startling. I see you're going to be a plain girl." "You wouldn't say that to a grown-up person's face," said Emily with a deliberate gravity which always exasperated Aunt Ruth because she could not understand it in a child's. "I don't think it would hurt you to be as polite to me as you are to other people." "I'm telling you your faults so you may correct them," said Aunt Ruth frigidly. "It isn't my fault that my face is pale and my hair black," protested Emily. "I can't correct that." "If you were a different girl," said Aunt Ruth, "I would—" "But I don't want to be a different girl," said Emily decidedly. She had no intention of lowering the star flag to Aunt Ruth. "I wouldn't want to be anybody but myself, even if I am plain. Besides," she added impressively as she turned to go out of the room, "though I may not be very good-looking now, when I go to heaven I believe I'll be very beautiful." "Some people think Emily quite pretty," said Aunt Laura, but she did not say it until Emily was out of hearing. She was Murray enough for that. "I don't know where they see it," said Aunt Ruth. "She's vain and pert and says things to be thought smart. You heard her just now, but the thing I dislike most in her is that she is unchildlike, and deep as the sea. Yes, she is, Laura, deep as the sea. You'll find it out to your cost one day if you disregard my warning. She's capable of anything. Sly is no word for it. You and Elisabeth don't keep a tight enough rein over her." "I've done my best," said Elisabeth stiffly. She herself did think she had been much too lenient with Emily. Laura and Jimmy were 2-1, but it nettled her to have Ruth say so. Uncle Wallace also had an attack of worrying over Emily that winter. He looked at her one day when he was at New Moon and remarked that she was getting to be a big girl. "How old are you, Emily?" He asked her that every time he came to New Moon. 13 in May." What are you going to do with her, Elisabeth?" "I don't know what you mean," said Aunt Elisabeth coldly, or as coldly as is possible to speak when one is pouring melted tallow into candle molds. "Why, she'll soon be grown up. She can't expect you to provide for her indefinitely." "I don't," whispered Emily resentfully under her breath. "And it's time we decided what is best to be done for her." "The Murray women have never had to work out for a living," said Aunt Elisabeth, as if that disposed of the matter. "Emily is only half Murray," said Wallace. "Besides, times are changing. You and Laura will not live forever, Elisabeth, and when you are gone, New Moon goes to Oliver's Andrew. In my opinion, Emily should be fitted to support herself if necessary." Emily did not like Uncle Wallace, but she was very grateful to him at that moment. Whatever his motives were, he was proposing the very thing she secretly yearned for. "I would suggest," said Uncle Wallace, "that she be sent to Queen's Academy to get a teacher's license. Teaching is a genteel, ladylike occupation. I will do my share in providing for the expense of it." A blind person might have seen that Uncle Wallace thought this very splendid of himself. "If you do," thought Emily, "I'll pay every cent back to you as soon as I'm able to earn it." But Aunt Elisabeth was adamant. "I do not believe in girls going out into the world," she said. "I don't mean Emily to go to Queen's. I told Mr. Carpenter so when he came to see me about her taking up the entrance work. He was very rude. School teachers knew their place better in my father's time, but I made him understand, I think. I'm rather surprised at you, Wallace. You did not send your own daughter out to work." "My daughter had parents to provide for her," retorted Uncle Wallace pompously. "Emily is an orphan. I imagined from what I had heard about her that she would prefer earning her own living to living on charity." "So I would," cried out Emily. "So I would, Uncle Wallace. Oh, Aunt Elisabeth, please let me study for the entrance, please. I'll pay you back every cent you spend on it. I will indeed. I pledge you my word of honor." "It does not happen to be a question of money," said Aunt Elisabeth in her stateliest manner. "I undertook to provide for you, Emily, and I will do it. When you are older, I may send you to the high school in Shrewsbury for a couple of years. I am not decrying education, but you are not going to be a slave to the public. No Murray girl ever was that." Emily, realizing the uselessness of pleading, went out in the same bitter disappointment she had felt after Mr. Carpenter's visit. Then Aunt Elisabeth looked at Wallace. "Have you forgotten what came of sending Juliet to Queen's?" she asked significantly. If Emily was not allowed to take up the entrance classes, Perry had no one to say him nay, and he went at them with the same dogged determination he showed in all other matters. Perry's status at New Moon had changed subtly and steadily. Aunt Elisabeth had ceased to refer scornfully to him as a hired boy. Even she recognized that though he was still indubitably a hired boy, he was not going to remain one, and she no longer objected to Laura's patching up his ragged bits of clothing, or to Emily's helping him with his lessons in the kitchen after supper, nor did she growl when Cousin Jimmy began to pay him a certain small wage, though older boys than Perry were still glad to put in the winter months choring for board and lodging in some comfortable home. If a future premier was in the making at New Moon, Aunt Elisabeth wanted to have some small share in the making. It was credible and commendable that a boy should have ambitions. A girl was an entirely different matter. A girl's place was at home. Emily helped Perry work out algebra problems and heard his lessons in French and Latin. She picked up more thus than Aunt Elisabeth would have approved, and more still when the entrance pupils talked those languages in school. It was quite an easy matter for a girl who had once upon a time invented a language of her own. When George Bates, by way of showing off, asked her one day in French, his French, of which Mr. Carpenter had once said doubtfully that perhaps God might understand it, "Have you the ink of my grandmother and the shoe-brush of my cousin and the umbrella of my aunt's husband in your desk?" Emily retorted quite as glibly and quite as Frenchily, "No, but I have the pen of your father, and the cheese of the innkeeper, and the towel of your uncle's maidservant in my basket." To console herself for her disappointment in regard to the entrance class, Emily wrote more poetry than ever. It was especially delightful to write poetry on a winter evening when the storm winds howled without and heaped the garden and orchard with big ghostly drifts, starred over with rabbits' candles. She also wrote several stories, desperate love affairs wherein she struggled heroically against the difficulties of affectionate dialogue, tales of bandits and pirates. Emily liked these because there was no necessity for bandits and pirates to converse lovingly. Tragedies of earls and countesses, whose conversation she dearly loved to pepper with scraps of French, and a dozen other subjects she didn't know anything about. She also meditated beginning a novel, but decided it would be too hard to get enough paper for it. The letter bills were all done now, and the Jimmy books were not big enough, though a new one always appeared mysteriously in her school basket when the old one was almost full. Cousin Jimmy seemed to have an uncanny prescience of the proper time. That was part of his Jimminess. Then one night, as she lay in her lookout bed and watched a full moon gleaming lustrously from a cloudless sky across the valley, she had a sudden, dazzling idea. She would send her latest poem to the Charlottetown Enterprise. The Enterprise had a poet's corner where original verses were frequently printed. Privately, Emily thought her own were quite as good, as probably they were, for most of the Enterprise poems were sad trash. Emily was so excited over the idea that she could not sleep for the greater part of the night, and didn't want to. It was glorious to lie there, thrilling in the darkness, and picture the whole thing out. She saw her verses in print, signed E. Bird Starr. She saw Aunt Laura's eyes shining with pride. She saw Mr. Carpenter pointing them out to strangers. "The work of a pupil of mine, by gad." She saw all her schoolmates envying her or admiring, according to type. She saw herself with one foot at least firmly planted on the ladder of fame, one hill at least of the alpine path crested, with a new and glorious prospect opening therefrom. Morning came. Emily went to school, so absent-minded because of her secret that she did badly in everything and was raged at by Mr. Carpenter. But it all slipped off her back like the proverbial water off a duck's back. Her body was in Blairwater School, but her spirit was in Kingdoms Imperial. As soon as school was out, she betook herself to the garret with half a sheet of blue-lined notepaper. Very painstakingly she copied down the poem, being especially careful to dot every I and cross every T. She wrote it on both sides of the paper, being in blissful ignorance of any taboo thereon. Then she read it aloud delightedly, not omitting the title, Evening Dreams. There was one line in it she tasted 2 or 3 times. "The haunting elfin music of the air." "I think that line is very good," said Emily. "I wonder now how I happened to think of it." She mailed her poem the next day, and lived in a delicious mystic rapture until the following Saturday. When the Enterprise came, she opened it with tremulous eagerness and ice-cold fingers, and turned to the poet's corner. Now for her great moment. There was not a sign of an evening dream about it. Emily threw down the Enterprise and fled to the garret dormer where, face downward on the old haircloth sofa, she wept out her bitterness of disappointment. She drained the draught of failure to the very dregs. It was horribly real and tragic to her. She felt exactly as if she had been slapped in the face. She was crushed in the very dust of humiliation, and was sure she could never rise again. How thankful she was that she hadn't told Teddy anything about it. She had been so strongly tempted to, and only refrained because she didn't want to spoil the dramatic surprise of the moment when she would show him the verses with her name signed to them. She had told Perry, and Perry was furious when he saw her tear-stained face later on in the dairy, as they strained the milk together. Ordinarily, Emily loved this, but tonight the savor had gone out of the world. Even the milky splendor of the still, mild winter evening and the purple bloom over the hillside woods that presaged a thaw could not give her the accustomed soul thrill. "I'm going to Charlottetown if I have to walk, and I'll bust that Enterprise editor's head," said Perry, with the expression which, 30 years later, warned the members of his party to scatter for cover. "That wouldn't be any use," said Emily drearily. "He didn't think it good enough to print. That is what hurts me so, Perry. He didn't think it any good. Busting his head wouldn't change that." It took her a week to recover from the blow. Then she wrote a story in which the editor of the Enterprise played the part of a dark and desperate villain who found lodging eventually behind prison bars. This got the venom out of her system, and she forgot all about him in the delight of writing a poem addressed to Sweet Lady April. But I question if she ever really forgave him, even when she discovered eventually that you must not write on both sides of the paper, even when she read over Evening Dreams a year later and wondered how she could ever have thought it any good. This sort of thing was happening frequently now. Every time she read her little hoard of manuscripts over, she found some of which the fairy gold had unaccountably turned to withered leaves, fit only for the burning. Emily burned them, but it hurt her a little. Outgrowing things we love is never a pleasant process. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Emily of New Moon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Butler, New York City. Emily of New Moon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 29, Sacrilege. There had been several clashes between Aunt Elisabeth and Emily that winter and spring. Generally, Aunt Elisabeth came out victorious. There was that in her that would not be denied the satisfaction of having her own way, even in trifling matters. But once in a while, she came up against that curious streak of granite in Emily's composition, which was unyielding and unbendable and unbreakable. Mary Murray of 100 years agone had been, so Family Chronicle ran, a gentle and submissive creature generally. But she had that same streak in her, as her "Here I stay" abundantly testified. When Aunt Elisabeth tried conclusions with that element in Emily, she always got the worst of it. Yet she did not learn wisdom therefrom, but pursued her policy of repression all the more rigorously, for it occasionally came home to her, as Laura let down tucks, that Emily was on the verge of beginning to grow up, and that various breakers and reefs loomed ahead, ominously magnified in the midst of unseen years. Emily must not be allowed to get out of hand now, lest later on she make shipwreck as her mother had done, or as Elizabeth Murray firmly believed she had done. There were, in short, to be no more elopements from New Moon. One of the things they fell out about was the fact that Emily, as Aunt Elisabeth discovered one day, was in the habit of using more of her egg money to buy paper than Aunt Elisabeth approved of. What did Emily do with so much paper? They had a fuss over this, and eventually Aunt Elisabeth discovered that Emily was writing stories. Emily had been writing stories all winter, under Aunt Elisabeth's very nose, and Aunt Elisabeth had never suspected it. She had fondly supposed that Emily was writing school compositions. Aunt Elisabeth knew in a vague way that Emily wrote silly rhymes which she called poetry, but this did not worry her especially. Jimmy made up a lot of similar trash. It was foolish but harmless, and Emily would doubtless outgrow it. Jimmy had not outgrown it, to be sure, but then his accident— Elisabeth always went a little sick in soul when she remembered it— had made him more or less a child for life. But writing stories was a very different thing, and Aunt Elisabeth was horrified. Fiction of any kind was an abominable thing. Elizabeth Murray had been trained up in this belief in her youth, and in her age she had not departed from it. She honestly thought that it was a wicked and sinful thing in anyone to play cards, dance, or go to the theater, read or write novels, and in Emily's case, there was a worse feature. It was the Starr coming out in her, Douglas Starr especially. No Murray of New Moon had ever been guilty of writing stories, or of ever wanting to write them. It was an alien growth that must be pruned off ruthlessly. Aunt Elisabeth applied the pruning shears, and found no pliant, snippable root, but that same underlying streak of granite. Emily was respectful and reasonable and above board. She bought no more paper with egg money, but she told Aunt Elisabeth that she could not give up writing stories, and she went right on writing them, on pieces of brown wrapping paper, and the blank backs of circulars which agricultural machinery firms sent Cousin Jimmy. "Don't you know that it is wicked to write novels?" demanded Aunt Elisabeth. "Oh, I'm not writing novels, yet," said Emily. "I can't get enough paper. These are just short stories. And it isn't wicked. Father liked novels." "Your father—" began Aunt Elisabeth, and stopped. She remembered that Emily had acted up before now when anything derogatory was said of her father. But the very fact that she felt mysteriously compelled to stop annoyed Elisabeth, who had said what seemed good to her all her life at New Moon, without much regard for other people's feelings. "You will not write any more of this stuff." Aunt Elisabeth contemptuously flourished the secret of the castle under Emily's nose. "I forbid you. Remember, I forbid you." "Oh, I must write, Aunt Elisabeth," said Emily gravely, folding her slender, beautiful hands on the table, and looking straight into Aunt Elisabeth's angry face with the steady, unblinking gaze which Aunt Ruth called unchildlike. "You see, it's this way. It is in me. I can't help it. And Father said I was always to keep on writing. He said I would be famous some day. Wouldn't you like to have a famous niece, Aunt Elisabeth?" "I am not going to argue the matter," said Aunt Elisabeth. "I'm not arguing, only explaining." Emily was exasperatingly respectful. "I just want you to understand how it is that I have to go on writing stories, even though I am so very sorry you don't approve. If you don't give up this worse than nonsense, Emily, I'll... Aunt Elisabeth stopped, not knowing what to say she would do. Emily was too big now to be slapped or shut up, and it was no use to say, as she was tempted to, "I'll send you away from New Moon," because Elizabeth Murray knew perfectly well she would not send Emily away from New Moon, could not send her away, indeed, though this knowledge was as yet only in her feelings, and had not been translated into her intellect. She only felt that she was helpless, and it angered her. But Emily was mistress of the situation and calmly went on writing stories. If Aunt Elisabeth had asked her to give up crocheting lace or making molasses taffy or eating Aunt Laura's delicious drop cookies. Emily would have done so wholly and cheerfully, though she loved these things. But to give up writing stories, why, Aunt Elisabeth might as well have asked her to give up breathing. Why couldn't she understand? It seemed so simple and indisputable to Emily. Teddy can't help making pictures, and Ilse can't help reciting, and I can't help writing. Don't you see, Aunt Elisabeth? I see that you are an ungrateful and disobedient child, said Aunt Elisabeth. This hurt Emily horribly, but she could not give in, and there continued to be a sense of soreness and disapproval between her and Aunt Elisabeth in all the little details of daily life that poisoned existence more or less for the child, who was so keenly sensitive to her environment and to the feelings with which her kindred regarded her. Emily felt it all the time, except when she was writing her stories. Then she forgot everything, roaming in some enchanted country between the sun and moon, where she saw wonderful beings whom she tried to describe, and wonderful deeds which she tried to record, coming back to the candlelit kitchen with a somewhat dazed sense of having been years in no man's land. She did not even have Aunt Laura to back her up in the matter. Aunt Laura thought Emily ought to yield in such an unimportant matter and please Aunt Elisabeth. "But it's not unimportant," said Emily despairingly. "It's the most important thing in the world to me, Aunt Laura. Oh, I thought you would understand." "I understand that you like to do it, dear, and I think it's a harmless enough amusement. But it seems to annoy Elisabeth some way, and I do think you might give it up on that account. It is not as if it was anything that mattered much. It is really a waste of time." "No, no," said distressed Emily. "Why, some day, Aunt Laura, I'll write real books. And make lots of money," she added, sensing that the business-like Murrays measured the nature of most things on a cash basis. Aunt Laura smiled indulgently. "I'm afraid you'll never grow rich that way, dear. It would be wiser to employ your time preparing yourself for some useful work." It was maddening to be condescended to like this. Maddening that nobody could see that she had to write. Maddening to have Aunt Laura so sweet and loving and stupid about it. Oh, thought Emily bitterly, if that hateful Enterprise editor had printed my piece, they'd have believed then. "At any rate," advised Aunt Laura, "don't let Elisabeth see you writing them." But somehow Emily could not take this prudent advice. There had been occasions when she had connived with Aunt Laura to hoodwink Aunt Elisabeth on some little matter, but she found she could not do it in this. This had to be open and above board. She must write stories, and Aunt Elisabeth must know it. That was the way it had to be. She could not be false to herself in this. She could not pretend to be false. She wrote her father all about it, poured out her bitterness and perplexity to him in what, though she did not suspect it at the time, was the last letter she was to write him. There was a large bundle of letters by now on the old sofa shelf in the garret, for Emily had written many letters to her father, besides those which have been chronicled in this history. There were a great many paragraphs about Aunt Elisabeth in them, most of them very uncomplimentary, and some of them, as Emily herself would have owned when her first bitterness was past, overdrawn and exaggerated. They had been written in moments when her hurt and angry soul demanded some outlet for its emotion, and barbed her pen with venom. Emily was mistress of a subtly malicious style when she chose to be. After she had written them, the hurt had ceased and she thought no more about them. But they remained. And one spring day, Aunt Elisabeth, house-cleaning in the garret while Emily played happily with Teddy at the tansy patch, found the bundle of letters on the sofa shelf, sat down, and read them all. Elizabeth Murray would have never read any writing belonging to a grown person, but it never occurred to her, that there was anything dishonorable in reading the letters wherein Emily, lonely and sometimes misunderstood, had poured out her heart to the father she had loved and been loved by, so passionately and understandingly. Aunt Elisabeth thought she had a right to know everything that this pensioner on her bounty did, said, or thought. She read the letters, and she found out what Emily thought of her, Elizabeth Murray, autocrat unchallenged, to whom no one had ever dared to say anything uncomplimentary. Such an experience is no pleasanter at 60 than at 16. As Elizabeth Murray folded up the last letter, her hands trembled, with anger, and something underneath it that was not anger. "Emily, your Aunt Elisabeth wants to see you in the parlor," said Aunt Laura, when Emily returned from the tansy patch, driven home by the thin gray rain that had begun to drift over the greening fields. Her tone, her sorrowful look, warned Emily that mischief was in the wind. Emily had no idea what mischief. She could not recall anything she had done recently that should bring her up before the tribunal Aunt Elisabeth occasionally held in the parlor. It must be serious when it was in the parlor. For reasons best known to herself, Aunt Elisabeth held super-serious interviews like this in the parlor. Possibly it was because she felt obscurely that the photographs of the Murrays on the walls gave her a backing she needed when dealing with this hop-out-of-kin. For the same reason Emily detested a trial in the parlor. She always felt on such occasions like a very small mouse surrounded by a circle of grim cats. Emily skipped across the big hall, pausing, in spite of her alarm, to glance at the charming red world through the crimson glass, then pushed open the parlor door. The room was dim, for only one of the slat blinds was partially raised. Aunt Elisabeth was sitting bolt upright in Grandfather Murray's black horsehair chair. Emily looked at her stern, angry face first, and then at her lap. Emily understood. The first thing she did was to retrieve her precious letters. With the quickness of light, she sprang to Aunt Elisabeth, snatched up the bundle, and retreated to the door. There she faced Aunt Elisabeth, her face blazing with indignation and outrage. Sacrilege had been committed. The most sacred shrine of her soul had been profaned. "How dare you?" she said. "How dare you touch my private papers, Aunt Elisabeth?" Aunt Elisabeth had not expected this. She had looked for confusion, dismay, shame, fear, for anything but this righteous indignation, as if she, forsooth, were the guilty one. She rose. "Give me those letters, Emily." "No, I will not," said Emily, white with anger as she clasped her hands around the bundle. "They are mine and Father's, not yours. You had no right to touch them. I will never forgive you." This was turning the tables with a vengeance. Aunt Elisabeth was so dumbfounded that she hardly knew what to say or do. Worst of all, a most unpleasant doubt of her own conduct suddenly assailed her, driven home perhaps by the intensity and earnestness of Emily's accusation. For the first time in her life, it occurred to Elizabeth Murray to wonder if she had done rightly. For the first time in her life, she felt ashamed, and the shame made her furious. It was intolerable that she should be made to feel ashamed. For the moment they faced each other, not as aunt and niece, not as child and adult, but as two human beings, each with hatred for the other in her heart. Elizabeth Murray, tall and austere and thin-lipped. Emily Starr, white of face, her eyes pools of black flame, her trembling arms hugging her letters. "So this is your gratitude," said Aunt Elisabeth. "You were a penniless orphan. I took you to my home. I have given you shelter and food and education and kindness, and this is my thanks." As yet, Emily's tempest of anger and resentment prevented her from feeling the sting of this. "You did not want to take me," she said. You made me draw lots, and you took me because the lot fell to you. You knew some of you had to take me because you were the proud Murrays and couldn't let a relation go to an orphan asylum. Aunt Laura loves me now, but you don't, so why should I love you? Ungrateful, thankless child. I'm not thankless. I've tried to be good. I've tried to obey you and please you. I do all the chores I can to help pay for my keep, and you had no business to read my letters to my father. They are disgraceful letters and must be destroyed, said Aunt Elisabeth. No, Emily clasped them tighter. I'd sooner burn myself. You shall not have them, Aunt Elisabeth. She felt her brows drawing together. She felt the Murray look on her face. She knew she was conquering. Elizabeth Murray turned paler, if that were possible. There were times when she could give the Murray look herself. It was not that which dismayed her. It was the uncanny something which seemed to peer out behind the Murray look that always broke her will. She trembled, faltered, yielded. Keep your letters, she said bitterly, and scorn the old woman who opened her home to you. She went out of the parlor. Emily was left mistress of the fields, and all at once her victory turned to dust and ashes in her mouth. She went up to her own room, hid her letters in the cupboard over the mantel, and then crept up on her bed, huddling down in a little heap with her face buried in her pillow. She was still sore with a sense of outrage, but underneath, another pain was beginning to ache terribly. Something in her was hurt because she had hurt Aunt Elisabeth, for she felt that Aunt Elisabeth, under all her anger, was hurt. This surprised Emily. She would have expected Aunt Elisabeth to be angry, of course, but she would never have supposed it would affect her in any other way. Yet she had seen something in Aunt Elisabeth's eyes when she had flung that last stinging sentence at her, something that spoke of bitter hurt. Oh, gasped Emily. She began to cry chokingly into her pillow. She was so wretched that she could not get out of herself and watch her own suffering with a sort of enjoyment in its drama, set her mind to analyze her feelings. And when Emily was as wretched as that, she was very wretched indeed, and wholly comfortless. Aunt Elisabeth would not keep her at New Moon after a poisonous quarrel like this. She would send her away, of course. Emily believed this. Nothing was too horrible to believe just then. How could she live away from dear New Moon? And I may have to live 80 years, Emily moaned. But worse even than this was the remembrance of that look in Aunt Elisabeth's eyes. Her own sense of outrage and sacrilege ebbed away under the remembrance. She thought of all the things she had written her father about Aunt Elisabeth, sharp, bitter things, some of them just, some of them unjust. She began to feel that she should not have written them. It was true enough that Aunt Elisabeth had not loved her, had not wanted to take her to New Moon, but she had taken her, and though it had been done in duty, not in love, the fact remained. It was no use for her to tell herself that it wasn't as if the letters were written to anyone living, to be seen and read by others. While she was under Aunt Elisabeth's roof, while she owed the food she ate and the clothes she wore to Aunt Elisabeth, she should not say, even to her father, harsh things of her. A Starr should not have done it. I must go and ask Aunt Elisabeth to forgive me, thought Emily at last, all the passion gone out of her, and only regret and repentance left. I suppose she never will. She'll hate me always now, but I must go. She turned herself about, and then the door opened and Aunt Elisabeth entered. She came across the room and stood at the side of the bed, looking down at the grieved little face on the pillow, a face that in the dim, rainy twilight, with its tear stains and black-shadowed eyes, looked strangely mature and chiseled. Elizabeth Murray was still austere and cold. Her voice sounded stern, but she said an amazing thing. Emily, I had no right to read your letters. I admit I was wrong, Will you forgive me?" "Oh!" The word was almost a cry. Aunt Elisabeth had at last discerned the way to conquer Emily. The latter lifted herself up, flung her arms about Aunt Elisabeth, and said chokingly, "Oh, Aunt Elisabeth, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have written those things, but I wrote them when I was vexed, and I didn't mean them all. Truly, I didn't mean the worst of them. Oh, you'll believe that, won't you, Aunt Elisabeth?" "I'd like to believe it, Emily." An odd quiver passed through the tall, rigid form. I don't like to think you hate me. My sister's child, little Juliet's child." "I don't, oh, I don't," sobbed Emily. "And I'll love you, Aunt Elisabeth, if you'll let me, if you want me to. I didn't think you cared. Dear Aunt Elisabeth." Emily gave Aunt Elisabeth a fierce hug and a passionate kiss on the white, fine wrinkled cheek. Aunt Elisabeth kissed her gravely on the brow in return, and then said, as if closing the door on the whole incident, "You'd better wash your face and come down to supper." But there was yet something to be cleared up. "Aunt Elisabeth," whispered Emily, "I can't burn those letters, you know. They belong to Father. But I'll tell you what I will do. I'll go over them all and put a star by anything I said about you, and then I'll add an explanatory footnote saying that I was mistaken." Emily spent her spare time for several days putting in her explanatory footnotes, and then her conscience had rest. But when she again tried to write a letter to her father, she found that it no longer meant anything to her. The sense of reality, nearness, of close communion had gone. Perhaps she had been outgrowing it gradually, as childhood began to merge into girlhood. Perhaps the bitter scene with Aunt Elisabeth had only shaken into dust something out of which the spirit had already departed. But whatever the explanation, it was not possible to write such letters any more. She missed them terribly, but she could not go back to them. A certain door of life was shut behind her and could not be reopened. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Emily of Newmoon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jude Summers. Emily of Newmoon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 30. When the Curtain Lifted. It would be pleasant to be able to record that after the reconciliation in the Lookout, Emily and Aunt Elisabeth lived in entire amity and harmony. But the truth was that things went on pretty much the same as before. Emily went softly and tried to mingle serpent's wisdom and dove's harmlessness in practical proportions. But their points of view were so different that there were bound to be clashes. They did not speak the same language, so there was bound to be misunderstanding. And yet there was a difference, a very vital difference. Elizabeth Murray had learned an important lesson, that there is not one law of fairness for children and another for grown-ups. She continued to be as autocratic as ever, but she did not do or say to Emily anything she would not have done or said to Laura, had occasion called for it. Emily, on her side, had discovered the fact that, under all her surface coldness and sternness, Aunt Elisabeth really had an affection for her, and it was wonderful what a difference this made. It took the sting out of Aunt Elisabeth's ways and words, and healed entirely a certain little half-conscious sore spot that had been in Emily's heart ever since the incident of the drawn slips at Maywood. "I don't believe I'm a duty to Aunt Elisabeth any more," she thought exultantly. Emily grew rapidly that summer in body, mind, and soul. Life was delightful, growing richer every hour, like an unfolding rose. Forms of beauty filled her imagination and were transferred as best she could to paper, though they were never so lovely there, and Emily had the heartbreaking moments of the true artist who discovers that never on painter's canvas lives the charm of his fancy's dream. Much of her old stuff she burned. Even the Child of the Sea was reduced to ashes. But the little pile of manuscripts in the mantel cupboard of the lookout was growing steadily larger. Emily kept her scribblings there now. The sofa shelf in the garret was desecrated, and besides, she felt somehow that Aunt Elisabeth would never meddle with her private papers again, no matter where they were kept. She did not now go to the garret to read or write or dream. Her own dear lookout was the best place for that. She loved that quaint little old room intensely. It was almost like a living thing to her, a sharer in gladness, a comforter in sorrow. Ilse was growing too, blossoming out into strange beauty and brilliance, knowing no law but her own pleasure, recognizing no authority but her own whim. Aunt Laura worried over her. She will be a woman so soon, and who will look after her? Alan won't. I've no patience with Alan, said Aunt Elisabeth grimly. He is always ready to hector and advise other people. He'd better look at home. He'll come over here and order me to do this or that, or not to do it, for Emily. But if I say one word to him about Ilse, he blows the roof off. The idea of a man turning against his daughter and neglecting her as he has neglected Ilse, simply because her mother wasn't all she should be, as if the poor child was to blame for that. "Shh," said Aunt Laura, as Emily crossed the sitting-room on her way upstairs. Emily smiled sadly to herself. Aunt Laura needn't be shushing. There was nothing left for her to find out about Ilse's mother. Nothing, except the most important thing of all, which neither she nor anybody else living knew. For Emily had never surrendered her conviction that the whole truth about Beatrice Burnley was not known. She often worried about it when she lay curled up in her black walnut bed of nights, listening to the moan of the gulf and the wind-woman singing in the trees, and drifted into sleep wishing intensely that she could solve the dark old mystery and dissolve its legend of shame and bitterness. Emily went rather languidly upstairs to the lookout. She meant to write some more of her story, The Ghost of the Well, wherein she was weaving the old legend of the well in the Lee field, but somehow interest was lacking. She put the manuscript back into the mantel cupboard. She read over a letter from Dean Priest which had come that day, one of his fat, jolly, whimsical, delightful letters, wherein he had told her that he was coming to stay a month with his sister at Blair Water. She wondered why this announcement did not excite her more. She was tired. Her head was aching. Emily couldn't remember ever having had a headache before. Since she could not write, she decided to lie down and be Lady Trevanion for a while. Emily was Lady Trevanion very often that summer, in one of the dream lives she had begun to build up for herself. Lady Trevanion was the wife of an English earl, and, besides being a famous novelist, was a member of the British House of Commons, where she always appeared in black velvet with a stately coronet of pearls on her dark hair. She was the only woman in the house, and as this was before the days of the suffragettes, she had to endure many sneers and innuendos and insults from the ungallant males around her. Emily's favourite dream scene was where she rose to make her first speech, a wonderfully thrilling event. As Emily found it difficult to do justice to the scene in any ideas of her own, she always fell back on Pitt's reply to Walpole, which she had found in her royal reader, and declaimed it with suitable variations. The insolent speaker who had provoked Lady Trevanion into speech had sneered at her as a woman, and Lady Trevanion, a magnificent creature in her velvet and pearls, rose to her feet amid hushed and dramatic silence, and said, "The atrocious crime of being a woman which the honourable member has, with such spirit and decency, charged upon me, I shall attempt neither to palliate nor deny, but shall content myself with wishing that I may be one of those whose follies cease with their sex, and not one of the number who are ignorant in spite of manhood and experience." Here she was always interrupted by thunders of applause. But the savour was entirely lacking in this scene to-day, and by the time Emily had reached the line, But womanhood, sir, is not my only crime." She gave up in disgust, and fell to worrying over Ilse's mother again, mixed up with some uneasy speculations regarding the climax of her story about the ghost of the well, mingled with her unpleasant physical sensations. Her eyes hurt when she moved them. She was chilly, though the July day was hot. She was still lying there when Aunt Elisabeth came up to ask why she hadn't gone to bring the cows home from the pasture. I didn't know it was so late," said Emily confusedly. My head aches, Aunt Elisabeth." Aunt Elisabeth rolled up the white cotton blind and looked at Emily. She noted her flushed face. She felt her pulse. Then she bade her shortly to stay where she was, went down, and sent Perry for Dr. Burnley. "Probably she's got the measles," said the doctor, as gruffly as usual. Emily was not yet sick enough to be gentle over. "There's an outbreak of them at Dairy Pond. Has she had any chance to catch them?" "Jimmy Joe Bell's 2 children were here one afternoon about 10 days ago. She played with them. She's always playing around with people she's no business to associate with. I haven't heard that they were or have been sick, though." Jimmy Joe Bell, when asked plainly, confessed that his young ones had come out with measles the very day after they had been at New Moon. There was therefore not much doubt as to Emily's malady. "It's a bad kind of measles, apparently," the doctor said. "Quite a number of the Dairy Pond children have died of it. Mostly French, though. The kids would be out of bed when they have no business to be and caught cold. I don't think you need worry about Emily. She might as well have measles and be done with it. Keep her warm and keep the room dark. I'll run over in the morning." For 3 or 4 days nobody was much alarmed. Measles was a disease everybody had to have. Aunt Elisabeth looked after Emily well and slept on a sofa which had been moved into the lookout. She even left the window open at night. In spite of this, perhaps Aunt Elisabeth thought because of it, Emily grew steadily sicker, and on the 5th day a sharp change for the worse took place. Her fever went up rapidly. Delirium set in. Dr. Burnley came, looked anxious, scowled, changed the medicine. "I'm sent for to a bad case of pneumonia at Whitecross," he said, "and I have to go to Charlottetown in the morning to be present at Mrs. Jackwell's operation. I promised her I would go. I'll be back in the evening. Emily is very restless. That high-strung system of hers is evidently very sensitive to fever. What's that nonsense she's talking about the Wind Woman?" "Oh, I don't know," said Aunt Elisabeth worriedly. "She's always talking nonsense like that, even when she's well. Alan, tell me plainly, is there any danger?" "There's always danger in this type of measles. I don't like these symptoms. The eruption should be out by now, and there's no sign of it. Her fever is very high, but I don't think we need to be alarmed yet. If I thought otherwise, I wouldn't go to town. Keep her as quiet as possible. Humor her whims if you can. I don't like that mental disturbance. She looks terribly distressed, seems to be worrying over something. Has she had anything on her mind of late?" "Not that I know of," said Aunt Elisabeth. She had a sudden bitter realization that she really did not know much about the child's mind. Emily would never have come to her with any of her little troubles and worries. "Emily, what is bothering you?" asked Dr. Burnley softly, very softly. He took the hot, tossing little hand gently, oh so gently, in his big one. Emily looked up with wild, fever-bright eyes. "She couldn't have done it! She couldn't have done it!" "Of course she couldn't," said the doctor cheerily. "Don't worry. She didn't do it." His eyes telegraphed, "What does she mean?" to Elisabeth, but Elisabeth shook her head. "Who are you talking about, dear?" she asked Emily. It was the first time she had called Emily dear. But Emily was off on another tack. The well in Mr. Lee's field was open, she declared. Someone would be sure to fall into it. Why didn't Mr. Lee shut it up? Dr. Burnley left Aunt Elisabeth trying to reassure Emily on that point, and hurried away to Whitecross. At the door he nearly fell over Perry, who was curled up on the sandstone slab, hugging his sunburned legs desperately. "How is Emily?" he demanded, grasping the skirt of the doctor's coat. "Don't bother me. I'm in a hurry," growled the doctor. "You tell me how Emily is, or I'll hang on to your coat till the seams go," said Perry stubbornly. "I can't get one word of sense out of them old maids. You tell me." "She's a sick child, but I'm not seriously alarmed about her yet." The doctor gave his coat another tug, but Perry held on for a last word. "You've got to cure her," he said. "If anything happens to Emily, I'll drown myself in the pond. Mind that." He let go so suddenly that Dr. Burnley nearly went headlong on the ground. Then Perry curled up on the doorstep again. He watched there until Laura and Cousin Jimmy had gone to bed, and then he sneaked through the house and sat on the stairs, where he could hear any sound in Emily's room. He sat there all night, with his fists clenched, as if keeping guard against an unseen foe. Elisabeth Murray watched by Emily until 2 o'clock, and then Laura took her place. "She has raved a great deal," said Aunt Elizabeth. "I wish I knew what is worrying her. There is something, I feel sure. It isn't all mere delirium. She keeps repeating, 'She couldn't have done it,' in such imploring tones. I wonder, oh, Laura, you remember the time I read her letters. Do you think she means me?" Laura shook her head. She had never seen Elisabeth so moved. "If the child doesn't get better," said Aunt Elizabeth. She said no more, but went quickly out of the room. Laura sat down by the bed. She was pale and drawn with her own worry and fatigue, for she had not been able to sleep. She loved Emily as her own child, and the awful dread that had possessed her heart would not lift for an instant. She sat there and prayed mutely. Emily fell into a troubled slumber, which lasted until the grey dawn crept into the lookout. Then she opened her eyes and looked at Aunt Laura, looked through her, looked beyond her. "I see her coming over the fields," she said in a high, clear voice. "She is coming so gladly. She is singing. She is thinking of her baby. Oh, keep her back, keep her back. She doesn't see the well. It's so dark. She doesn't see it. Oh, she's gone into it. She's gone into it." Emily's voice rose in a piercing shriek, which penetrated to Aunt Elizabeth's room and brought her flying across the hall in her flannel nightgown. "What is wrong, Laura?" she gasped. Laura was trying to soothe Emily, who was struggling to sit up in bed. Her cheeks were crimson, and her eyes had still the same far wild look. "Emily, Emily, darling, you've just had a bad dream. The old Lee well isn't open. Nobody has fallen into it." "Yes, somebody has," said Emily shrilly. "She has. I saw her, with the ace of hearts on her forehead. Do you think I don't know her?" She fell back on the pillow, moaned, and tossed the hands which Laura Murray had loosened in their surprise. The two ladies of Newman looked at each other across her bed in dismay, and something like terror. "Who did you see, Emily?" asked Aunt Elizabeth. "Ilse's mother, of course. I always knew she didn't do that dreadful thing. She fell into the old well. She's there now. Go and get her out, Aunt Laura, please." Yes, of course. We'll get her out, darling," said Aunt Laura soothingly. Emily sat up in bed and looked at Aunt Laura again. This time she did not look through her. She looked into her. Laura Murray felt that those burning eyes read her soul. "You are lying to me," cried Emily. "You don't mean to try and get her out. You're only saying it to put me off. Aunt Elizabeth." She suddenly turned and caught Aunt Elizabeth's hand. "You'll do it for me, won't you? You'll go and get her out of the old well, won't you?" Elisabeth remembered that Dr. Burnley had said that Emily's whims must be humored. She was terrified by the child's condition. "Yes, I'll get her out if she's in there," she said. Emily released her hand and sank down. The wild glare left her eyes. A sudden great calm fell over her anguished little face. "I know you'll keep your word," she said. "You are very hard, but you never lie, Aunt Elisabeth." Elisabeth Murray went back to her own room and dressed herself with her shaking fingers. A little later, when Emily had fallen into a quiet sleep, Laura went downstairs and heard Elisabeth giving Cousin Jimmy some orders in the kitchen. "Elisabeth, you don't really mean to have that old well searched?" "I do," said Elisabeth resolutely. "I know it's nonsense as well as you do, but I had to promise it to quiet her down, and I'll keep my promise. You heard what she said. She believed I wouldn't lie to her. Nor will I. Jimmy, you will go over to James Lee's after breakfast and ask him to come here." "How had she heard the story?" said Laura. "Oh, I don't know. Oh, someone has told her, of course. Perhaps that old demon of a Nancy Priest. It doesn't matter who. She has heard it, and the thing is to keep her quiet. It isn't so much of a job to put ladders down the well and get someone to go down it. The thing that matters is the absurdity of it." "We'll be laughed at for a pair of old fools," protested Laura, whose share of Murray pride was in hot revolt. "And besides, it will open up all the old scandal again." "No matter. I'll keep my word to the child," said Elisabeth stubbornly. Alan Burnley came to New Moon at sunset on his way home from town. He was tired, for he had been going night and day for over a week. He was more worried than he had admitted over Emily. He looked old and rather desolate as he stepped into the New Moon kitchen. Only Cousin Jimmy was there. Cousin Jimmy did not seem to have much to do, although it was a good hay-day, and Jimmy Joe Bell and Perry were hauling in the great fragrant sun-dried loads. He sat by the western window with a strange expression on his face. "Hello, Jimmy. Where are the girls? And how is Emily?" "Emily is better," said Cousin Jimmy. "The rash is out and her fever is gone down. I think she's asleep." "Good. We couldn't afford to lose that little girl, could we, Jimmy?" "No," said Jimmy. But he did not seem to want to talk about it. "Laura and Elisabeth are in the sitting room. They want to see you." He paused a minute and then added in an eerie way, "There is nothing hidden that shall not be revealed." It occurred to Alan Burnley that Jimmy was acting mysteriously. And if Laura and Elisabeth wanted to see him, why didn't they come out? It wasn't like them to stand on ceremony in this fashion. He pushed open the sitting-room door impatiently. Laura Murray was sitting on the sofa, leaning her head on its arm. He could not see her face, but he could feel that she was crying. Elisabeth was sitting bolt upright on a chair. She wore her second-best black silk and her second-best lace cap. And she, too, had been crying. Dr. Burnley never attached much importance to Laura's tears, easy as those of most women. But that Elisabeth Murray should cry— had he ever seen her cry before? The thought of Ilse flashed into his mind, his little neglected daughter. Had anything happened to Ilse? In one dreadful moment, Alan Burnley paid the price of his treatment of his child. "What is wrong?" he exclaimed in his gruffest manner. "Oh, Alan," said Elisabeth Murray. "God forgive us. God forgive us all." "It is Ilse," said Dr. Burnley dully. No, not Ilse." Then she told him. She told him what had been found at the bottom of the old Lee well. She told him what had been the real fate of the lovely, laughing young wife whose name for 12 bitter years had never crossed his lips. It was not until the next evening that Emily saw the doctor. She was lying in bed, weak and limp, red as a beet with the measles rash, but quite herself again. Alan Burnley stood by the bed and looked down at her. "Emily, dear child, do you know what you have done for me? God knows how you did it." "I thought you didn't believe in God," said Emily wonderingly. "You have given me back my faith in him, Emily." "Why, what have I done?" Dr. Burnley saw that she had no remembrance of her delirium. Laura had told him that she had slept long and soundly after Elisabeth's promise, and had awakened with fever gone and the eruption fast coming out. She had asked nothing, and they had said nothing. "When you are better, We will tell you all," he said, smiling down at her. There was something very sorrowful in that smile, and yet something very sweet. "He is smiling with his eyes as well as his mouth now," thought Emily. How did she know?" whispered Laura Murray to him when he went down. "I can't understand it, Ellen." "Nor I. These things are beyond us, Laura," he answered gravely. "I only know this child has given Beatrice back to me, stainless and beloved. It can be explained rationally enough, perhaps. Emily has evidently been told about Beatrice and worried over it. Her repeated 'she couldn't have done it' shows that. And the tales of the old Lee well naturally made a deep impression on the mind of a sensitive child keenly alive to dramatic values. In her delirium she mixed this all up with the well-known fact of Jimmy's tumble into the New Moon well, and the rest was coincidence. I would have explained it all so myself once, but now, Laura, I only say humbly, a little child shall lead them." "Our mother's mother was a Highland Scotswoman. They said she had the second sight," said Elisabeth. "I never believed in it before." The excitement of Blair Water had died away before Emily was deemed strong enough to hear the story. That which had been found in the old Lee well had been buried in the Mitchell plot at Shrewsbury, and a white marble shaft, sacred to the memory of Beatrice Burnley, beloved wife of Alan Burnley, had been erected. The sensation caused by Mr. Burnley's presence every Sunday in the old Burnley pew had died away. On the first evening that Emily was allowed to sit up, Aunt Laura told her the whole story. Her manner of telling stripped it forever of the taint and innuendo left by Aunt Nancy. "I knew Ilse's mother couldn't have done it," said Emily triumphantly. "We blame ourselves now for our lack of faith," said Aunt Laura. "We should have known it too, but it did seem black against her at the time, Emily. She was a bright, beautiful, merry creature. We thought her close friendship with her cousin natural and harmless. We now know it was so, but all these years since her disappearance we have believed differently. Mr. James Lee remembers clearly that the well was open the night of Beatrice's disappearance. His hired man had taken the old rotten planks off it that evening, intending to put the new ones on at once. Then Robert Grierson's house caught fire, and he ran with everybody else to help save it. By the time it was out, it was too dark to finish with the well, and the man said nothing about it until the morning. Mr. Lee was angry with him. He said it was a scandalous thing to leave a well uncovered like that. He went right down and he put the new planks in place himself. He did not look down in the well. Had he looked, he could have seen nothing, for the ferns growing out of the sides screened the depths. It was just after harvest. No one was in the field again before the next spring. He never connected Beatrice's disappearance with the open well. He wonders now that he didn't. But you see, dear, there had been much malicious gossip, and Beatrice was known to have gone on board the Lady of Winds. It was taken for granted she never came off again. But she did, and went to her death in the old Lee field. It was a dreadful ending for her bright young life, but not so dreadful after all as we believed. For 12 years we have wronged the dead. But, Emily, how could you know? I don't know. When the doctor came in that day, I couldn't remember anything. And now it seems to me that I remember something, just as if I'd dreamed it, of seeing Ilse's mother coming over the fields, singing. It was dark, and yet I could see the Ace of Hearts. Oh, Auntie, I don't know. I don't like to think of it some way. We won't talk of it again, said Aunt Laura gently. It is one of the things best not talked of, one of God's secrets. And Ilse, does her father love her now? Asked Emily eagerly. Love her? He can't love her enough. It seems as if he were pouring out on her at once all the shut-up love of those 12 years. He'll likely spoil her now as much with indulgence as he did before with neglect, said Elisabeth, coming in with Emily's supper in time to hear Laura's reply. "It'll take a lot of love to spoil Ilse," laughed Laura. "She's drinking it up like a thirsty sponge. And she loves him wildly in return. There isn't a trace of grudge in her over his long neglect." "All the same," said Elisabeth grimly, tucking pillows behind Emily's back with a very gentle hand, oddly in contrast with her severe expression. "He won't get off so easily. Ilse has run wild for 12 years. He won't find it so easy to make her behave properly now, if he ever does." "Love will do wonders," said Aunt Laura softly. "Of course, Ilse is dying to come to see you, Emily, but she must wait until there is no danger of infection. I have told her she might write, but when she found I would have to read it because of your eyes, she said she'd wait till you could read it yourself." "Evidently," Laura laughed again, "Ilse has much of importance to tell you." "I didn't know anyone could be as happy as I am now," said Emily. "And oh, Aunt Elisabeth, it is so nice to feel hungry again and to have something to chew." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Emily of Newmoon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jude Summers. Emily of Newmoon by Lucy Maude Montgomery. Chapter 31. Emily's Great Moment. Emily's convalescence was rather slow. Physically she recovered with normal celerity, but a certain spiritual and emotional languor persisted for a time. One cannot go down to the depths of hidden things and escape the penalty. Aunt Elisabeth said she moped. But Emily was too happy and contented to mope. It was just that life seemed to have lost its savor for a time, as if some spring of vital energy had been drained out of it and refilled slowly. She had, just then, no one to play with. Perry, Ilse, and Teddy had all come down with the measles the same day. Mrs. Kent at first declared bitterly that Teddy had caught them at Newmoon, but all three had contracted them at a Sunday school picnic where Derry Pond children had been. That picnic infected all Blair Water. There was a perfect orgy of measles. Teddy and Ilse were only moderately ill, but Perry, who had insisted on going home to Aunt Tom at the first symptoms, nearly died. Emily was not allowed to know his danger until it had passed, lest it worry her too much. Even Aunt Elisabeth worried over it. She was surprised to discover how much they missed Perry round the place. It was fortunate for Emily that Dean Priest was in Blair Water during this forlorn time. His companionship was just what she needed, and helped her wonderfully on the road to complete recovery. They went for long walks together all over Blair Water, with Tweet woofing around them, and explored places and roads Emily had never seen before. They watched a young moon grow old, night by night. They talked in dim-scented chambers of twilight over long red roads of mystery. They followed the lure of hill winds. They saw the stars rise, and Dean told her all about them, the great constellations of the old myths. It was a wonderful month, but on the first day of Teddy's convalescence, Emily was off to the tansy patch for the afternoon, and Jarback Priest walked, if he walked at all, alone. Aunt Elisabeth was extremely polite to him, though she did not like the priests of Priest Pond overmuch, and never felt quite comfortable under the mocking gleam of Jarback's green eyes and the faint derision of his smile, which seemed to make Murray pride and Murray traditions seem much less important than they really were. "He has the priest flavor," she told Laura, "though it isn't as strong in him as in most of them. And he's certainly helping Emily. She has begun to spunk up since he came." Emily continued to spunk up, and by September, when the measles epidemic was spent, and Dean Priest had gone on one of his sudden swoops over to Europe for the autumn, she was ready for school again, a little taller, a little thinner, a little less childlike, with great grey shadowy eyes that had looked into death and read the riddle of a buried thing, and henceforth would hold in them some haunting, elusive remembrance of that world behind the veil. Dean Priest had seen it. Mr. Carpenter saw it when she smiled at him across her desk at school. "She's left the childhood of her soul behind, though she is still a child in body," he muttered. One afternoon, amid the golden days and hazes of October, he asked her gruffly to let him see some of her verses. "I never meant to encourage you in it," he said. "I don't mean to now. Probably you can't write a line of real poetry, and never will. But let me see your stuff. If it's hopelessly bad, I'll tell you so. I won't have you wasting years striving for the unattainable. At least, I won't have it on my conscience if you do. If there's any promise in it, I'll tell you so just as honestly. And bring some of your stories, too. They're trash yet, that's certain, but I'll see if they show just and sufficient cause for going on." Emily spent a very solemn hour that evening, weighing, choosing, rejecting. To the little bundle of verse she added one of her Jimmy books, which contained, as she thought, her best stories. She went to school next day, so secret and mysterious that Ilse took offense, started in to call her names, and then stopped. Ilse had promised her father that she would try to break herself of the habit of calling names. She was making fairly good headway, and her conversation, if less vivid, was beginning to approximate to New Moon's standards. Emily made a sad mess of her lessons that day. She was nervous and frightened. She had a tremendous respect for Mr. Carpenter's opinion. Father Cassidy had told her to keep on. Dean Priest had told her that some day she might really write, but perhaps they were only trying to be encouraging because they liked her and didn't want to hurt her feelings. Emily knew Mr. Carpenter would not do this. No matter if he did like her, he would nip her aspirations mercilessly if he thought the root of the matter was not in her. If, on the contrary, he bade her Godspeed, she would rest content with that against the world, and never lose heart in the face of any future criticism. No wonder the day seemed fraught with tremendous issues to Emily. When school was out, Mr. Carpenter asked her to remain. She was so white and tense that the other pupils thought she must have been found out by Mr. Carpenter in some especially dreadful behavior, and knew she was going to catch it. Rhoda Stewart flung her a significantly malicious smile from the porch, which Emily never even saw. She was, indeed, at a momentous bar, with Mr. Carpenter as supreme judge, and her whole future career, so she believed, hanging on his verdict. The pupils disappeared, and a mellow, sunshiny stillness settled over the old schoolroom. Mr. Carpenter took the little packet she had given him in the morning out of his desk, came down the aisle, and sat in the seat before her, facing her. Very deliberately, he settled his glasses astride his hooked nose, took out her manuscripts, and began to read. Or rather, to glance over them, flinging scraps of comments, mingled with grunts, sniffs, and hoots at her as he glanced. Emily folded her cold hands on her desk and braced her feet against the legs of it to keep her knees from trembling. This was a very terrible experience. She wished she had never given her verses to Mr. Carpenter. They were no good. Of course they were no good. Remember the editor of the Enterprise. "Humph," said Mr. Carpenter. "Sunset. Lord, how many poems have been written on sunset? The clouds are massed in splendid state at heaven's unbarred western gate, where troops of starry-eyed spirits wait. By gad, what does that mean?" I don't know," faltered startled Emily, whose wits had been scattered by the sudden swoop of his spiked glance. Mr. Carpenter snorted. "For heaven's sakes, girl, don't write what you can't understand yourself. And this, to life, life as thy gift I ask no rainbow joy. Is that sincere? Is it, girl? Stop and think. Do you ask no rainbow joy of life?" He transfixed her with another glare. But Emily was beginning to pick herself up a bit. Nevertheless, she suddenly felt oddly ashamed of the very elevated and unselfish desires expressed in that sonnet. "No," she answered reluctantly. "I do want rainbow joy. Lots of it." "Of course you do. We all do. We don't get it. You won't get it. But don't be hypocrite enough to pretend you don't want it, even in a sonnet. Lines to a mountain cascade. On its dark rocks, like the whiteness of a veil around a bride. Where did you see a mountain cascade in Prince Edward Island?" "Nowhere. There's a picture of one in Dr. Burnley's library." "A wood stream. The threading sunbeams quiver, the bending bushes shiver, o'er the little shadowy river. There's only one more rhyme that occurs to me, and that's liver. Why did you leave it out?" Emily writhed. "Wind song. I have shaken the dew in the meadows from the clover's creamy gown. Pretty, but weak. June. June, for heaven's sakes, girl, don't write poetry on June. It's the sickliest subject in the world. It's been written to death." "No, June is immortal!" cried Emily suddenly, a mutinous sparkle replacing the strained look in her eyes. She was not going to let Mr. Carpenter have it all his own way. But Mr. Carpenter had tossed June aside without reading a line of it. "I weary of the hungry world." What do you know of the hungry world? You and your new moon seclusion of old trees and old maids. But it is hungry. Ode to Winter. The seasons are a sort of disease all young poets must have, it seems. Ha! Spring will not forget. That's a good line. The only good line in it. Wanderings. I've learned the secret of the rune, that the somber pines on the hillside croon. Have you? Have you learned that secret? "I think I've always known it," said Emily dreamily. That flash of unimaginable sweetness that sometimes surprised her had just come and gone. Aim and endeavor. Too didactic, too didactic. You've no right to try to teach until you're old, and then you won't want to. Her face was like a star, all pale and fair. Were you looking in the glass when you composed that line? No, indignantly. When the banner light is shaken like a banner on the hill. A good line, a good line. Oh, on such a golden morning, to be living is delight. Too much of a faint echo of Wordsworth. The sea in September. Blue and austerely bright. Austerely bright? Child, how can you marry the right adjectives like that? Morning. All the secret fears that haunt the night. What do you know of the fears that haunt the night? I know something, said Emily decidedly, remembering her first night at Wyther Grange. To a dead day. With the chilly calm on her brow that only the dead may wear. Have you ever seen the chilly calm on the brow of the dead, Emily? Yes, said Emily softly, recalling that grey dawn in the old house in the hollow. I thought so. Otherwise you couldn't have written that. And even as it is, how old are you, Jade? 13 last May. Lines to Mrs. George Irving's infant son. You should study the art of titles, Emily. There's a fashion in them as in everything else. Your titles are as out of date as the candles of new moon. Soundly he sleeps with his red lips pressed, like a beautiful blossom close to her breast. The rest isn't worth reading. September. Is there a month you've missed? Windy meadows harvest deep. Good line. Blair water by moonlight. Gossamer, Emily, nothing but gossamer. The garden of new moon. Beguiling laughter and old song of merry maids and men. Good line. I suppose new moon is full of ghosts. Death's fell minion well fulfilled its part. That might have passed in Addison's day, but not now. Not now, Emily. Your azure dimples are the graves where million buried sunbeams play. Atrocious, girl, atrocious. Graves aren't playgrounds. How much would you play if you were buried? Emily writhed and blushed again. Why couldn't she have seen that herself? Any goose could have seen it. Sail onward, ships, white wings, sail on, till past the horizon's purple bar. You drift from sight, in flush of dawn, sail on, and 'neath the evening star. Trash, trash, and yet there's a picture in it. Lap softly, purple waves, I dream, and dreams are sweet, I'll wake no more. Ah, but you'll have to wake if you want to accomplish anything. Girl, you've used purple twice in the same poem. Buttercups in a golden frenzy. A golden frenzy. Girl, I see the wind shaking the buttercups. From the purple gates of the west I come. You're too fond of purple, Emily. It's such a lovely word, said Emily. Dreams that seem too bright to die. Seem, but never are, Emily. The luring voice of the echo, fame. So you've heard it too. It is a lure, and for most of us, only an echo. And that's the last of the lot. Mr. Carpenter swept the little sheets aside, folded his arms on the desk, and looked over his glasses at Emily. Emily looked back at him mutely, nervelessly. All the life seemed to have been drained out of her body and concentrated in her eyes. 10 good lines out of 400, Emily. Comparatively good, that is. And all the rest balderdash. Balderdash, Emily. I suppose so, said Emily faintly. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Her lips quivered. She could not help it. Pride was hopelessly submerged in the bitterness of her disappointment. She felt exactly like a candle that somebody had blown out. "What are you crying for?" demanded Mr. Carpenter. Emily blinked away the tears and tried to laugh. I'm sorry you think it's no good," she said. Mr. Carpenter gave the desk a mighty thump. "No good? Didn't I tell you there were 10 good lines? Jade, for 10 righteous men, Sodom had been spared." Do you mean that after all—" The candle was being relighted again. "Of course I mean. If at 13 you can write 10 good lines, at 20 you'll write 10 times 10, if the gods are kind. Stop messing over months, though, and don't imagine you're a genius either if you have written 10 decent lines. I think there's something trying to speak through you, but you'll have to make yourself a fit instrument for it. You've got to work hard and sacrifice. By gad, girl, you've chosen a jealous goddess, and she never lets your votaries go, not even when she shuts her ears forever to their plea. What have you there?" Emily, her heart thrilling, handed him her Jimmy book. She was so happy that it shone through her whole being with a positive radiance. She saw her future, wonderful, brilliant. Oh, her goddess would listen to her. Emily B. Starr, the distinguished poet. E. Bird Starr, the rising young novelist. She was recalled from her enchanting reverie by a chuckle from Mr. Carpenter. Emily wondered a little uneasily what he was laughing at. She didn't think there was anything funny in that book. It contained only 3 or 4 of her latest stories: The Butterfly Queen, a little fairy tale; The Disappointed House, wherein she had woven a pretty dream of hopes come true after long years; The Secret of the Glen, which, in spite of its title, was a fanciful little dialogue between the spirit of the snow, the spirit of the grey rain, the spirit of mist, and the spirit of moonshine. "So, you think I am not beautiful when I say my prayers?" said Mr. Carpenter. Emily gasped, realized what had happened, made a frantic grab at her Jimmy book, missed it. Mr. Carpenter held it up beyond her reach and mocked her. She had given him the wrong Jimmy book. And this one, oh horrors, what was in it? Or rather, what wasn't in it? Sketches of everyone in Blairwater, and a full a very full description of Mr. Carpenter himself. Intent on describing him exactly, she had been as mercilessly lucid as she always was, especially in regard to the odd faces he made on mornings when he opened the school day with a prayer. Thanks to her dramatic knack of word painting, Mr. Carpenter lived in that sketch. Emily did not know it, but he did. He saw himself as in a glass, and the artistry of it pleased him so that he cared for nothing else. Besides, she had drawn his good points quite as clearly as his bad ones. And there were some sentences in it. He looks as if he knew a great deal that can never be any use to him. I think he wears the black coat Mondays because it makes him feel that he hasn't been drunk at all. Who or what had taught the little jade these things? Oh, her goddess would not pass Emily by. "I'm sorry," said Emily, crimson with shame all over her dainty paleness. "Why, I wouldn't have missed this for all the poetry you've written, or ever will write. By gad, it's literature, literature, and you're only 13. But you don't know what's ahead of you. The stony hills, the steep ascents, the buffets, the discouragements. Stay in the valley if you're wise. Emily, why do you want to write? Give me your reason." "I want to be famous and rich," said Emily coolly. "Everybody does. Is that all?" "No, I just love to write." "A better reason, but not enough, not enough. Tell me this. If you knew you would be poor as a church mouse all your life, if you knew you'd never have a line published, would you still go on writing? Would you?" "Of course I would," said Emily disdainfully. "Why, I have to write. I can't help it by times. I've just got to." "Oh, then I'd waste my breath by giving advice at all. If it's in you to climb, you must. There are those who must lift their eyes to the hills. They can't breathe properly in the valleys. God help them if there's some weakness in them that prevents their climbing. You don't understand a word I'm saying, yet. But go on, climb. There, take your book and go home. 30 years from now, I will have a claim to distinction in the fact that Emily Bird Starr was once a pupil of mine. Go, go, before I remember what a disrespectful baggage you are to write such stuff about me and be properly enraged." Emily went, still a bit scared, but oddly exultant behind her fright. She was so happy that her happiness seemed to irradiate the world with its own splendor. All the sweet sounds of nature around her seemed like the broken words of her own delight. Mr. Carpenter watched her out of sight from the old worn threshold. "Wind and flame and sea," he muttered. "Nature is always taking us by surprise. This child has what I have never had, and would have made any sacrifice to have. But the gods don't allow us to be in their debt. She will pay for it. She will pay." At sunset, Emily sat in the lookout room. It was flooded with soft splendor. Outside, in sky and trees, were delicate tintings and aerial sounds. Down in the garden, Daffy was chasing dead leaves along the red walks. The sight of his sleek, striped sides, the grace of his movements, gave her pleasure, as did the beautiful, even glossy furrows of the ploughed fields beyond the lane, and the first faint white star in the crystal green sky. The wind of the autumn night was blowing trumpets of fairyland on the hills, and over in Lofty John's bush was laughter, like the laughter of fawns. Ilse and Perry and Teddy were waiting there for her. They had made a tryst for a twilight romp. She would go to them, presently, not yet. She was so full of rapture that she must write it out before she went back from her world of dreams to the world of reality. Once she would have poured it into a letter to her father. She could no longer do that, but on the table before her lay a brand-new Jimmy book. She pulled it towards her, took up her pen, and on its first virgin page she wrote, "New Moon, Blairwater, P.E. Island, October 8th. I am going to write a diary, that it may be published when I die. End of Emily of Newmoon by Lucy Maude Montgomery.